সচেতন ছিলেন এবং অনুবাদ করার পর প্রভুপাদ নিজে তিনি আবার দেখতেন ঠিক আছে কিনা, এবং প্রভুপাদ সাথে খুশি হতেন। এভাবে গুরু মহারাজ সে কাজটি নিষ্ঠার সঙ্গে করেছেন এবং যত সেবায় থাকুক না কেন, কোনো দিন যদি অনুবাদ করতে না পারতেন, গুরু মহারাজ বলতেন যে না, আমি আজ কোনো সেবাই করিনি বা প্রভুপাদের আদেশ পালন করিনি। খুব অল্প সময়ের মধ্যেই আমরা ইস্কনে অনেক ভক্ত, 10-15 বছর থেকে আছি, সবগুলো গ্রন্থ করে পড়তেই পারিনি। আর গুরু মহারাজ অত অল্প সময়ের মধ্যেই তিনি প্রায় সমস্ত গ্রন্থ অনুবাদ করেছেন। এটা কত একটা জটিল কাজ, এবং সেটি এমন নয় যে আর কোনো কাজ নেই। একাধারে তিনি সন্ন্যাসী, গুরু, জিবিসি সব কিছু করে সবার সঙ্গে সদ্ব্যবহার রেখে, এমন নয় যে তার কোনো কাজ ছিল শুধু অনুবাদ করছেন, না, এরকম নয়। তো সেই রকম দায়িত্বতার মাঝেও তিনি নিষ্ঠাভরে এই কাজটা করেছেন। বহু শাস্ত্রগণ অনুবাদ কৃতম গুরু বাণী ধৃতম নিজ দাস্যকৃতম। তিনি গুরুদেবের বাণী হৃদয়ে ধারণ করেছিলেন এবং নিজকে সম্পূর্ণ আত্মসমর্পণ করেছিলেন। যেটা প্রভুপাদ বলেছেন যে গুরুদেবের বাণী হচ্ছে শিষ্যের জীবন এবং প্রাণ, লাইফ অ্যান্ড সোল। এবং সেটা আমরা গুরু মহারাজের জীবনে দেখতে পাই যে প্রভুপাদের আদেশ তার জীবন প্রাণ স্বরূপ ছিলেন। তো কোনো শিষ্য যদি গুরুদেবের আদেশ পালন না করেন, তার মানে তার হৃদয়ে প্রাণ নেই, সে একটি মৃত শিষ্য। তো গুরু মহারাজ এইভাবে প্রভুপাদের যখন সমস্ত গ্রন্থ অনুবাদ করেছিলেন, স্বাভাবিকভাবে তিনি অত্যন্ত আনন্দিত হয়েছিলেন যে হ্যাঁ, গুরুদেবের আদেশ আমি পালন করতে পেরেছি। কেউ যদি গুরুদেবের আদেশ পালন করে নিজে আনন্দ পাওয়া যায়। এবং গুরু মহারাজ সেটাই শুধু করেনি, তিনি গুরুদেবের ইচ্ছা বুঝে, যেমন কোনো গুরুদেব বলবেন না যে আমার জীবনী নিয়ে তুমি একটা ভিডিও বানাও, কিন্তু যেটা গুরু মহারাজ সেটা করেছিলেন। যদিও প্রভুপাদ তাকে আদেশ দেননি, কিন্তু তিনি জানতেন এটি শুধু প্রভুপাদ কেনা, জগৎবাসীকে আনন্দ বিধান করবেন। প্রণাম আমি ভক্তিচারু স্বামী পদম, সেই ভক্তিচারু স্বামী গুরু মহারাজের আমি চরণ বন্দনা করি। রসরাজ পরায়ণ মার্গচরম শুভ গৌরতীথৌ হরিনাম ধৃতম গুরু দক্ষিণয়া বলিবৎচরিতম প্রণামামি ভক্তিচারু স্বামীবরম। রসরাজ পরায়ণ মার্গচরম। রসরাজ মানে হচ্ছেন কৃষ্ণ, যিনি সমস্ত রসের আধার। ভক্তি রসামৃত সিন্ধু প্রথম শ্লোকে বলা হচ্ছে অখিল রসামৃত মূর্তি। রস মানে যে জিনিসটা আকৃষ্ট করে, তো জড়যোগী তো কৃষ্ণ সবাইকে আকৃষ্ট করে, তো সেই জন্য কৃষ্ণের নাম হচ্ছে রসরাজ শ্রীকৃষ্ণ। তার মার্গচরম, তার পন্থায়, তার পথে চালিত, মার্গ মানে পথ, তার পথে যিনি চলছেন, অর্থাৎ ভগবানের চরণে সম্পূর্ণ শরণাগত যিনি। শুভ গৌরতীর্থ হরিনাম অধৃতম। তিনি শুভ গৌরতিথি অর্থাৎ গৌর পূর্ণিমাতে হরিনাম ধৃতম, অর্থাৎ তিনি শিল প্রভুপাদের কাছে দীক্ষা গ্রহণ করেছিলেন, যেটি ইস্কনে খুব প্রভুপাদ অত তাড়াতাড়ি দিতেন না। হরিনাম এবং ব্রাহ্মণ দীক্ষা একসঙ্গে গৌর পূর্ণিমা দিয়েছিলেন ধৃতম। এবং তারপরে স্নান যাত্রার দিন, গৌর পূর্ণিমা আর স্নান যাত্রার একটা পূর্ণিমা, তো 3 মাস পরেই আবার তার সন্ন্যাস হয়েছিল। প্রভুপাদ তিনি দেখতে পেরেছিলেন যে এই শিষ্য সাধারণ কোনো শিষ্য না, এবং গুরু দক্ষিণয়া বলিবচ্চরিতম। গুরু দক্ষিণয়া, গুরু দক্ষিণা দেওয়ার জন্য তিনি বলি মহারাজের মতো আচরণ করেছিলেন। সেটা কীরকম সে কাহিনী আপনারা জানেন। গুরু মহারাজের সেবা কী ছিল দীক্ষার সময়? বা গুরু প্রভুপাদের রাঁধুনি। এখন দীক্ষা নেওয়ার সময় তো অনেকক্ষণ বসে থাকতে হয়। শিষ্য নয় ফাস্টিং করুক, কিন্তু গুরু তো ফাস্টিং করবে না, তো তার জন্য রান্নাটা করবে কি? তো গুরু মহারাজ তো বসেছিলেন দীক্ষা বেদিতে, কিন্তু টেনশন হচ্ছে প্রভুপাদ খাবেন কি। তাই দীক্ষা নেওয়ার সঙ্গে সঙ্গে দৌড়ে রান্নাঘরে চলে গেছেন রান্না করার জন্য। প্রভুপাদকে খাওয়াইয়েছেন, কিন্তু বিকেলে যখন সবাই আসছেন তখন মনে নেই যে আমাকে ভিক্ষা করতে হতো, ভিক্ষা করে গুরু দক্ষিণা দিতে হবে। তখন নিজে খুব অপরাধী মনে হয়েছে। এটা বৈদিক সভ্যতা, বৈদিক নিয়ম যে দীক্ষার পরে শিষ্যকে গুরুর জন্য ভিক্ষা করতে হয়, আমি করলাম না। তখন রাত্রিবেলা প্রভুপাদের চরণে খুব অনুনয় বিনয় করেছে, প্রভুপাদ আমার খুব ভুল হয়ে গেছে, অন্যান্য শিষ্যরা ভিক্ষা করেছেন, আমি আপনাকে কিছু দিতে পারলাম না। গুরু মহারাজ প্রভুপাদ বলছেন তুমি তো তোমাকে দিয়েই দিয়েছ। তো সঙ্গে সঙ্গে গুরু মহারাজ বলছেন আমার চোখ জলে ভরে গেছিলাম, সঙ্গে সঙ্গে দণ্ডবাদ প্রণাম করে বলেছিলাম হ্যাঁ গুরু মহারাজ প্রভুপাদ আমি আজ থেকে আপনার, আমি আপনার চরণে নিবেদিত। সেই বিষয়ে এখানে যেরকম বলি মহারাজ সর্বাত্ম সমর্পণ সব কিছু প্রদান করেছিলেন। তো সেই রকম গুরু দক্ষিণা বলিবচ্চরিতম, গুরুদেবের দক্ষিণা দেওয়ার জন্য তিনি বলি মহারাজের মতো আচরণ করেছিলেন। প্রণাম আমি ভক্তিচারু স্বামী পারম, সেই শিশুমৎ ভক্তিচারু স্বামী গুরু মহারাজের শ্রীচরণ কমলে আমি প্রণতি নিবেদন করি। ত্রয়ম আভরণম হৃদয়ে নিহিতম সচনেন রতিস্তব দর্শয়মাম অধিপম শ্রয়মা তজ মে চ বপুম প্রণামামি ভক্তিচারু স্বামীবরম। এটা আপনারা সবাই জানেন যে এখানে গুরু মহারাজ অনেকবার বলেছেন যে প্রভুপাদে অনেক শিক্ষা আছে, কিন্তু আমি মনে করি তিনটি শিক্ষা তার মধ্যে সবচেয়ে আমাদের জন্য গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। সেই তিনটি শিক্ষা এখানে এভাবে ব্যাখ্যা করা হচ্ছে। ত্রয়ম আভরণম, আভরণ মানে অলঙ্কার। শিষ্যের জন্য গুরুদেবের আদেশ হচ্ছে অলঙ্কার। একজন শিষ্য যদি গুরুদেবের আদেশ পালন করে তাকে দেখতে কীরকম মনে হয়? গুরুদেব ডাকছেন, সঙ্গে সঙ্গে লাফিয়ে গেছেন, সামনে একটা সাপ আছে বা অস্ত্র আছে কিছু দেখছেন না, তো বাইরের লোক দেখে মনে করে আরে বাপরে বাপ, গুরুদেবের ডাক শোনার সঙ্গে লাফিয়ে গেছেন, নিজের মরার ভয়ও নেই। এই যে আচরণটা তার শরীরের মধ্যে কিসের মতো কাজ করলো? অলঙ্কারের মতো। তো এই যে গুরুদেবের কেউ আদেশ যখন পালন করছেন তিনি এইরকম অলঙ্কারের দ্বারা অলঙ্কৃত হন। তো গুরুদেবের কেউ আদেশ যখন পালন করেন তার মানে তিনি এইরকম সদ্গুণাবলীর দ্বারা বিভূষিত হন। সেই তিনটি সদ্গুণাবলী বলছেন ত্রয়ম আভরণম, তিনটি শিক্ষা হচ্ছে হৃদয়ম নিহিতম, সব সময় তিনি এই তিনটি শিক্ষা হৃদয়ে ধারণ করতেন। শিল প্রভুপাদের তিনটি প্রধান শিক্ষা শ্রীশ্রীমৎ ভক্তিচারী স্বামী গুরু মহারাজ সবসময় ধারণ করতেন। সেগুলো হচ্ছে সচনেন রতিস তব দর্শয়মাম, সচনেন রতিস তব দর্শয়মাম। দর্শয়মাম আমাকে যদি তুমি ভালোবাসো সেটা বোঝা যাবে তোমরা নিজেদের মধ্যে একজন আরেকজন কিভাবে সমঝোতা করে চলছ। এই বিষয়ে গুরু মহারাজ একটা খুব সুন্দর কথা বলছিলেন যে প্রভুপাদ যখন অসুস্থ ছিলেন অনেক বিদেশ থেকে ভক্তরা এরকম সুন্দর সুন্দর চিঠি লিখতেন, প্রভুপাদ আমি আপনার জন্য প্রাণ দিতে প্রস্তুত, আমার জীবন আপনাকে ভগবানের কাছে প্রার্থনা করি, আমি আপনার বার্ধক্য নেব, আপনি আমার যৌবন গ্রহণ করুন। গ্রহণ বলতে এগুলো শুনে আমাকে এত ভালো, প্রভুপাদকে সবাই এত ভালোবাসে, আমার তো কোনো ভালোবাসা নেই, এইরকম তার প্রাণ দেওয়ার জন্য প্রস্তুত। কিন্তু প্রভুপাদ সেটার উত্তর শুনে, প্রশ্নটা, এই চিঠিগুলো পরে শোনাতেন প্রভুপাদকে ওনার শিষ্যরা। তো প্রভুপাদ তখন উত্তর দিতেন, না সেটার কোনো দরকার নেই, বরং তোমরা মিলেমিশে কৃষ্ণ ভক্তি প্রচার করো। তো গুরু মহারাজ ভাবলেন এত বড় একটা ত্যাগ শিকার, সেটাকে প্রভুপাদ বলছেন না সেটা দরকার নাই, মিলেমিশে প্রচার করো, এটা কি তারও চেয়ে বেশি? তো গুরু মহারাজ বলছেন আমি ওই সময় বুঝতে পারতাম না যে এই যে মিলেমিশে প্রচার করাটা এত কি জরুরি যে প্রাণ দেওয়ার চেয়ে বেশি হলো, বলে আমি সেটাকে বুঝতেই পারিনি। যে কিন্তু পরবর্তীতে দেখলাম যারা এইরকম চিঠি লিখেছিলেন তাদের অনেকেই ইস্কন থেকে চলে গিয়েছেন, যারা প্রাণ দেওয়ার জন্য প্রস্তুত ছিলেন কিন্তু একসঙ্গে থাকতে পারলেন না। তার মানে একসঙ্গে থাকাটা প্রাণ দেওয়ার চেয়ে শক্তিশালী। তাই ইস্কনের অগ্রগতির জন্য এই কোঅপারেশন, বা পরস্পর সমঝোতা খুব গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। এটা প্রভুপাদের খুব গুরুত্বপূর্ণ শিক্ষা। গুরু মহারাজ আমেরিকা যাওয়ার আগে আমি এমনি কথা বলছিলেন একটা বিষয় যে এটা এরকম এরকম। তো গুরু বলছে আমি প্রভুপাদ পছন্দ করেন না যে মিসআন্ডারস্ট্যান্ডিং, অসমঝোতা হোক, তো সেই জন্য আমি সব মেনে নিতে চাই। কেননা যদিও আমি যেন এটা ঠিক নয়, কিন্তু আমি যদি এই মধ্যে স্বীকার না করি প্রভুপাদ খুশি হবেন না। এটা ঠিক নয় তবু আমি মেনে নিচ্ছি, কেননা প্রভুপাদ খুশি হবেন না যদি আমরা সমঝোতা না করি। তো এই জন্য সমঝোতা করার জন্য গুরু মহারাজ প্রাণ দিতে উপস্থিত ছিলেন। কেন ইস্কনের জন্য, সারা জগতের জন্য ইস্কন দরকার, এবং ইস্কনে টিকে থাকার জন্য আমাদের নিজেদের মধ্যে মিলেমিশে থাকা দরকার। যদি মিলেমিশে না থাকি তাহলে ইস্কন হলো কী করে? তাই আমাদের মিলেমিশে থাকাটাই হচ্ছে জগতের সবচেয়ে মঙ্গলকারী কার্য। তাই এখানে বলতে সচনেন রতিস্তব দর্শমাম অধিপম শ্রেয়ম মা তেজ মে চবপুম। অধিপম শ্রেয়ম, অধিপ হচ্ছে কর্তৃপক্ষ, আমাদের কর্তৃপক্ষ, ইস্কনের কর্তৃপক্ষ, সর্বশ্রেষ্ঠ কর্তৃপক্ষ হচ্ছে জিবিসি, গভর্নিং বডি কমিশন। তাই ইস্কনের সর্বশ্রেষ্ঠ নিয়ন্ত্রণ হবেন ইস্কনের ভক্ত। ইস্কন মানে কি? যেটা নিয়ন্ত্রিত হচ্ছে জিবিসির দ্বারা, গভর্নিং বডি কমিশনের দ্বারা। অনেকে বলবে হ্যাঁ আমি তো ইস্কন, আমি ষোলমালা জপ করি, প্রভুপাদকে গুরুরূপে মানি, তাহলে আমি ইস্কন নই কেন? না, সেটা বুঝতে হবে তিনি জিবিসিকে মানেন কি। তাহলে জগতের মঙ্গলের জন্য আমি ষোলমালা করি, 4টি নিয়ম পালন করি, প্রভুপাদকে মানি, এইটুকুতে জগতের মঙ্গল হবে না। কেন একা একাই তিনি ভালো ভক্ত, গোলক বৃন্দাবনে যেতে পারেন, কিন্তু জগতের মঙ্গলের জন্য একটা সংস্থা দরকার, এবং সেটার জন্য একটা অর্গানাইজেশন, সংস্থার জন্য একজন ব্যবস্থাপক কমিটি দরকার। সেটার নাম হচ্ছে গভর্নিং বডি কমিশন। সেটা ভক্তি সিদ্ধান্ত সরস্বতী ঠাকুর চাইতেন, এবং প্রভুপাদ চৈতন্য তাৎপর্য বলেছেন যে ভক্তি সিদ্ধান্ত সরস্বতী ঠাকুরের যারা এই আদেশটা পালন করেনি তারা হচ্ছে অসার। তো তোমরা যেন কেউ এই অসার না হও, এই জিবিসির মাধ্যমে যেন নিয়ন্ত্রিত হয়, তাদের আদেশ যেন অবহেলা না করো। জিবিসির আদেশ অবহেলা করা মানে তোমরা আবার অসারে পরিণত হয়ে যাও। এবং শেষটা হচ্ছে কখনোই ইস্কন ত্যাগ করো না। শ্রীমৎ জয়পদ স্বামী গুরু মহারাজ বলছেন যে ইস্কনের বাইরে মানে হচ্ছে ইস্কনের বাইরে কলির মায়া বাইরে, অর্থাৎ এই জগৎ আমরা যদি এই মুহূর্তে ইস্কন যাই তার মায়াদের আক্রান্ত হব। তো আমাদের ইস্কন কোনো কিছুতে যত কিছু হোক, হ্যাঁ, ইস্কন আমরা ত্যাগ করব না। একজন শিষ্য প্রভুপাদ এই ভক্তদের সঙ্গে থাকা খুব কষ্ট। প্রভুপাদ হ্যাঁ কষ্ট, কিন্তু ইস্কনের বাইরে থাকা অসম্ভব। এটা কষ্ট হতে পারে, কিন্তু বাইরে থাকাটা একটু অসম্ভব। তাই যিনি এইরকম শিক্ষা আমাদেরকে জগতে প্রভুপাদ দিয়েছেন, সে এই 3 শিক্ষা যিনি হৃদয়ে ধারণ করেছেন ভক্তিচারু স্বামী গুরু মহারাজ, আমি তার চরণে সশ্রদ্ধ প্রণতি নিবেদন করি। শত জন্মদিনে চলচ্চিত্রকৃতম স্বগুরুর মহিমা জগতে বিবৃতম সুখশাস্ত্র ফল সানুবাদ কৃতম প্রণমামি ভক্তি চারু স্বামী বরণ। শত জন্মদিনে চলচ্চিত্রকৃতম, শত জন্মদিনে, শতবৎস 1996 সালে ইস্কনে প্রভুপাদের জন্ম শতবার্ষিকী পালিত হয় এবং বিভিন্ন ভক্ত বিভিন্ন ভাবে সেবা করেছেন এবং 1996 সালে কৃষ্ণ ভক্তি প্রচুর প্রচার হয়েছে এবং সেই রকম দিনেও গ্রন্থ অনেক বিতরণ হয়েছে। তখন গুরু মহারাজ ভাবছিলেন সব প্রভুপাদের শিষ্যরাই এত কিছু করছেন প্রভুপাদের আবির্ভাব শতবার্ষিকীতে, তো আমারও কিছু করা উচিত। তখন উনি ভাবলেন তাহলে আমি প্রভুপাদের সমস্ত গ্রন্থ অনুবাদ শেষ করব 1996 মধ্যে। তখন হাতে মাত্র 3 বছর সময়। তো 3 বছরের মধ্যে আগের দিকে বেশি দ্রুত গতিতে করতে পারেননি বিভিন্ন জায়গায়, কিন্তু তখন তিনি প্রতিজ্ঞা করলেন আমি বেশিরভাগটাই বাদ ছিল এবং সেটা 95 সালের মধ্যেই প্রায় শেষ করলেন, প্রায় 2.5 বছরের মধ্যে করেছেন। তখন তিনি ভাবলেন যে এটা তো করলাম, তাহলে আমার হাতে কিছু সময় আছে আরও, তাহলে আর কি করা যায়, আর কি প্রভুপাদের সেবা করা যায়। তখন যেমন ক্ষুধা থাকলে খাওয়া ভালো লাগে, সেই রকম যদি সেবা করার মনোভাব থাকে, সেবার সামনে অনেক ঘরে এই সেবা করতে পারি, কিন্তু সেবা করার মনোভাব থাকলে চোখে কোনো সেবায় পড়বে না। তো যেহেতু প্রভুপাদের সেবা করার খুব তীব্র ইচ্ছা ছিল গুরু মহারাজের, তো উনি একটা গ্রন্থ পান, সেটা ছিল এই বৎসে এই শতাব্দীর 100 জন বিখ্যাত ব্যক্তি, এবং তার মধ্যে প্রভুপাদের নাম না থাকায় গুরু মহারাজ খুব দুঃখ পেয়েছিলেন যে প্রভুপাদ হচ্ছেন সর্বশ্রেষ্ঠ ব্যক্তি আর 100 জন লোকের মধ্যে তার নাম নেই। তখন তিনি ভাবলেন এটা স্বাভাবিক, কেননা প্রভুপাদকে পরিচয় করার দায়িত্ব আমাদের, আমরা যদি না করি তো অন্যরা কি পরিচয় করাবে। তাই তিনি ভাবলেন কি করা যায়, তাই তিনি চলচ্চিত্র সেই বিশাল আকারে প্রভুপাদের জীবনী অবলম্বনে অভয়চরণ বানিয়েছেন এবং 104টা এপিসোডে প্রায় 26 ঘন্টার মতো। এটা যারা মায়াপুরে আছেন সেই সময় আপনি জানেন কত, এই কাজটা তো সহজ নয়। তিনি নিজে প্রযোজক, অর্থাৎ টাকা পয়সা কোথা থেকে আনতে হবে। আজকে 1996 সালে তখন গুরু মহারাজ দেখেছিলেন বাজেট 16 কোটি টাকা দরকার, তার কাছে কোনো টাকা ছিল না, আর 16 কোটি টাকার বাজেট নিয়েছেন তখনকার দিনে। পরবর্তী অনেক টাকা লেগেছে পরবর্তীতে, কিন্তু তবুও গুরু মহারাজ সেটি ছাড়েনি, প্রজেক্ট নিয়েছিলেন। ডিরেক্টর অন্যকে নিয়েছিলেন, কিন্তু কিছুদিন পর দেখলেন ও ডিরেক্টর দিদির কোনো কাজ নেই, নিজেকেই ডিরেকশনে দিতে হচ্ছে। কাউকে স্ক্রিপ্ট রাইটিং, কি স্ক্রিপ্ট রাইটিং মানে লেখার জন্য যাকে দায়িত্ব দিয়েছিলেন সেটা আর পছন্দ হলো না গুরু মহারাজের। তিনি আবার লেখাও শুরু করলেন, কি কি ডায়লগ, উক্তি কি কি হবে। যদিও তিনি পেইন্টার কি জানেন রেখেছিলেন, কিন্তু তাদের গুরু মহারাজ পছন্দ হতো না, নিজেই পেইন্ট করতেন, কোথায় কীভাবে কী লাগাতে হবে সেইটুকু সে ছিল না। এই যে লোকেরা আসবে, এই যে সিনেমা আর্টিস্ট এরা থাকবে কোথায় সেটা দেখা, খাবে কোন কিচেনে, সার্ভিস সার্ভ কোন করবে, কেউ কেউ আবার বিভিন্ন প্রকার ডিমান্ড আছে ওদের সে চাহিদাগুলো পূরণ করতে হবে। আবার অমুক জায়গায় শুটিং করতে হবে, সে জায়গায় পারমিশন পাওয়া যাবে কি না যাবে। যেমন একটা বলি যে বৃন্দাবনে দামোদর রাধা দামোদর মন্দিরে ওখানে শুটিং করতেই দেবে না, যে প্রভুপাদের ওখানে ছিলেন ওটা শুটিং করতে দেন, সেটা শুটিং করা নিয়ে কত যে কাঠখড় পোড়াতে হয়েছে। তো এভাবে কত প্রকার মাথা ব্যথা, এটা তো আছে, আর টাকা কোথার থেকে আসবে। এবং এক একটা ভিডিওতে মানে দুপুরে আমরা যখন দেখেছি এই যে জ্যৈষ্ঠ মাসে রোদের মধ্যে আমরা কেউ থাকতে পারছি না, কেউ গুরু মহারাজকে দাঁড়িয়ে থাকতে হচ্ছে সারাদিন, শুধু দিন নয় রাত্রে। যেমন চাঁদ কাজীর বাড়ি যেদিন আক্রমণ হয় সেই সিনটা কতবার যে লেগেছে, রাত 2:30 পর্যন্ত চলেছে, গুরু মহারাজকে থাকতে হয়েছে। আমি অবশ্য শেষের দিকে একটু শুতে গেছিলাম না, তো রাত 2:30 বাজে এই সমাধি মন্দির হয়েছে। তো এই যে ওনার যে জেদ যে ভগবানের সেবা করতে হবে, প্রভুপাদের সেবা করতে হবে, এবং তিনি সফল হয়েছিলেন। এবং ভারতবর্ষে মায়াপুরে অনেক সুযোগ সুবিধা আছে সেটা ঠিক, কিন্তু আমেরিকা ইউরোপ সেখানে যে শুটিং করা, তার প্রভুপাদের প্রতি কতটা বিশ্বাস ছিল যেন এটা হবে। গুরু মহারাজ সে বিষয়ে বলেছেন, অনেকে আমাকে বলেছিলেন আপনি এত কষ্ট করছেন কেন, পরবর্তীতে কেউ না কেউ করবে, ঠিক আছে আপনি বুঝতে পারছেন এটা করবে, কিন্তু পরবর্তী কেউ। তখন গুরু মহারাজের উত্তর ছিল, আমরা যদি না করতে পারি তাহলে পরবর্তীতে করবে কি করে, তাহলে আমরা কেন করতে পারবো না। তো এইরকম গুরু মহারাজের নিষ্ঠা, এই বিষয়ে মুরারি গুপ্তবাবু বলেছিলেন যে তোমার গুরু মহারাজ এইরকম একটা লোক, উনি এত বিশ্বাস যে সমুদ্রের মধ্যে ঝাঁপ দেবে, যেখানে বাবা দাঁড়িয়ে আছেন তো নিয়ে তো আসবেই, সমুদ্রের মধ্যে ঝাঁপ দিতেন। তো যেহেতু আমি প্রভুপাদের জন্য করছি, অতএব প্রভুপাদ অবশ্যই সাহায্য করবেন। স্বগুরুর মহিমা জগতে বিবৃতম, এইভাবে তিনি জগতে, সেটা আরেকটা কারণ ছিল, গুরু মহারাজ নিজেই বলেছেন এই জগতের মঙ্গল হবে শুধু কৃষ্ণ ভাবনার মাধ্যমে, সেটা প্রভুপাদ অনেক বলেছেন। এবং জগতে কৃষ্ণ ভক্তি প্রচার হবে একমাত্র ইস্কনের মাধ্যমে। আমাদের চোখের সামনে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি না ভবিষ্যতে আর কেউ আসি আর একটা অন্য কিছু বানাবে। এখন ইস্কনে কেবল জগতের মঙ্গল করতে পারে। এখন ইস্কনে কি করে জগতের মঙ্গল করবে, যদি প্রভুপাদের মহিমা কীর্তন হয়, অর্থাৎ প্রভুপাদ জগতের মঙ্গল করার একমাত্র পন্থা হচ্ছে প্রভুপাদের মহিমা কীর্তন। তাই অভয়চরণ এই টিভি সিরিয়াল বানানোর মাধ্যমে প্রভুপাদের মহিমা কীর্তন করাই হচ্ছে জগতের সবচেয়ে মঙ্গলকারী কর্ম। এবং আরও একটি কারণ তিনি বলেছিলেন যে অডিও ভিজুয়াল কি বাংলা আছে, যে এই মাধ্যমটা সবচেয়ে জনপ্রিয়। তো কৃষ্ণ ভক্তি যদি প্রচার করি, প্রভুপাদের মহিমা প্রচার করি, তাহলে আমরা এই মাধ্যমটা কেন গ্রহণ করব না। শুধু সেই নয়, শুক শাস্ত্র ফল সানুবাদ কৃতম, শুকশাস্ত্র সুখদেব গোস্বামী যে গ্রন্থ রয়েছেন শ্রীমদ্ ভাগবতম, শুকশাস্ত্র ফল অর্থাৎ সুখদেব গোস্বামী রচিত শ্রীমদ্ ভাগবতম, তিনি অনেক গ্রন্থ অনুবাদ করেছেন এই প্রভুপাদের, কিন্তু বিশেষ করে শ্রীমদ্ ভাগবতম। অনেকে বলতে পারতো হ্যাঁ অনুবাদ তো অনেকেই করে, হ্যাঁ অনেক অনুবাদ করেন, কিন্তু আমি তাদেরকে বলবো বাঙালিতে জিজ্ঞাসা করে দেখুন ভক্তিচারী স্বামী গুরু মহারাজ যে অনুবাদ করেছেন সেই অনুবাদটা অন্য ভাষার অনুবাদের মধ্যে পার্থক্য আছে কি না। এটার বাংলা ভাষায় যে অনুবাদটা হয়েছে এটা খুবই শ্রুতিময়, খুবই সরল। প্রভুপাদের মনোভাবটা কী সেটা বুঝতে কারো অসুবিধা হয়নি। প্রভুপাদ বারবার বলেছেন যে অনুবাদকরা অনুবাদ করেন, কিন্তু আগে বোঝার চেষ্টা করেন না লেখক কী লিখতে চাচ্ছেন। আগে বুঝতে হবে লেখক কী লিখতে চাচ্ছেন, তারপর অনুবাদ করতে হবে। সে বিষয়ে রাশিয়ার প্রেসিডেন্ট গর্বাচেভ বলেছিলেন, অনুবাদক হচ্ছেন মা, বাবার বীর্য ধারণ করে মা সেটি শরীরের মধ্যে সন্তান রূপে প্রদান করেন। তো গুরু মহারাজ এই অনুবাদে তিনি পারদর্শিতা দেখিয়েছেন, সেজন্য তার প্রণাম মন্ত্রেও কি আছে, সুপ্রণেতা। তিনি বৈদিক শাস্ত্র রচনায় অত্যন্ত দক্ষ ছিলেন। প্রণাম আমি ভক্তি চারু স্বামী, সেই ভক্তি চারু স্বামী মহারাজের আমি চরণ বন্দন করি। নৃপভর্তি হরের নগরে বসিতম, জয় মাদন মোহন বাসকৃতম, সততম নিতরাম হরিকার্যরতম, প্রণামামি ভক্তি চারু স্বামী। নৃপভর্তি হরের নগরে বসিতম, উজ্জয়িনী শহরে এক রাজা ছিলেন, তার নাম হচ্ছে ভর্তৃহরি রাজা। তো এখানে বলছে নৃপভর্তৃহরি নগরে, অর্থাৎ উজ্জয়িনী নগরীতে বসিতম, জয় মাদন মোহন বাসকৃতম, সেই উজ্জয়িন শহরে তিনি মদন মোহনের জন্য একটি অদ্ভুত মন্দির রচনা করেছেন। এবং সে মন্দির রচনা আপনারা তো এখানে অনেকে জানেন না, কারণ সেই সময় ছিলেন না। আমার সৌভাগ্য হয়েছিল প্রথম দিন থেকে গুরু মহারাজের সঙ্গে সেই সেবায় ভাগ নেওয়ার জন্য। সে বিষয়ে গুরু মহারাজ এটা মন্দিরটা বানিয়েছেন মাত্র 9 মাস 20 দিনে। 9 মাস 20 দিনে মার্বেলের মন্দির বানানো এটা অসম্ভব কাজ। তো গুরু মহারাজকে অনেকে বলেছিলেন, মহারাজ এত সংক্ষিপ্ত সময় কী করে করলেন? সে বিষয়ে গুরু মহারাজ উত্তর ছিল, আমি তো 9 মাসে একটা মন্দির বানিয়েছি, প্রভুপাদ 12 বছরে 108টা মন্দির বানিয়েছেন। তো এটা এমন কি বিশেষ কৃতিত্বের। এভাবে তিনি নিজের কোনো কৃতিত্ব নিতে চাইতেন না। কিন্তু আমরা দেখেছি ওই সময় আমি গুরু মহারাজকে সাহায্য করতাম ঠিকই, কিন্তু আমি জানতাম না কি হচ্ছে কি না হচ্ছে। কেন আমি মানে কি বলে এত গাধা ছিলাম যে গুরু মহারাজ আমাকে সঙ্গে একটু শেয়ার করবে যে এটা করলে কী হয়, ওটা করলে কী হয়। গুরু মহারাজ জানতেন এর সঙ্গে কথা বলে সময় নষ্ট, সব নিজে নিজে করতেন, এটা করো ওটা কর ভাই এইটুকু। তো এখন বুঝতে পারি যে কত কঠিন কাজ ছিল সে। আমরা এটা হঠাৎ করে প্ল্যান ছিল, বাংলাদেশ থেকে 70 জন ভক্ত এসেছিলেন গুরু মহারাজ মায়াপুরে সেমিনার দেবেন জন্য। আর হঠাৎ করে গুরু মহারাজের উজ্জয়িনীর প্রজেক্ট এসে গেছে। তো গুরু মহারাজ বাংলাদেশের ভক্তদের বলছে, তোমরা আর মায়াপুর ঢুকতে হবে না, কলকাতা থেকে উজ্জয়িন চলে যাও, সেমিনার আমি ওখানে দেবো। ওখানে কোথায় থাকবে, মন্দির টন্দির কিছু নাই। মায়াপুর অথরিটিকে বললেন 10 জন ভক্ত দাও। এখান থেকে গুরু মহারাজ 10 জন ভক্ত বেছে বেছে নিলেন ওখানে মন্দির। আর আমি কলকাতা থেকে ওদিক গেলাম। আমরা রাত 1টার সময় পৌঁছে মন্দির বানিয়ে একটা গুরু মহারাজ একটা হল রুম ভাড়া করেছিলেন, 20,000 টাকা করে মাস। হল মানে কমিউনিটি হল। তো 1টা থেকে 4টে পর্যন্ত 3 ঘন্টার মধ্যে মন্দির বানানো হয়ে গেল। আর 4:30টার মধ্যে মঙ্গল আরতি, আর গুরু মহারাজ মঙ্গল আরতিতে উপস্থিত। তো মন্দির সব কিছু আমরা সাথে করে নিয়ে গেছি, নিয়ে যেয়ে 3 ঘন্টার মধ্যে মন্দির বানিয়ে দিয়ে, আর তারপরে সেটা প্রতিদিন নগর সংকীর্তন গুরু মহারাজের সাথে থাকতেন। আর এর মধ্যে কী হয়েছে আমরা কিছু জানি না। উমা ভারতী যিনি মন্দির করার জন্য তিনি রিজাইন করেছেন, আর জমি পাওয়া যাবে না। তো গুরু মহারাজ কী করবেন? পরে গুরু মহারাজের কাছে শুনেছি যে তার মনে কী ভাবনা হয়েছিল। আবার সবাইকে আবার কি করে মায়াপুরে নিয়ে আসা লজ্জাজনক ব্যাপার, কি করবেন। এবং সেখানে আবার একটা জমি নিয়ে এই 9 মাস 20 দিনে, আর 9 মাস 20 দিনে আমি পুরো কাহিনী বলছি না। একদিন দেখলাম 1 ট্রাক মাটির পাত্র এসছে, আমাকে বলছে ছেলেদেরকে নিয়ে যাও, বলে নামাও। নামালাম, 4000 মাটির পাত্র, 4000 মাটির পাত্র। আর কি করবে, আর পর 2 ট্রাক গোবর কোথার থেকে আসলো, মাটি আসলো, বলে গেলো ভরাও, মিক্স করে ভরাও। ভরালাম। তারও কিছুদিন পরে মায়াপুর থেকে কিছু ডালিয়ার চারা চলে গেল, আমরা লাগালাম। তারপরে জল লাগছে, হ্যাঁ 2.5-3 মাস। এখন এদিকে মন্দিরের কাজ ওদিক হচ্ছে। 10 তারিখে মন্দির উদ্বোধন, 9 তারিখ পর্যন্ত কিছু নাই সামনে। আর সমস্ত জিবিসি সবাইকে নিমন্ত্রণ করা হচ্ছে, রানী মুখার্জি সবাইকে নিমন্ত্রণ, 1000 লোক, 25টা হোটেল বুক। কারণ আমাদের মন্দির নেই, থাকবে কথা, 25টা হোটেল বুক আছে। আর একদিন পরে মন্দির উদ্বোধন হবে, মন্দির কমপ্লিট হয়নি, আর রাস্তাঘাট তো কিছুই নেই। তো কোথার থেকে লেবার নিয়ে এসে ওই 4000 যে টব বানানো হলো, এ সব একদিনের মধ্যে 4000 টব লাগিয়ে দেওয়া হলো। আর কি সুন্দর গার্ডেন দেখা যাচ্ছে একদিনের মধ্যেই। সেই জায়গা যেখানে যেতে চাইতো না সেখানে একদিনের মধ্যে, কারণ 2.5 মাসে ডালিয়া খুব বড় হয়ে গেছে, টবে ফুল ধরেনি তখনও। রাস্তা কি হবে তখন, মধ্যপ্রদেশে পাথরের টুকরা, কালো পাথরের চুরি বলে, ওটা পাওয়া যায়। ট্রাকে ট্রাকে নিয়ে এসে বিছে দিয়ে রাস্তা হয়ে গেল। তারপরে কার্পেট দিয়ে দিল। একদিনের মধ্যে দেখে এত সুন্দর, মানে এত সুন্দর একটা মন্দির। এবং যেদিন উদ্বোধন সেখানে জল পর্যন্ত ছিল না মন্দিরে, সেই অবস্থায় উদ্বোধন। তো গুরু মহারাজ, না আমি সবাইকে নিমন্ত্রণ করেছি, নিত্যানন্দ ত্রয়োদশীতে হবে। তো এইরকম গুরু মহারাজের ভগবানের সেবায় তার এইরকম নিষ্ঠা, এবং প্রভুপাদ তাকে সেবা সাহায্য করেছেন। সততম নিতরাম হরি কার্যরতম, সততম সবসময়, নিতরাম সম্পূর্ণরূপে, হরি কার্যকৃতম সবসময় ভগবানের সেবা সম্পূর্ণরূপে। যেটা বলছিলাম, গুরুমহারাজের কোনো আধা করো না, না করতে পারলে ছেড়ে দাও। আর এরকম কাজ করতে গেলে অনেক ঝামেলা পোহাতে হয়। কিছু কিছু দেখে আমাদের ভয় লাগতো, আমি তো গুরু মহারাজ ভয় পান না কেন, আমাদের গুরু মহারাজের সম্বন্ধে হচ্ছে সেটা থেকে আমাদের হার্টবিট বেড়ে যাচ্ছে। গুরু মহারাজ ভয় পায় না। গুরু মহারাজ বললো আমি তো কৃষ্ণের জন্য করছি। গুরু মহারাজ, আমার ভয় কিসের, আমি কৃষ্ণের জন্য করছি, যদি না হয় না হবে, তো কৃষ্ণ চায় না। তো এইরকম কৃষ্ণের প্রতি এইরকম শরণাগত ছিলেন যে কৃষ্ণের জন্য কোনো করতে তিনি বাধা নেন, যদি না হয় কৃষ্ণ চান না। এইরকম যিনি ভক্তিচারু স্বামী গুরু মহারাজ, যিনি কৃষ্ণের প্রতি সম্পূর্ণ শরণাগত, প্রণাম আমি ভক্তিচারু স্বামী পরম, আমি তার শ্রীচরণে আমার সশ্রদ্ধ ধন্যবাদ প্রণতি নিবেদন করি। প্রভুপাদ সুতম মধুভাবযুতম মধুর ক্রিয়া মধুমাধবদম তব চারুচরম হৃদশীতকরম প্রণমামি ভক্তিচারু স্বামী বরম। প্রভুপাদ সুত, তিনি প্রভুপাদের সন্তান। মানে কি, আজকে শিশুমাদ লোকনাথ স্বামী গুরু মহারাজ বলছিলেন গুরু মহারাজ সম্বন্ধে অনেক প্রকার উনি উপায় দিয়েছেন, প্রভুপাদ ম্যান, প্রভুপাদ সন্তান, অনেক প্রকার। তো প্রভুপাদ সুতম, তিনি প্রভুপাদের সন্তান। হ্যাঁ, মহারাজেরা সবসময় হি ওয়াজ প্রভুপাদ ম্যান। সবাই প্রভুপাদের শিষ্যরা প্রভুপাদ ম্যান, সে বিষয়ে কোনো সন্দেহ নেই। মধু ভাবযুতম, মধু ভাবযুতম, গুরু মহারাজ সব কিছুই খুব মধুর। সেই জন্য উনি সবসময় একটা গান গাইতেন, কোনটা, মধুরম। যেমন কৃষ্ণের সব কিছু মধুর, কৃষ্ণ ভক্তদের সব কিছু মধুর। গুরু মহারাজের হাঁটাটা কীরকম মধুর, হাঁটাটা মধুর, খাওয়াটা মধুর। যারা রান্না করে তারা বুঝতে পারে, তারা গুরু মহারাজের সবাই রান্না করতে চায়। হ্যাঁ, যারা রাঁধুনিরা সবাই গুরু মহারাজের রান্না করতে চায়। তার গান গাওয়া জগতে ফেমাস। শিশুমত রাধানাথ স্বামী গুরু মহারাজের একজন শিষ্য ডেন্টিস্ট আছেন বোম্বেতে। উনি গুরু মহারাজকে বলতেন, মহারাজ আমি আমার চেম্বারে সবসময় আপনার গান চালাই, কেন দাঁতের রোগীদের খুব ব্যথা হয় তো, ওরা সহ্য করতে পারে না, তো আপনার গান শুনে ওরা ভুলে যায় দাঁতের ব্যথা। তো হ্যাঁ, এইরকম সাউথ আফ্রিকা একজন ভক্ত আছেন, মহারাজ আপনার সবে তো মধুর, কিন্তু হাসিটা এত মধুর, মানুষ তো মুখ থেকে আসে, আপনি শরীর থেকে হাসেন, পুরো শরীর কাঁপে আপনি যখন হাসেন। তো গুরু মহারাজের সবই মধুর। এই জন্য যে যত আমরা ভক্তির শুদ্ধতায় আসব, তত এই জিনিসগুলি লক্ষিত হবে। একটা জিনিস আমি দেখেছি, গুরু মহারাজ কোনোদিন কৃত্রিমভাবে কিছু করতেন না। হৃদয়ে যদি না নাচে উনি নাচতেন না। তো উনি নাচছেন মানে ওনার হৃদয় নাচছে, আর আমরা নাচছি মানে আমাদেরকে কেউ দেখছে। কিন্তু গুরু মহারাজ কিন্তু হৃদয়ে না নাচলে কোনো কাউকে দেখানোর জন্য কিছু করতেন না। প্রভুপাদ সুতম মধুভাবযুতম মধুরয়া মধুর ক্রিয়া, তার সমস্ত কার্যক্রম মধুর ছিল। এমনকি গুরু মহারাজ যদি কাউকে যদি বকা দিতেন, সেটা জীবনে কোনোদিন ভুলবেন না। তো সবই মধুর, তার বকা খাওয়াটাও মধুর, কেন যিনি বকা খেয়েছেন তিনি জানেন। ওই বকা খাওয়ার পরে গুরু মহারাজ কত ভালোবাসবেন, গলাও লাগাবেন। যিনি বকা খায়নি তার দ্বারা এটা পাবে না। গুরু মহারাজ কয়জনকে গলা লাগিয়েছেন, কিন্তু যাকে বকা দিয়েছেন সে তো গলা পাবে, নাহলে গলার মালাটা পাবে। তো ওনার সব কর্ম এরম মধুর, মধুর ক্রিয়া মধু মাধবদম। ইনি যে মধু মাধব, যে মাধব, কেন তিনি এত মধুর? কেন মাধব হচ্ছেন কৃষ্ণ, অধরং মধুরং, যেহেতু কৃষ্ণ হচ্ছেন সবচেয়ে মধুর, এবং তিনি সেই মধুর কৃষ্ণকে সবাইকে দান করছেন, সেই জন্য ভক্তিচারু স্বামী গুরু মহারাজ হচ্ছেন মধুর ব্যক্তি। মাধবদম চারু মধু মাধবদম তব চারু চরণ হৃদয় শীতকরম। তব চারু চরণ, গুরু মহারাজ তো চারু, ভক্তি চারু, কিন্তু চরণটা আরও চারু। চারু মানে সুন্দর। যারা গুরু মহারাজের একজন বলছিলেন যে আমাদের শরীরে দেখলে এটা ফাটা একটা দাগ একটা, কিন্তু গুরু মহারাজের শরীরে এমন কোনো জায়গা ছিল না যেখানে একটা সামান্য কোনো দাগ আছে, এমনকি পায়ের তলাতেও পর্যন্ত যে অনেকের ফাটা বা সেই জন্য ওনার চরণে জল ফেলে একটু পান করি। তো ওনার শরীরটা এত সুন্দর ছিল। তার চরণ যারা পদ সম্মান করছেন তারা জানেন, তারা একবারে পদ্ম ফুলের মতো লাল টকটক করে। চারু তব চারু চরম হৃদয় শীতকরম, আপনার চরণ কমলে যিনি শরণ নিয়েছেন তাদের হৃদয় শীতল করে। যেমন গুরু মহারাজ বলতেন, যারা ইস্কনে যোগদান করেছে তাদের দেখার দায়িত্ব হচ্ছে আমাদের। কেন? কেননা যখন কৃষ্ণের কাছে কেউ শরণাগত হয় তখন কৃষ্ণ দায়িত্ব নেই। এখন যখন ইস্কনের কাছে কেউ শরণাগত হয়েছে তাহলে তাকে দেখবে কে? কৃষ্ণের প্রতিনিধি হয়ে ইস্কনের ভক্তদের দেখা উচিত। যেমন উজ্জয়ন মন্দিরে কিছু ব্রহ্মচারীর সমস্যা হচ্ছিল যে বাবা মাকে টাকা দিতে হবে। গুরু বলছেন ঠিক আছে, তার জন্য বাবা মাকে টাকা দিতে হবে, সেই জন্য তোমাকে ব্রহ্মচারী আশ্রম ত্যাগ করতে হবে না, বরং তোমার বাবার অ্যাকাউন্ট নম্বর দিয়ে আমি টাকা পাঠাচ্ছি, তুমি ব্রহ্মচারী থাকো, তোমার বাবার যা যা আমি দেখব। তো এমন নয় যে সামান্য টাকা ইনকাম করার জন্য তোমাকে মায়ের জগতে প্রবেশ করতে হবে। তো এভাবে তিনি তার চরণে যিনি একবার স্মরণ নিয়েছেন তার সব কিছু না, গুরু মহারাজ যখন দায়িত্ব নিয়েছেন আর কোনো চিন্তা নেই। প্রণাম আমি ভক্তিচারু স্বামী পরম, সেই ভক্তিচারু স্বামী গুরু মহারাজের চরণ কমলে বন্দনা করি। জননম চলনম গুরুদাস্যকরম, শরণম চরণম বলিকর্ম পরম, গতি কৃষ্ণময় সকল মধুরম, প্রণমামি ভক্তিচারু স্বামী পরম। জন্ম চলনম, যার জন্ম, যার কার্যক্রম, গুরুদাস্যকরম, যার জন্ম, যার চলনম কার্যক্রম, গুরুদাস্যকৃতম, গুরুদেবের সেবা, শরণম, যেভাবে তিনি প্রভুপাদের শরণাগত হয়েছেন, চরণম, যেভাবে প্রভুপাদের আদেশ পালন করেছেন, বলিকর্ম পরম, যেভাবে তিনি প্রভুপাদের চরণে নিজকে আত্মসমর্পণ করেছেন, গতিকৃষ্ণময়ম, যেভাবে তিনি তার সমস্ত কর্ম কৃষ্ণ কেন্দ্রিত করে করেছিলেন, সকলম মধুরম, এরকম শিশুমৎ ভক্তিচারী স্বামী গুরু মহারাজের সব কিছুই মধুর। সেই ভক্তিচারু স্বামী বরম, প্রণামামি ভক্তিচারু স্বামী বরম, সেই ভক্তিচারু স্বামী গুরু মহারাজের চরণ আমি বন্দনা করি। কৃপণোস্মি তথাপি অকরৎ সদয়াম, কৃপয়া প্রভু দেহি তু দাস্য বরম, তব দাস্য বর ভবরোগ হরম, প্রণমামি মুহুর তব পাদ রজম। কৃপণোস্মি তথাপি অকর সদয়াম, আমি অত্যন্ত কৃপণ, আমি অত্যন্ত পতিত। কৃপণোস্মি, যদিও আমি অত্যন্ত পতিত, অকর সদয়াম, তবু আপনি আমার প্রতি দয়া করেছেন। সেটা যে যেমন আমি কোনো কাজের লোক নই, যদি কোনো মৃদঙ্গ বাজানোর লোক থাকে তাহলে আমার ওখানে নাম আসবে না, যদি ইংলিশে কোনো কাজ করে সেখানে আমার নাম আসবে না, যদি গুরু মাঝে মাসাজ করতে হয় সেখানেও নাম আসবে না, যদি রান্না করতে হয় সেখানেও নাম আসবে না, যদি গাড়ি ড্রাইভ করতে হয় সেখানেও আসবে না। তো আমি কোনো যদি কেউ না থাকে, কেউ যখন নাই 3 লাখ, তো আমার মতো একটা লোক তাকেও তিনি এইরকম কৃপা করেছেন। কৃপণোস্মি তথাপি অকর সদয়াম, কৃপয়া প্রভু দেহি তু দাস্যবরম, হে গুরু মহারাজ, কৃপা করে আপনি আমাকে আপনার দাসরূপে স্বীকার করুন, তবু দাস্যবর ভব রোগহরম, আপনার দাসত্ব লাভ করিলে আমি এই ভবজগতের রোগ থেকে মুক্ত হতে পারবো। প্রণাম আমি মুহুর তব পাদযুগম, আমি মুহুর্মুহু বারবার, শতবার, হাজারবার, অনন্তবার আপনার সেই চরণ যুগল বন্দনা করি। তো একটা প্রথম স্ট্যান্ডাটা আমরা একটু গাই, তাহলে আপনারা পরবর্তীতে চেষ্টা করলে, এটা গুরু মহারাজ এই সুরে অনেক গান আছে। 1 নম্বরটা, প্রভু গৌরভৃতম শুভবঙ্গসুতম চরমে পঠিতম শরণং বিগীতম, অমৃতম রসিতম প্রভুপাদবৃতম, প্রণমামি ভক্তিচারু স্বামী বরম। नमामि भक्ति चारु स्वामी वरं प्रणमामि भक्ति चारु स्वामी वरं हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
जय भक्ति चारु स्वामी गुरुदेवा भक्ति चारु स्वामी गुरुदेवा
भक्ति चारु स्वामी गुरुदेवा भक्ति चारु स्वामी गुरुदेवा
जय जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद
प्रभुपाद
जय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल
जय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल
श्री श्रीमद् भक्ति चारु स्वामी श्री गुरु महाराज की जय विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजक आचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्रीमद् अभय चरणारविंद भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी शिल प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि गौर भक्तवृंद की समवेत गौर भक्तवृंद की गौर प्रेमानंद हरे कृष्ण।
His Holiness Srila Bhakti Prem Swami Maharaj ki. So Maharaj is the epitome of humility and simplicity. Maharaj অত্যন্ত সরলতা এবং দৈন্যতার প্রতিমূর্তি, হ্যাঁ কি না? এবং বৃক্ষ তোমার নাম কি ফলে না পরিচয়। You can understand a tree by his fruit, and Maharaj is the fruit of his spiritual master's blessing. So we are going to hear him again tomorrow, 8 a.m. service in separation. Maharaj will be speaking. কালকে সকালে আবার মহারাজ 8টার সময় হরিকথা আমাদেরকে সবাইকে শোনাবেন, বিরহের মাধ্যমে কিভাবে আমাদের সেবা করব আমরা। And one very beautiful thing that Maharaj said, that this is the responsibility of all of us who are the followers and the disciples of Guru Maharaj, that we need to be very ideal, as Guru Maharaj wanted all of us to do. If the devotee is, or the Guru is saying something, if you're not fulfilling, Maharaj used a very, what do you call, amazing word, which is, he's a dead disciple if he is not hearing and following the instruction. And Maharaj rightly said that Guru Maharaj was a perfectionist. Everything, his cooking, his pravachan, his singing, his phone calls, and his deity worship, his Prabhupada deities, and then the parampara deities, the dresses of the deities, everything is perfect. One time when 13th August program was about to happen, and Maharaj wanted to have our GBC in Calcutta, so he wanted a big program to be offered to Srila Prabhupada 50th anniversary of going to US, and he said that let's book Netaji Indoor Stadium. And we said, the Guru Maharaj, it is 32,000 people, where they will come? Then they said, don't worry, Krishna will send them. And then, it happened. It happened with 32,000 people. And we used to tell that Prabhupada had a problem. Prabhupada used to say, I have a problem. Now, what is that problem? I cannot think small. And then I used to say, Guru Maharaj, you have inherited that problem. You cannot think small. You need everything to be very big. So, and he did that, I'm just remembering when Maharaj was glorifying, he is such a person who showed us, don't be happy with small things. We need to do something big for Prabhupada. So I think we are all ready for. Okay, so now we have among us Bhakti Prabhat Swami Maharaj. 1960 in Belgium, Europe, he joined ISKCON. 1992 to 1996, he was a Namhatta preacher. And then he's a very, close and dedicated disciple of Guru Maharaj. His first, second, and sannyas, initiation given by Guru Maharaj. The same thing is applicable for Bhakti Prem Swami Maharaj as well. So let us welcome and let us hear from His Holiness Bhakti Prabhat Swami Maharaj.
Section militam yena tasmai Sri Gurave Section militam yena tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Tinamni. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paskachai Dasatarane. It is now since more than 1 year that we are feeling strong separation of His Holiness Srila Bhakti Swami Maharaj. That I remember that my Guru Maharaj, His Holiness Bhakti Swami, he always felt or expressed great feelings of separations from Srila Prabhupada. It could have been in 2012 or 2014 in his Vyacha Puja offering to Srila Prabhupada. Bhakti Maharaj writes that I've now done everything what you asked me to do. Please let me return to you. These are strong feelings of separation that, of course, for us, feelings of separation of the spiritual master, that they are of a spiritual quality. Because who is the spiritual master? Is the representative of Krishna. Therefore, there is a certain parallel, at least on the level of spiritual quality, between feelings of separation of the spiritual master and the feelings of separation of Krishna. Of course, Lord Chaitanya speaks about serving in separation, especially the 7th verse of the Sikshastikam. Yugaitam nemeshena seksisapa visaitam sunyaitam jyat sarvam Govinda vyarename. O Govinda, feeling your separation, I am considering a moment to be like 12 years or more. Tears are flowing from my eyes like torrents of rain, and I'm feeling vacant in the world in your absence. So, serving in separation results in more intense love than serving in union. Srila Prabhupada also stresses that Vani is more important than Vapu. The spiritual master is present within his instructions. Srila Prabhupada said many times that we can associate him via his books. If we go to Krishna's pastimes, there in the 10th canto of the pastimes of the wives of the Brahmins who are bringing food to Krishna and Balaram, that there on chapter 23, verse 32, Lord Krishna addresses the Brahmins' wives and he says, "For you to remain in my bodily association would certainly not please people in this world, nor would it be the best way to increase your love for me. Rather, you should fix your minds on me, and very soon you will achieve me." So then, in text 33, the next verse, it says, "It is by hearing about me, seeing my deity form, meditating upon me, and chanting my names and my glories that you develop love for me, not by physical proximity. Therefore, please go back home to your homes." So, being in physical proximity does not produce intense loving feelings, but serving in separation does. Feelings of separation of the spiritual master makes one to remember the instructions of the spiritual master, and serving in separation is like a spiritual connection, a bridge connecting us with the spiritual master. The spiritual master is a representative of Krishna. So feeling separation from the spiritual master reflects separation from Krishna. So there are other instructions of Lord Krishna on serving in separation, especially in chapter 47 of the 10th canto, where Uddhav is delivering Krishna's message to the gopis. There in text 29, he says, "The Supreme Lord said, 'You are never actually separated from me, for I'm the soul of all creation, just as the elements of nature, either air, fire, water, and earth, are present in every created thing. So I'm always within everyone's mind, life, air, and senses, and also within the physical elements. and the modes of material nature. So Krishna is saying, I'm everywhere, so how can you be separated from me? He said the same thing to the gopis when they arrived for the rasa dance. Why did you come? When you think of me, I'm with you. But then in verse 34, Lord Krishna gives another reason for cultivating the feelings of separation. So this is from Krishna's letter to the gopis, which Uddhav is delivering. He says, but the actual reason why the beloved object of your sight have stayed away from you is that I wanted to intensify your meditation upon me, and thus draw your minds closer to me. When our lover is far away, a woman thinks of him more than he is present before her. So remembrance of Guru Maharaj and his instructions through the intense cultivation of feelings of separation. Of course, in our commentators on this teachings of Lord Krishna in his letter to the gopis, they comment about the aprakat and prakat lila of the Lord, especially Jiva Goswami, that Uddhava is arriving in Vrindavan and he sees the aprakat lila, which is very blissful. Aprakat lila is a lila where Krishna never again leaves Vrindavan. So he sees a blissful Vrindavan, but then later he meets Nanda Maharaj, Mother Yasoda. So he comes to the Prakat Lila, observing the separation of Lord Krishna by Mother Yasoda, by Nanda Maharaj, but their experience is not material suffering, but it's an experience of higher spiritual bliss. Intense feelings of separation are the way to enter the aprakat lila of the Lord. And this is what Lord Chaitanya came to offer us. That similarly, feelings of separation of the spirit in the spiritual world, they are of the same quality as feeling separation from the spiritual master who is representative of Krishna. So these feelings of separation form a platform where we can enter the aprakat lila, the unmanifested lila of the Lord. Similarly, these feelings of separations are a bridge between us and the spiritual master. It brings us in contact with the spiritual master just by remembering intensely his instructions in separation. And our acharyas, they express that also in many songs. Of course, the Goswami Srila Prabhupada never says, now I found Krishna. No, they called out, where is Krishna? That, like the song of separation from Narottam Das Thakur, that he who brought the treasure of divine love and who was filled with compassion and mercy, where is such a personality as Srinivasacharya gone? Where are my Svarup Damodar and Rupa Goswami? Where is Sanatan? Where is Raghunadas, the savior of the fallen? Where are my Raghunath Bhatta and Gopal Bhatta? Where is Krishna Das, Kaviraj? Where did Lord Gauranga, the great dancer, suddenly go? I will smash my head against the rock and enter into the fire. Where will I find Lord Gauranga, the reservoir of all wonderful qualities? So these are the feelings of separation expressed by acharyas like Narodam Das, Thakur. So we can mitigate that separation by serving the instructions of the spiritual master with devotion. The symptoms of one who does this is that he always glorifies the spiritual master, broadcasts his teachings, seeing the mercy of the spiritual master in everything, as Srila Prabhupada many times expressed. Srila Bhakti-Charu Maharaj, but what were the symptoms of his feeling of separation? He turned his Vyatsa Puja festival in his Srila Prabhupada Memorial Festival, the organization of the whole Abhay Charan series. Finally, Srila Prabhupada said many times, your love for me is shown by which you cooperate with each other to follow my instruction. So love for the spiritual master is love for Krishna's representative, which results in love for Krishna. The feeling of separation, this feeling of separation is our friend. And it will bring us back to the lotus feet of Krishna. So the feelings of separation of our Guru Maharaj is our good fortune. Thank you very much. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
আজকেই তো যারা বাংলায় অনুবাদ চাইছেন আমি অনুরোধ করব আমাদের প্রভুকে আরেকবার বাংলায় যেখানে অনুবাদ করা হচ্ছে সেই লিঙ্কটা একবার দেখিয়ে দিতে ইউ ক্যান শো দ্য where they can প্রভু where they can see and hear এখানে এই লিঙ্কে আপনি গেলে যা যা এখানে অনুষ্ঠান করা হচ্ছে ইংরেজি ভাষায় সেটাকে বাংলায় ওখানে অনুবাদ করা হচ্ছে So now we will have homage by one very special disciple of Srila Prabhupada, His Grace Yaduvar Prabhu. Yaduvar Prabhu in 1970 came in contact with Srila Prabhupada in Surat in India, where he was studying philosophy. He was appointed to take photographs of Srila Prabhupada, and then in 1971 he was awarded Vaishnava initiation by Srila Prabhupada. So Maharaj and Guru Maharaj and Yaduvar Prabhu was very good friends. Guru Maharaj is such a person that he has so many friends. So Prabhu will be giving small offering for Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words on the holy disappearance day of His Holiness Bhakti Churu Swami, on the first anniversary of his disappearance. But I'd like to highlight a few of the qualities that I personally witnessed in Maharaj, his Vaishnava qualities. And one was that he was very grateful, even for the smallest effort, to please Srila Prabhupada or engage in service. I remember in 1977, Maharaj was serving Srila Prabhupada in Prabhupada's last days in Vrindavan. And I noticed that he didn't have a watch. And that was actually very important to be on time for Srila Prabhupada's service. We all know that. So I had a secret watch at the time, and I gave that to Maharaj. And over the years that I knew him, he never forgot that small gift. He was always very grateful. Another quality that struck me in Maharaj was that he was very friendly. Several times during the Mayapur festival over the years, when I would arrive and show up at Mangalarti, Maharaj would come out of the group of devotees, walk over to me and embrace me. And that was just such a warm, friendly gesture on his part. So he was, and we all know that. We've experienced that warm friendship with Maharaj. Another quality that struck me actually very deeply was that he was very renounced. In Los Angeles in 1999, Maharaj asked me to come to London to be the cinematographer for his Abhay Charan video series on the life of Srila Prabhupada. So Srila Prabhupada always asked me to encourage those who are trying to make films. So I happily agreed. And the first few days of shooting in London, of course, I had my opinions on how to make movies. I've been making since 1973 with Vishaka Devi. So I was quite opinionated. So I would make suggestions to Maharaj about this angle or that scene or whatever. And after, I think it was on the third day, Maharaj just said, you know so much, why don't you just direct the film? So he was the director, and as anybody knows, the director is the head person on any film. And I was quite struck by that. He just renounced that position, and he didn't do it out of he just did it because he wanted the best for Srila Prabhupada. So another wonderful quality that we've all experienced is he was very gracious. Many times in Mayapur, we had the opportunity to take prasadam with Maharaj in his room. And the mood that he had, he was always very happy to do that. He would always be directing the serving. He wouldn't sit down until everyone had taken. And he was satisfied that everybody was satisfied. So that's another wonderful quality that we've all seen in Maharaj. And of course his emphasis on Vaishnava etiquette. This was prominent in his mood. So thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words about Maharaj. All glories to His Holiness Bhakti Swami. All glories to Srila.
So today we have last speaker for today's evening is His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj. Maharaj joined ISKCON in 1973 when he was studying in Auckland, the philosophy, and then his first initiation name was Raghubir Das, but then he got, sannyas. He's Bhakti Chaitanya Swami, he's a GBC chairman now, he's a spiritual master, traveling throughout the world, and a very, very close, friend and godbrother of Guru Maharaj. So he will be giving his homage, and after that we will have Guru Puja of Guru Maharaj. So be with us. And then after that there is Prashad. Maharaj is reminding me. For those who are offline and for online also, you are also with us. You are here only, and please be with us. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, devotees. I've been requested to say some words about samadhis in the context, of course, of the passing of His Holiness Bhakti Churu Swami Maharaj, who is so extremely dear to all of us. We know the situation only too well, how Maharaj left this world last year. What a loss. But at the same time, Maharaj is present. He's present with us all in the form of his instructions, in the form of remembrance of him, in the form of his projects, which he cannot be separated from. So anyway, let us talk about samadhis in the broad sense. there are different types of samadhis. Those of you who have been to the garden of the 64 samadhis in Vrindavan town, just not far at all from the old Govindaji temple on that side of Vrindavan town, then you would have seen different types of samadhis. Of course, very famous, perhaps the most famous type, is a full body samadhi. Srila Prabhupada's body is interred in Vrindavan, just in front of the Krishna Balaram temple. And then a second type of samadhi is a pushpa samadhi, basically literally meaning some flowers that the great devotee was wearing, maybe in the form of a garland, when they left this world. So we all know, of course, Prabhupada's Pushpa Samadhi is in Sridham Mayapur. But in that garden of the 64 samadhis in Vrindavan, there's a number. There's some full body samadhis, there's a number of Pushpa samadhis, but there are other types of samadhis. Right at the entranceway, if one is familiar with it, is a Nam Samadhi, of Lord Chaitanya. And right next to it is a Nam Samadhi of Lord Nityananda, just their names on a type of a plaque or some type of memorial structure. So a Nam Samadhi is another form of samadhi, and one gets those because transcendental personalities and their names are not different from each other. Then there's a Smriti Samadhi, a samadhi of remembrance, often connected with Nam Samadhi, even in Katwa, in West Bengal, at the place where Lord Chaitanya took sannyas, there's a samadhi of one of Lord Chaitanya's hairs from his sannyas ceremony. In Vrindavan, not so far from the Vamsi Gopal temple where Srila Prabhupada stayed for some time, there is the Gadadhar Dant Samadhi. One of Gadadhar from the Panchatattva, one of his teeth, Dant, is in Samadhi there. These are different types of samadhis. And here and there you see these different types of samadhis, as I said, in that garden not far from the Govindaji temple. You get all these different types of samadhis. It's really quite an amazing place. So we understand that these great transcendental personalities, they're present in their samadhis of whatever type, particularly their full body samadhis, but whatever type of samadhi, because such a great transcendental person, their body is considered to be spiritual. Therefore, because the body of a transcendental personality is spiritual, therefore it's not burnt, it's not cremated when the devotee leaves the body. So transcendental, spiritualized means there's still a type of presence of that transcendental personality there. It's really something very amazing. Just ordinary people, according to Vedic tradition and many traditions around the world, their bodies are cremated. Particularly, we understand that for a materialistic person who's very attached to their material body and identifying with the material body like this, then it actually helps them to move on after the soul leaves the material body. It helps them to move on to their next situation if their body is cremated, if the body is burnt, because then that helps them to break that attachment to the gross material body. But in the case, of course, of great transcendental personalities, they're not attached to their bodies one way or the other. They're not attached. And the body being sacred, having been engaged so much in the transcendental, loving, devotional service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the body is very sacred on one hand. There's a connection transcendentally with the person, transcendental person, and there's no question of the person being attached in any way whatsoever. Therefore, generally, the bodies of great transcendental devotees are buried and not burnt. And then the presence of the person at that burial place, at the samadhi, is accepted and is felt by the devotees, particularly the disciples, but any sincere devotee. When we visit Srila Prabhupada's samadhis, Vrindavan, Mayapur, we feel the presence of Srila Prabhupada. Rupa Goswami's samadhi in the Radha Damodar temple, Vrindavan, we feel his presence. Even Srila Prabhupada himself told of the experience when he was staying at the Radha Damodar temple before he went to the Western world. Srila Prabhupada said that he had the experience that at the samadhi of Srila Rupa Goswami, that Rupa Goswami appeared to him and instructed him and inspired him to carry out his preaching mission. Prabhupada had that personal experience of the personal presence of that great Acharya at his samadhi place. So it's really, these samadhis, there's very deep transcendental reality, very deep transcendental nature connected with them. It's not just a burial place which reminds a person of whoever it was who passed away, perhaps a family member like that. It's not just that, but as a transcendental reality, it's a place where the actual presence of the devotee is there and can be experienced by sincere devotees. So yes, so generally the great transcendentalists, great devotees, their bodies are
GoDaddy offers hosting that's reliable and simple to set up. Get 99.9% uptime and best-in-class security to keep your online business running smoothly. Site backups happen automatically every day, so you never lose a thing. 24/7 expert support comes included. Choose from a range of hosting plans that suits your business. Get 30-day money-back guarantee, which makes your purchase totally risk-free. Host your site with the world's #1 web host today.
If you look at him, he speaks Gotcha.
I'm about to tell you what I'm feeling when you listen to the rhythm and the melody, the rave and the riots, the rise and the roll of the great empire. The roar of revolt will take us higher. Are you ready for the rage? Are you ready for the roar? Are you ready to rise? Are you gonna revolt? Are you ready for the rage? Are you ready for the roar? Are you ready to rise? Are you gonna revolt?
नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिचारु स्वामिनिति नामिने स्निग्धचेतो सुप्रणेत वाग्मीनाम च रसाप्लुतं प्रभुपादगत प्राणनैमे भक्तिचारुपदम् नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे श्री श्रीमद् भक्तिचारु स्वामी गुरु महाराज की जय। तो मैं जब 1987 में मैं जब ज्वाइन किए तो न्यू भक्त के बाद उस समय मायापुर में बहुत बड़े एक बाढ़ आए थे, और इतने बाढ़ आए तो सभी भक्तों लोग, लॉन्ग बिल्डिंग अभी जो है, जो वेस्ट बंगाल में सबसे बड़ी बिल्डिंग है, वहाँ सारे भक्त लोग उस बिल्डिंग में सब वहाँ रहने लगे। और उस समय गुरु महाराज भी मायापुर में ही रुक गए थे, क्यों ना बाढ़ आ गया तो इसलिए जा नहीं पाए। और फिर प्रतिदिन गुरु महाराज के वहाँ क्लास रहते थे। तो जब मैं पहले दिन क्लास में जब गए, और जब गुरु महाराज के जय राधा माधव जब कीर्तन हुआ, तो इतना वो मधुर, अभी तक वो मुझे याद है कि वो सॉन्ग इतना मधुर लग रहा है कि मैं ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये वैकुंठ जगत के कोई सॉन्ग इधर कोई गा रहे हैं, यहाँ भौतिक जगत के कोई व्यक्ति नहीं है। तभी मैं डिसीजन लिया था कि यदि दीक्षा लेना है तो यही हमारे गुरु होंगे। और उसके बाद मुझे पता चला कि गुरु महाराज तब तक गुरु नहीं बना, तो मैं फिर भी निर्णय किया कि जितना दिन हो इनसे ही मैं दीक्षा लूँगा। ये मैं निर्णय ले लिया था। और फिर जब गुरु महाराज गुरु बने, तब पहले दिख से वैष्णव प्रभु करके और चैतन्य दास प्रभु और उनके फैमिली, ये लोग पहले दीक्षा हुआ था। तो फिर हम उस समय गुरु महाराज को रिक्वेस्ट किया, तो गुरु महाराज को हाँ ठीक है, तो आप कलकत्ता में आ जाइएगा, तो वहाँ दीक्षा अनुष्ठान होंगे। लेकिन जब हम कलकत्ता में गए, तब वहाँ के जो आदिधरण प्रभु था प्रेसिडेंट, उन्होंने बताया नहीं, मायापुर के भक्तों के यहाँ दीक्षा नहीं होंगे, मायापुर के भक्त में मायापुर में ही दीक्षा होंगे। तो फिर गुरु महाराज रथ यात्रा के बीच में जगन्नाथ मंदिर में उन्होंने हम पुंडरीकाक्ष प्रभु और दयाराम प्रभु के जो पत्नी है, ये सब हम दीक्षा वहाँ अनुष्ठान हुआ था। तो हम देखा कि गुरु महाराज के जो विशेष करके जो इतना मधुर वचन, जो गुरु महाराज के जो हम प्रणाम मंत्र में देखते थे कि स्निग्ध चेतो सुप्रणेतो वाग्मी नाम च रसाप्लुतम, ये रसमलाई के तरह, जैसे हम यहाँ राधा मदन मोहन की जो रसमलाई खाते हैं, गुरु महाराज के ये जो कहने का जो वचन है, इतना इससे भी मधुर है। तो इसलिए हम देखते हैं कितना नास्तिक भी हो, जब गुरु महाराज के जो इस प्रकार से एक बार मधुर वचन सुन लेते हैं, उसके हृदय भी एकदम पिघल जाते हैं मक्खन की तरह। और मैं बहुत बार देखा इस प्रकार से, गुरु महाराज एक बार किसी को कोई कह दिया तो गुरु महाराज वो उसको करने के लिए तैयार हो जाते। तो विशेष करके हमारे जीवन में भी मैं देखा कि गुरु महाराज एक बार कह रहे थे कि यहाँ जब हम मीटिंग में आते थे, सब भक्त लोग डिपार्टमेंट हेड्स मीटिंग में, गुरु महाराज कहते थे कि श्रील प्रभुपाद हमेशा ही ऐसे ही बोलते थे कि जो कुछ करना है सब फर्स्ट क्लास करना है। तो हमको भी ऐसे ध्यान देना चाहिए कि हम जो कुछ करेंगे फर्स्ट क्लास करेंगे, और आप लोग सब एकदम अच्छा भक्त होना चाहिए, और कुछ नहीं चाहिए आप लोगों के प्रति हमारे ये। हम चाहते हैं कि आप लोग सब पूरा अच्छा भक्त बने, अच्छे भक्ति करें। और हम देखते हैं गुरु महाराज के एकदम अंतिम तक गुरु महाराज किसी को ऐसे नहीं बोला कि जाओ जाके कुछ वहाँ लाइव मेंबर करके कुछ पैसा लेके आओ, कुछ ऐसा इनकम करके लेके आओ, कुछ नहीं बोला कभी भी। गुरु महाराज सभी को यही निर्देश दिया कि केवल अच्छे भक्त बनो और अच्छे भक्ति करो। और हमेशा ही जब गुरु महाराज आते थे तो बोलते थे कि सभी लोग कैसे हैं, भक्ति कैसे हो रहे हैं, शोला मोला हो रहे कि नहीं। तो हम दूसरे मंदिर में देखते हैं, ये उज्जैन छोड़ के कहाँ भी कोई भी मंदिर में, वहाँ भक्त लोगों को एक ऐसे ही ये रहता है कि मंदिर का कैसे एकदम उसको इनकम लाइव मेंबर अच्छा से करे, अच्छे से मंदिर से कलेक्शन करे, किंतु गुरु महाराज जी हाँ पूरा उल्टा थे। तो इसलिए यद्यपि गुरु महाराज अभी हमारे साथ में बपू के रूप में नहीं है, तो उनके जो वाणी है, इस वाणी को हम जीवन में जब हम उसको पालन करेंगे तब गुरु महाराज के जो कृपा हमारे ऊपर वर्षित होंगे। तो इसलिए मैं इस प्रकार से आज गुरु महाराज से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि मैं मेरे अंतिम दिवस मृत्यु तक गुरु महाराज के ये जो वाणी मैं उसको निभा के कैसे श्रील प्रभुपाद के इस संस्था में हमारे जीवन को सेवा करते हुए ये करेंगे। गुरु महाराज कृपा करके उसको कृपा वर्षण करें और हम उस वाणी को सफल कर पाएंगे। बहुत धन्यवाद। हरे कृष्ण। श्री श्रीमद् भक्तिचार्य स्वामी गुरु महाराज की, श्रील प्रभुपाद की, निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे। हरि हरि।
हरे कृष्ण। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिचारु स्वामिनीति नामिने स्निग्धचेता सुप्रणेता वाग्मिनं चरसाप्रथम प्रभुपादगत प्राणं नौमि भक्तिचारुपदं। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनीति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। हरे कृष्ण। आज चलो गुरु महाराज का ये जो ग्लोरिफिकेशन सेशन ये बहुत ही भक्त लोगों के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है और खुद का आध्यात्मिक जीवन के लिए भी ये बहुत बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ है। श्री गुरु महाराज के बारे में गुणगान करना एक हमारा तरह खुद जीव के लिए तो बहुत ही मूर्खता स्वरूप है। गुरु महाराज का जो गुणगान है, गुरु महाराज को जो आध्यात्मिक गुणावली है वो हमारा सोच का बाहर है। श्री गुरु महाराज जी ऐसे एक व्यक्तित्व संपन्न व्यक्ति थे जिनको श्रील प्रभुपाद जी ने खुद ने बच्चे का तरह उसको प्रेम देके लालन पालन करके मानुष किए थे। जैसे पिता माता ने बच्चा को बचपन से लालन पालन करके सब कुछ देते हैं, ऐसा ही श्रील गुरु महाराज को श्रील प्रभुपाद जी हम लोग देखते हैं आध्यात्मिक जीवन से शुरू से ही श्रील प्रभुपाद जी के साथ श्रील गुरु महाराज का इतना सुंदर रिलेशनशिप थे। और गुरु महाराज को श्रील प्रभुपाद खुद ने हाथ में गढ़ा हुआ थे। श्रील प्रभुपाद जी हाथ खुद ने उसको ऐसा सुंदर करके सब कुछ सिखाए थे। हम लोग देख सकते हैं श्रील गुरु महाराज जी जिस समय फ्रांस में पढ़ाई करते थे, उच्च शिक्षा करने के लिए गए थे। उच्च शिक्षा करने के बाद फिर आध्यात्मिक खोज के लिए पाश्चात्य देश छोड़ के भारत में आए हैं। किसके लिए? केवल आध्यात्मिक गुरु का खोज के लिए। तो भारत में आके बहुत जगह गुरु महाराज ने घूमा। घूमते घूमते एक माता का आश्रम में गया। वो माता उसको इसलिए गुरु महाराज को दीक्षा नहीं दे, नहीं मैं इसको दीक्षा नहीं देंगे। उसका रीज़न क्या था? वो पता चल गया था जी इसको यदि दीक्षा देंगे मुझे कोई प्रणाम नहीं करेंगे, उनको ही सारे कुछ दिन बाद उनको ही सारे प्रणाम करेंगे, इसलिए मेरा डिमांड कम हो जाएगा, उसको मैं दीक्षा नहीं देंगे। इसीलिए गुरु महाराज को दीक्षा दिया नहीं। गुरु महाराज ने आ गया, आध्यात्मिक खोज में लग गया। आध्यात्मिक खोजते खोजते गुरु महाराज को कलकत्ता मंदिर में श्रीमद् भागवत गीता लेने के लिए गया। जीवन का शुरुआत से गुरु महाराज कितना सुंदर प्रभुपाद का साथ अट्रैक्ट है, ये आकर्षित है। ये मेरा कहने का ये मतलब है, ये जीवन का शुरुआत में ही श्रील प्रभुपाद जो इस्कॉन बनाया, गुरु महाराज ने पहला कलकत्ता मंदिर गया। कलकत्ता मंदिर में जाके क्या खोजा? एक भागवत गीता दो। भगवत गीता नहीं थे उसी समय स्टॉल में। श्रीमद् भक्ति रसामृत सिंधु, नेक्टर ऑफ डिवोशन, वो किताब लेके गया। वो किताब पढ़ते पढ़ते गुरु महाराज ने सो गया, किताब छाती पर रख के सो गया। उसी समय श्रील प्रभुपाद जी गुरु महाराज को सपने आया। नींद से उठ के ही फिर किताब पढ़ना शुरू कर दिया गुरु महाराज ने। इसका मतलब है श्रील गुरु महाराज ने जो आध्यात्मिक चीज ढूंढ रहा था सारा जीवन जिंदगी में, वो चीज़ मिल गया श्रील गुरु महाराज को। गुरु महाराज उसी दिन से गुरु महाराज सुन लिया, नहीं ये जो किताब में जो बोला, मैं इतना दिन से जो सुन के आया, आज मुझे ये पूरा चीज़ पता चला। तो यही होता है मेरा असली गुरु, ये गुरु हमारा। उसी समय से श्रील गुरु महाराज श्रील प्रभुपाद जी को गुरु रूप में स्वीकार कर लिया। स्वीकार करने के बाद श्री गुरु महाराज एक दिन मायापुर आया। मायापुर में आके मंदिर में ज्वाइन कर लिया। उसको पिता माता को तो बोल के आया नहीं। कोई मंदिर में जिसमें आते हैं पिता माता को पिता माता को आने देंगे आपका घर का संतान को, बेटा को? माता लोग क्या बोलते हैं, अभी तो घाट लड़ रहे हैं, कोई आने नहीं देंगे। परंतु वो असली पिता माता नहीं है। पिता माता ऐसा पिता माता होना चाहिए जो उनका संतान को कृष्ण भक्ति के आगे बढ़ने के लिए मदद करेंगे, वही होते हैं असली पिता माता। ठीक है, तो गुरु महाराज का ये जो हम लोग देखते हैं, गुरु महाराज को किस तरह तरीका से श्रील प्रभुपाद जी ने खुद ने हाथ में उसको जैसे एक बच्चे का तरह लालन पालन करके गुरु महाराज को सिखाया सब कुछ। पॉइंट टू पॉइंट हम लोग देख सकते हैं तो बहुत टाइम लग जाएगा। एकदम मैं शुरुआत से लेकर श्रील गुरु महाराज जितना दिन तक प्रभुपाद के साथ में थे, श्रील प्रभुपाद गुरु महाराज को A to Z श्रील प्रभुपाद जी गुरु महाराज को सिखा के गया। और वही शिक्षा श्रील गुरु महाराज जी ने हम लोगों को देने के लिए बहुत प्रयास किया है। हम लोग बहुत ही भाग्यवान है, भाग्यवती है जो श्रील गुरु महाराज जिन्हें के प्रभुपाद श्रील प्रभुपाद जी ने खुद ने सब कुछ हाथ पकड़ के सिखा के गया। और वही शिक्षा इसी तरह एक व्यक्तित्व संपन्न व्यक्ति को चरण में हम लोगों का आश्रय मिला था। ये हमारा बहुत सौभाग्यवान है और बहुत सौभाग्यवती है, ये समझना चाहिए। जो भी गुरु महाराज हमेशा के लिए बताते थे, ये हमारा मनुष्य जीवन में गुरु महाराज हमेशा क्लास में आखिरी 2-3 साल क्लास में गुरु महाराज हमेशा बताते थे, हमें तो शरीर एक दिन छोड़ना ही है, बासांग से जीर्ण ने जो था भी आया। हमेशा क्लास में गुरु महाराज ने एग्जाम्पल देते थे। वस्त्र जीर्ण हो जाएगा तो क्या करेंगे? उसको छोड़ के नया वस्त्र पहनेंगे। हमारा शरीर एक दिन शरीर छोड़ना ही है, तो हमें शरीर छोड़ने के लिए तैयारी होना चाहिए। गुरु महाराज एक शिक्षा देते हैं, कुछ भी नहीं है, केवल हमें कैसे शरीर को त्यागना है, ये शिक्षा देने के लिए गुरु महाराज ने हमें देखा। बाहर का जगत में हर आदमी टीच देते, शिक्षा देते हैं आर्ट ऑफ लिविंग, परंतु श्रील गुरु महाराज ने इसलिए ये सेमिनार दिया आर्ट ऑफ डाइंग, पूरा विपरीत उल्टा है ना। भौतिक जगत में आदमी शिक्षा करते हैं आर्ट ऑफ लिविंग, कैसे अच्छे से जीना है। इसलिए श्री गुरु महाराज ने सेमिनार दिया आर्ट ऑफ डाइंग, कैसे मृत्यु का कला क्या है, मृत्यु का कौशल क्या है, वो शिक्षा गुरु महाराज ने देके गया। इसलिए गुरु महाराज ने, हमें सोच सकते हैं श्रील गुरु महाराज सेम शिक्षा श्रील प्रभुपाद जी गुरु महाराज को ये शिक्षा ही देके गया। श्रील प्रभुपाद का जिस समय इसी तरह अंतिम समय थे, श्रील प्रभुपाद जी श्रील गुरु महाराज को और बहुत सारे सन्यासी थे, वैसे तुम लोग ये शरीर तो एक दिन छोड़ना है। श्रील प्रभुपाद का ये शिक्षा दे के गया, ये शरीर तो एक दिन छोड़ना ही है। तब हमारा समय हो गया, हमें जाना है। श्रील गुरु महाराज भी ऐसा ही है। ये श्रील गुरु महाराज का ये जो योजना है, ये आज का नया योजना नहीं, ये बहुत 2 साल पहले ही श्रील गुरु महाराज ने श्रील प्रभुपाद जी को एप्लीकेशन दे के रखा था। तब वो 10 साल एप्लीकेशन देने के बाद श्रील प्रभुपाद जी उसको एक्सेप्ट किया, ग्रहण किया। श्रील प्रभुपाद श्रील गुरु महाराज को इसी तरह व्यक्ति को कोई एक प्लानिट में जरूरत है, इसीलिए श्रील प्रभुपाद जी स्वयं श्रील गुरु महाराज को हमारा यहाँ से लेके गया है। ये सब शरीर में कोई भी नहीं रहते हैं, फिर भी श्रील गुरु महाराज हमेशा के लिए बताते थे जी देखो, गुरु सेवा होता है बभू सेवा, वाणी सेवा, 2 प्रकार। परंतु बभू सेवा से हम लोग गुरुदेव को ज़्यादा दिन नहीं रह पाएंगे, प्राप्त नहीं कर पाएंगे, परंतु वाणी सेवा से गुरु महाराज को हम लोग खुश कर पाएंगे, संतुष्ट कर पाएंगे। तो वाणी सेवा के ऊपर ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण देना चाहिए। इसलिए श्रील गुरु महाराज का यही एक मतलब अंतिम निर्देश हम लोगों के पास गुरु महाराज ने दिया गया। और एक चीज़ है, गुरु महाराज बहुत बड़ा एक शिक्षा देके गया कि गुरु महाराज जाने के 2 महीना पहले से ही गुरु महाराज ने रात 2 बजे उठते थे। 2 बजे उठ के मंदिर परिक्रमा करते हुए 16 माला जप कंप्लीट करते थे। मंगलारती के पहले ही 16 माला जप कंप्लीट करने के पश्चात श्रील गुरु महाराज ने मंगलारती के पहले ही रूम पे आ जाते थे। तो 2-4 बात ना बोलना तो नहीं है, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, टाइम बहुत शॉर्ट है। फिर भी एक्चुअली उज्जैन मंदिर में जो कुछ कार्यक्रम होता है, श्रील गुरु महाराज ने खुद ने, जैसे श्रील प्रभुपाद श्रील गुरु महाराज को खुद ने गोद में लेके मानुष किया, बड़ा किया। श्रील गुरु महाराज ने हम लोगों को भी ऐसा ही बच्चे का तरह यहाँ पे हम लोगों को हाथ पकड़ के सब कुछ सिखाया, जिसका माध्यम हम लोग इस तरह श्री श्री राधा मदन मंजू, श्री श्री कृष्ण बलराम, श्री श्री जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा महारानी, श्री श्री गौनिताई, श्री श्री प्रहलाद निश्चंदेव भगवान को सेवा हम लोग कर पा रहे हैं। जिसमें 2006 में टेम्पल इनॉग्रेशन हुआ, उद्घाटन हुआ। श्रील गुरु महाराज मंगलारती के बाद ही खुद ने अल्टर के अंदर आते थे, आके वहाँ पे बैठ जाते थे। बैठ के हम लोगों को खुद ने सब कुछ सिखाया, भगवान को कैसे ड्रेसिंग करना है, कहाँ पे किस तरह धागा लगाना है, कहाँ पे किस तरह हार डालना है, हार का कलर कॉम्बिनेशन किस तरह होना चाहिए। खुद ने गुरु महाराज ने वहाँ पे बैठ के हम लोगों को 1 घंटा अल्टर के अंदर रह के गुरु महाराज ने खुद ने सब कुछ बताते थे। इसलिए हम लोग अभी तक वही गुरु महाराज की जो शिक्षा है, वही शिक्षा के आधार पर हम लोग अभी तक चलने के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और गुरु महाराज ने सब कुछ, ड्रेस किस तरह होगा, ड्रेस का कलर कॉम्बिनेशन किस तरह होगा, ड्रेस का डिजाइन किस तरह होगा, गुरु महाराज ने खुद ने सब कुछ ये सिलेक्शन कर देते थे हम लोगों को। उसी से हम लोग ड्रेस बनाते थे। कलर कॉम्बिनेशन भी किस तरह कलर कॉम्बिनेशन होना चाहिए गुरु महाराज खोज नहीं पाते थे। इस कलर यहाँ पे ब्लू कलर होना चाहिए, उसके बाद रेड कलर होना चाहिए, ब्लू का साथ रेड कॉम्बिनेशन है, उसके बाद ग्रीन कॉम्बिनेशन है, उसके बाद पीला कॉम्बिनेशन है। गुरु महाराज का इतना सुंदर एक कॉम्बिनेशन का नॉलेज है, हमारा तो सोच के बाहर है। उसी तरह तरीके से हमारा अभी तक चल रहा है वो चीज़। और गुरु महाराज का और सबसे बड़ा चीज़ है हमारा यहाँ पे जिस तरह भगवान को राजभोग प्रसाद होता है, जो क्वालिटी एंड क्वांटिटी दोनों ही गुरु महाराज दोनों के ऊपर ये बहुत टेस्ट देते थे, जोर देते थे। गुरु महाराज जिस समय यहाँ पे रहते थे, गुरु महाराज डेली भगवान का राजभोग प्रसाद गुरु महाराज के लिए हम लोग लेते आते थे। गुरु महाराज ने हर चीज़ को टेस्ट करते थे, हर सब्जी को टेस्ट करके ही गुरु महाराज बता देते थे ये जो सब्जी बनाया। पहले तो मुझे पूछते थे आज कौन रसोई किया, उसके बाद गुरु महाराज पूछते थे उसको बुलाओ। उसको बुलाने के बाद वो आते थे गुरु महाराज के पास, उसको गुरु महाराज पूछते थे तुम जो ये सब्जी बनाया, ये सब्जी में तुम ये जो पानी डाला, तुम 5 मिनट पहला पानी डाल दिया, इसलिए ये सब्जी का टेस्ट इस तरह बिगड़ गया। गुरु महाराज सब्जी टेस्ट जीवा में देखी गुरु महाराज ये सब कुछ गुरु महाराज को पता चल जाते थे। तो गुरु महाराज कहीं हमारे यहाँ पे एक बार श्रील प्रभुपाद की जो फेमस एक सब्जी है बाटी चौचड़ी, वो बनाया। श्रील गुरु महाराज ने मुंह में दिया, टेस्ट किया। हमेशा जिसमें गुरु महाराज प्रसाद लेते थे मैं आने के लिए प्रयास करते थे, क्योंकि गुरु महाराज का किस तरह का टेस्ट लगते हैं वो मुझे गुरु महाराज बताते थे उसी समय। उसी हिसाब से मैं जो राजभोग को करते हैं मैं उसको बताते थे। तो गुरु महाराज ने बोला उसको बुलाओ, बुला के ने बुलाया, वो आया। आने के बाद श्री गुरु महाराज ने बोला तुम जो ये जो बाटी चौचड़ी मैं जिस तरह तरीके से बोला था तुम इस तरह तरीके से बनाए नहीं। ये सब्जी इसमें इस तरह आवाज़ करते रहेगा, वो आवाज़ करने के 5 मिनट बाद उसको तुमको हिलाना चाहिए था, परंतु तुम उसको 2 मिनट 3 मिनट पहले ही तुम उसको हिला दिया, इसलिए इसका टेस्ट तुम्हारा पक्का हुआ नहीं। फिर से कल बनाओ, कल मैं टेस्ट करेंगे। फिर से कल बनाया, उसका परदिन बनाया। बनाने के बाद श्री गुरु महाराज ने प्रसाद लिया, जो कुकिंग किया वो उनको बुलाया, वो आया। आने के बाद टाइम बोला देखो तुम 2 से 3 मिनट तुम आज सही टाइम से किया, आज तुम खा के देखना, टेस्ट देखना किस तरह हुआ। तो गुरु महाराज होता है सब कुछ एकदम फर्स्ट क्लास फास्ट गुरु महाराज चाहते हैं। गुरु महाराज हम लोग बहुत सौभाग्यवान है जो इस तरह एक व्यक्तित्व संपन्न व्यक्ति के चरण में हम लोगों को आश्रय मिला, इसलिए हमारा मनुष्य जीवन धन्य है। फिर भी श्री गुरु महाराज के जो निर्देश है वाणी सेवा है, वाणी सेवा का माध्यम हम लोग गुरु महाराज को प्रसन्न कर सकते हैं। गुरु महाराज हमारे यहाँ पे है, यद्यपि बपुर में नहीं है, फिर भी गुरु महाराज श्री गुरु महाराज हमेशा के लिए हमारा बीच में है। ये हमेशा के लिए हमें याद रखना चाहिए। ये याद रखते हुए श्री गुरु महाराज को जो वाणी सेवा है, वाणी सेवा को हृदय में धारण करते हुए खुद का जो जीवन बिताते रहेंगे तो हमारा जीवन भी सार्थक हो जाएगा। अभी परवर्ती स्पीकर को मैं अनुरोध करता हूँ, यहाँ पे मैं विराम देता हूँ। पतित पावन परम पूज्यपाद श्री श्रीमद् भक्तिचार्य स्वामी श्री गुरु महाराज की, श्रील प्रभुपाद की। हरे कृष्ण।
कि सन 2006-2007 में जो बेस्ट डिवोटी का अवार्ड था इस्कॉन उज्जैन से, वो दौरा साली हिज ग्रेस रडांश प्रभु को मिला था। लगातार 2 साल प्रभु ने बेस्ट डिवोटी अवार्ड लिया, उसके बाद फिर वो अवार्ड ही मतलब वही कैंसिल हो गया। और श्री भक्ति प्रेम महाराज हमसे शेयर करते थे कि क्योंकि यहाँ पर हमारे 5 ऑल्टर्स हैं जो कि पूरे विश्व में कहीं पे नहीं है। मैक्सिमम ऑल्टर्स आपको 4 मिलेंगे, एनबीसी से जाइए, इस्कॉन दिल्ली जाइए, केवल इस्कॉन उज्जैन मुझे ऐसा मंदिर मिला है जहाँ पर 5 ऑल्टर्स हैं। तो महाराज बता रहे थे कि गुरु महाराज इसलिए इतने मतलब गुरु महाराज क्योंकि हिजड़े सर्वांश तो यहाँ पर हैं और पूरी जिम्मेदारी लेने के लिए तैयार हैं, इस लेवल पर जिम्मेदारी लेने के लिए तैयार हैं कि 6 आरती और 2 ड्रेसिंग भी करने के लिए तैयार हैं। तो इस कारण से गुरु महाराज जो है वो रिलैक्स रह पाते हैं जब उज्जैन से बाहर जाते हैं। तो ये असली ब्रह्मचारी हैं, क्योंकि हम भी सामान पहनते हैं तो लोगों को लगता है कि हम भी इसी प्रकार से डेडिकेटेड हम नहीं है, हम ऐसा बनना चाहते हैं। कलर सेम है क्लॉथ का, इस कारण से लोगों को लगता है कि हम भी इसी प्रकार से, हमारा स्तर नहीं है इस प्रकार से। ये लोग वाकई पोजनीय है जो 3 डिकेड्स श्री गुरु महाराज की सेवा पूरी सच्चाई पूरी ईमानदारी के साथ में दिए हैं।
हरे कृष्णा, थैंक यू वेरी मच। मैं प्रकाश प्रभु जब उज्जैन आ रहे थे कुछ टाइम पहले भी, तो ऐसे मन बहुत उदास था। प्रकाश प्रभु कह रहे थे कि मन नहीं है जाने का, वहाँ जाएंगे गुरुदेव नहीं दिखेंगे, कैसा लगेगा। लेकिन यहाँ पर हम लोग आए, हालांकि एक हृदय में शूल है जो हमेशा रहेगा, लेकिन इतना प्रेम, इतना अपनापन, इतना होमली फीलिंग जो हमें यहाँ पे मिलता है हमेशा, इस बार और ज़्यादा लग रहा था मुझे, लग रहा है मुझको, प्रकाश प्रभु को भी। तो वो खालीपन जो हम नहीं भर सकते, लेकिन फिर भी इतना प्रेम हमें मिला है यहाँ से हमेशा से कि हम कह सकते हैं कि वास्तव में ये असली घर है हमारा। कहते हैं फले न परिचायते, गुरुदेव ने जो वृक्ष बोया है प्रेम का और उस पे जो फल हैं, ये परिचय है कि उन्होंने किस प्रकार सींचा है आप सबको। जो प्रेम उनके पास था, उनके पास है, वही प्रेम यहाँ सबके पास है, वही सेवा का भाव सबके पास है। अभी नीचे एक डिवोटी मिले मुझे, तो मुझे कह रहे थे कि माता जी हमें बहुत कुछ सीखना है, उज्जैन में ये कम है। मैंने बोला ये आपकी ग्रेटनेस है, क्योंकि पूरा विश्व उज्जैन से सीखेगा कि डिवोटीज़ को कैसे वेलकम किया जाए, उन्हें कैसे वार्मली सर्व किया जाए, वैष्णव सेवा किसे कहते हैं। ये पूरा इस्कॉन वर्ल्ड उज्जैन इस्कॉन से सीखेगा। जो गुरु महाराज ने सिखाया है उनको आपने इतना अच्छे से इम्बाइब किया है, न सिर्फ फिलॉसफिकली बट एक्चुअली प्रैक्टिकली। तो ये प्रेम के लिए धन्यवाद भी, बहुत मन से आभार भी। और जब मैं इस तरह से देखती हूँ तो गुरुदेव को याद करते हुए मुझे लगता है कि कितना धन्यवाद करें, ऐसा परिवार हमें दिया है। हिज होलीनेस भक्ति प्रेम महाराज जैसे बड़े भाई दिए हैं, अरुणाक्ष प्रभु जी जैसे बड़े भाई दिए हैं, जिनके आश्रय में हम सुरक्षित महसूस करते हैं। सो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इसके लिए। मैं कल गुरु महाराज का रूम विज़िट करने के लिए मैं पहले आ नहीं रही थी, फिर सबने कहा नहीं एक बार विज़िट तो करके आओ, क्यों नहीं जा रही हो। तो पहले हम गुरु महाराज का लाइब्रेरी और बेडरूम तो पहले कभी नहीं देखा था, तो कल मैं विज़िट कर रही थी तो ये रूम में गई गुरु महाराज के ऑफिस में, और मैं देख रही थी गुरु महाराज का बुक कलेक्शन देख रही थी। तो बुक कलेक्शन में एक तो ये चीज़ मुझे पता चली कि गुरु महाराज का जो नॉलेज, इन्फॉर्मेशन का जो स्पेक्ट्रम है वो बहुत ब्रॉड है। एवरीथिंग कम्स इन इट। आप उनसे किसी भी विषय में बात कर सकते हैं। किसी भी फील्ड का व्यक्ति अगर उनके पास आए तो कभी कभी मुझे लगता है उससे ज़्यादा गुरु महाराज को पता होता है। गार्डनर आए तो उनके पास ज़्यादा इन्फॉर्मेशन होती है गुरु महाराज के पास गार्डनर से। कार वाला आए तो उनके पास ज़्यादा इन्फॉर्मेशन है। और मैंने गुरु महाराज का बुक शेल्फ देखा तो मुझे लगा कि अनएक्सपेक्टेडली हर विषय की बुक उनके शेल्फ में है, लेकिन एक बुक विशेष रूप से मेरा ध्यान आकर्षित किया और मुझे हृदय से बहुत आभार लगा, बहुत अच्छा लगा उस बुक को देखकर। उसका नाम था बंगाली टू हिंदी, और उस बुक को देख के मुझे हृदय में इतना प्रेम आया गुरु महाराज के प्रति। ये उन्होंने हमारे लिए खरीदी है ये बुक उन्होंने हमारे लिए खरीदी है, क्योंकि हम चाहते थे जब भी गुरु महाराज सूरत आते गुरु महाराज हिंदी में ला, क्योंकि मैं पूछते थे हिंदी और इंग्लिश, सारे बोलते गुरु महाराज हिंदी, और फिर क्वेश्चन पूछते इंग्लिश में, बोलते यू टोल्ड मी टू स्पीक इन हिंदी एंड यू आर आस्किंग क्वेश्चंस इन इंग्लिश, दिस इज़ नॉट फेयर। और मुझे याद है जब भी वो कोई उलझते, कोई शब्द में उलझते, हिंदी में उनको नहीं आता, ही वुड आस्क इसको हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं। तो वो बुक देख के मुझे इतना ग्रेटफुल लगा कि हम भी तो सीख सकते थे ना उनके लिए इंग्लिश, हम भी तो उनके लिए बंगाली सीख सकते थे ना, उन्होंने हमारे लिए हिंदी सीखा। इट इज़ वेरी 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 फादरली, यू नो, कि बच्चे को कुछ नहीं आता है, तोतला बोलता है बच्चा, तो माँ बाप उससे फराटेदार इंग्लिश में बात नहीं करेंगे, वो उससे तोतली भाषा में बात करते हैं एक बच्चे के साथ में। सो ही इज़ ऑलवेज वेरी वेरी फादरली। गुरु महाराज का सेमिनार चल रहा था लॉकडाउन के टाइम पे, मुझे याद है जब गुरु महाराज नवंबर में आने वाले थे हमारे यहाँ पे, सूरत आने वाले थे, उससे पहले गुरु महाराज हमारे यहाँ रुके थे सूरत में। और सूरत में सिस्टम है, राधाचरण प्रभु जी सबके घर में गुरु महाराज रुक सकें ऐसा अरेंजमेंट करते हैं ताकि सबको उनका पर्सनल एसोसिएशन मिले। हमारे यहाँ जब गुरु महाराज रुके थे लास्ट फरवरी में, तो गुरु महाराज बहुत सिक, और लिटरली 2 दिन तक वो कमरे से बाहर ही नहीं आए। क्लास देने के लिए बाहर आते थे, सोफ़ा पे बैठते, क्लास देते, चले जाते, और बहुत सिक रहे गुरु महाराज वो 2 दिन। तो इस बार जब नवंबर में गुरु महाराज आने वाले थे तो मेरी बेटी ने आके मुझे बोला, मम्मा गुरु महाराज किसी नए डिवोटी के यहाँ रुक रहे हैं। आई सेड हाँ बेटा। शी सेड वो उनको किस तरह से समझेंगे, वो तो अभी नए नए हैं भक्ति में, और उनको क्या पता गुरु महाराज को कैसे देखना है। तो मैंने बोला है ना, हम लोग सब मिलकर देखेंगे, उनको नहीं आता हमको तो आता है। फिर एनी चांस गुरु महाराज हमारे यहाँ रुक सकते हैं। मैंने बोला कैसे रुकेंगे, पिछली बार हमारे यहाँ का टर्न था ना, तो गुरु महाराज हमारे यहाँ रुके। ठीक है, मधुर माता जी के यहाँ रुक जाएंगे। मैंने बोला उनके यहाँ उनसे पहले रुके थे, तो कोई चांस नहीं, गुरु महाराज वहीं रुकेंगे। फिर मेरा मन है बहुत गुरु महाराज हमारे यहाँ रुके। सो आई सेड यू गो टू द टेम्पल, टेल गुरु महाराज that Gurudev, I want you to stay with us. She said, will this be fair? अगर मैं ऐसा पूछूंगी तो ठीक रहेगा, क्योंकि उनको बुरा लगेगा ना जिनके यहाँ गुरु महाराज रुकने वाले। तो मैंने बोला तुम ये भी बोल दो गुरु महाराज को कि मुझे पता है ये फेयर नहीं है, लेकिन मेरा मन है, आप हमारे यहाँ रुकेंगे क्या? I don't know what was in her mind and how she talked to गुरु महाराज। जिनके यहाँ गुरु महाराज रुकने वाले थे उनके घर पे डेथ हो गई जिस दिन गुरु महाराज आने वाले थे, और जिनके यहाँ रुकने का एक और चांस था उनके यहाँ शादी थी। गुरु महाराज के आने से 3 घंटे पहले मेरे पास फ़ोन आया, वी वॉन्ट दैट गुरु महाराज शुड स्टे एट योर प्लेस। आई वॉज सो अमेज, वेरी स्केयर्ड ऑल्सो कि 3 घंटे में मैं कैसे प्रिपरेशन करूँगी। आई टोल्ड राधा गुरु महाराज हमारे यहाँ रुकने वाले हैं। शी सेड मम्मा यू डोंट वरी, गुरु महाराज के कमरे की जिम्मेदारी मेरी। शी इज़ वेरी यंग, नॉट वेरी ओल्ड, शी इज़ इन 9th स्टैंडर्ड नाउ, 12-13 साल की है। और उसने लिटरली पूरा कमरे का जिम्मेदारी लिया। सारे डिवोटीज आ गए थे घर पे, 3 घंटे में हमारे घर पे गुरु महाराज का स्टे का प्रोग्राम बना। एंड आई फेल्ट गुरु महाराज लिसन्स, वो सुनते हैं, आप उनसे बात करते हैं तो वो सुनते हैं। और नॉट ओनली दैट, ही रेसिप्रिकेट्स विद द किड्स सो ब्यूटिफुली कि ये उनके लिए पूरी ज़िंदगी की मेमोरीज़ हैं। जब गुरु महाराज लॉकडाउन में क्लास दे रहे थे, रामायण पे क्लास हो रही थी, तो राधा ने मुझे बोला कि मम्मा मुझे रामायण अच्छा नहीं लगता। मैंने बोला क्यों? कहती राम जी इतने अच्छे हैं, सीता जी इतने अच्छी हैं, दोनों अच्छे हैं, पर रामायण अच्छी नहीं है। इतना इनजस्टिस है रामायण में, इतना कष्ट है। उन दोनों की क्या गलती थी? उन्होंने मना क्यों नहीं किया, विद्रोह क्यों नहीं किया? आजकल बच्चे विद्रोही स्वभाव के हैं ना, सहनशील नहीं है। So I wrote to Maharaj. I tried to console her, but she was crying. नहीं, मुझे नहीं पसंद रामायण, मैं नहीं देखूंगी, मैं नहीं सुनूंगी। तो मैंने गुरु महाराज को क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन में लिख के भेजा, महाराज मैं क्या करूं, राधा को रामायण अच्छी नहीं लगती। गुरु महाराज ने उससे बात किया फेसबुक पे, और क्लास ख़त्म होते ही गुरुदेव का फ़ोन आया, वेयर इज़ राधा? राधा ने फ़ोन उठा। मैं कहा राधा गुरु महाराज का फ़ोन है। राधा वाई यू डोंट लाइक रामायण? और कितनी देर गुरु महाराज ने उनसे बात किया। हिज कंसर्न कि उसको कुछ अच्छा नहीं लगा है, इट वॉज सो टची। मुझे नहीं पता हमारे बच्चे भक्त बनेंगे या नहीं बनेंगे, लेकिन मुझे ये पता है गुरु महाराज के आश्रम में कहीं नहीं जाएंगे, किधर नहीं जाएंगे, क्योंकि गुरु महाराज इतना प्रेम से अपने दोनों बाहों के बीच में समेट के रखा है हमारे बच्चों को, हमारे फ्यूचर को, कि हमें अंदर से घबराहट नहीं है कि हमारे बच्चों का क्या होगा। कितना मुश्किल है बच्चों को कृष्ण कॉन्शियसनेस में लाना, आज के समय में पेरेंट्स को समझ में आता होगा, लेकिन गुरुदेव से बात करके पता नहीं क्या मैजिक हो जाता है बच्चों को, पता नहीं क्या। सिर्फ गुरु महाराज हमेशा एक लाइन कहते थे, दे विल कम सर्चिंग मी। गुरु महाराज भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर की एक लाइन हमेशा कहते थे, दे विल कम सर्चिंग मी। टुडे आई वॉन्ट टू टेल हिम दैट आई वॉन्ट टू कम टू सर्च यू, आई डोंट वॉन्ट टू गो गोलोका, आई डोंट वॉन्ट टू गो कृष्ण, आई वॉन्ट टू कम टू यू। मैं अपने आप को याद करती तो मुझे लगता है कि मैं बहुत फैनेटिक डिवोटी रही, बहुत ही फैनेटिक। गुरु महाराज से मिलने से पहले आई रिमेंबर, मैं जब फर्स्ट कंप्लेन लेके गई थी गुरु महाराज के पास, गुरु महाराज प्रकाश टोल्ड गुरु महाराज दैट शी इज चैंटिंग 16 राउंड, शी हैड 3 little kids and it's unable for her, she's not managing well. Guru Maharaj called me, he said, how many rounds you can chant comfortably? I said 8 rounds, and I struggled for another 8 rounds. He says, from today you will chant 4 rounds. From today you will chant 4 rounds. This was something very, very unusual for me because I was very fanatic. For me the number was very important. 16 माला का जप होना चाहिए, ये नियम का पालन। I was very fanatic. इस तरह से करता है तो भक्त है, इस तरह से करता है तो भक्त नहीं है। गुरु महाराज चेंज द होल परसेप्शन। अगर मैं गुरु महाराज से नहीं मिलती तो मैं आज भी कहती हूँ, अगर मैं गुरु महाराज से नहीं मिलती तो भक्त तो मैं कभी बनती ही नहीं, लेकिन एक फैनेटिक पर्सन ज़रूर होती जो कभी भक्ति समझ ही नहीं पाता। गुरु महाराज से मिलने के बाद मैंने सीखा कि भक्ति का स्पेक्ट्रम कितना ब्रॉड है, जहाँ हम हर व्यक्ति को, हर एक्टिविटी को भक्ति बना सकते हैं। ये मैंने गुरु महाराज से सीखा। ही इज़ अमेजिंग पर्सनैलिटी, ही इज़ बेस्ट पर्सन, बेस्ट थिंग हैपन टू मी। द प्लेस ही हैज़ इन माई हार्ट नोबडी कैन फिल। मैं कभी कभी गुरु महाराज को कहती थी, अभी भी कहती हूँ, गुरु महाराज आई वॉन्ट टू लर्न टू लव यू. I don't know how to love you. I pray to all the devotees who love Gurudev so much. Bless me that I can love him. His simplicity actually is so bewildering, believe me. जब मैं गुरु महाराज से पहले शुरू में हम गुरु महाराज से मिलते थे तो मुझे लगता था he is very simple, no? He is very simple. एक ह्यूमन नेचर होता है, हम आसानी से चीज़ों को कंपेयर करने लगते हैं दूसरे के साथ में। आई यूज्ड टू कंपेयर, नहीं वो ऐसे नहीं करते ना, वो वैसे नहीं करते ना। बट so many years of meeting him and seeing him, I can tell you one thing, that his simplicity, his sweetness is the greatest thing, which is rare jewel. ये ऐसा क्वालिटी है जो इतना रेयर है। कृष्ण ग्रेट भी हैं, कृष्ण स्वीट भी हैं, लेकिन कृष्ण की ग्रेटनेस से ज़्यादा कृष्ण की स्वीटनेस इज़ एडमायर्ड बाय ऑल द आचार्यस। गुरु महाराज में भी वही है, ही इज़ ग्रेट बट ही इज़ एक्चुअली वेरी वेरी स्वीट, एंड हिज सिंप्लिसिटी, हिज स्वीटनेस is the greatest quality which we can see in any other personality. I pray to him today that please bless me that I can follow your footstep and one day I can meet you once again. Krishna.
दीपिका ने सब कंक्लूड कर दिया। मैं सिर्फ दो शब्द बोलूँगा कि मेरी ज़िंदगी में मेरे को इतना प्यार किसी ने नहीं किया जो गुरु महाराज ने किया। आज तक हम जिससे मिलते थे एवरीबडी वाज सेल्फिश। जहाँ जाओ आप में कोई भी गलती निकाल के और आपका जो मॉरल डाउन करके वापस भेजेंगे। लेकिन जब हम उज्जैन में आए थे और जब यहाँ का जब पाटोत्सव था तो मैं इतना सरप्राइज था कि मेरे को लगा कि मैं किसी शादी में आया हूँ, मैं बाराती हूँ या तो मैं दूल्हा हूँ। जो मेरा वेलकम हुआ था, ऐसा शादी में वेलकम हुआ था, उसके बाद तभी वेलकम हुआ था। इतना अच्छा खिलाना, इतना पूछना, इतना प्यार, मेरी ज़िंदगी में आज तक इतना प्यार मेरे किसी ने नहीं दिया। अभी भी जैसे उज्जैन में आता हूँ जो प्यार मिलता है और कहीं नहीं मिलता है। वो कोई भी टेम्पल हो, कोई भी ससुराल भी हो, कुछ भी हो, कहीं ना कहीं कोई ना कुछ डिससेटिस्फेक्शन लेके आता हूँ। बट आई डोंट नो, यहाँ पे उज्जैन से एकदम अलग सा एक प्यार है, क्यों है मालूम नहीं है। लेकिन गुरु महाराज को, जैसे प्रभु जी ने बताया, मैं गुरु महाराज से मिला था कल गया इधर बॉम्बे मंदिर में, राधा रास बिहारी में। तो हम तो राधाचंद्र प्रभु को ले गए थे उधर, व्यास पूजा थी उनके गुरु महाराज की, गिरिराज महाराज की व्यास पूजा थी। राजन प्रभु मेरे को बहुत फंसाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे कि ये बंदा कहीं ना कहीं तो इस्कॉन में रहे तो भाग जाएगा। मैंने बोला प्रभु जी मैं इस्कॉन में पैसे मांगने आया था भगवान से, वो मेरे को मिल गया है, अब मैं आगे नहीं बढ़ने वाला हूँ, इतना ही करूँगा। लेकिन जब मैं महाराज से मिला तो उसी टाइम ये डिसीजन आ गया कि अगर ये दीक्षा लेनी तो इनसे लेनी है और किसी से नहीं लेनी है। और मैं बहुत ख़राब था, बहुत स्टबर्न था मैं इसको आगे बढ़ने में, तो तू किसी को दीक्षा नहीं लेगी तो मेरी ज़िंदगी ख़राब हो जाएगी। तो लेकिन जब मैं महाराज से मिला, मैंने तू भी ले, मैं भी इनसे दीक्षा लूँगा। और महाराज से मिलने के बाद में हमारी ज़िंदगी में जो टर्निंग पॉइंट आया कि हम दोनों के अंदर में जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग का जो लेवल था बहुत हाई हो गया, जो कि हमारे अंदर नहीं था। जैसे इसने खुद ने बोला मैं फैनेटिक थी और मैं इसके अपोजिट था कि मैं ये बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं करता था। गुरु महाराज की हमारी ज़िंदगी आने के बाद में ऐसा हो गया कि हमारी फुल फैमिली कृष्ण कॉन्शियस हो गई। और जो डिवोटिस का संग मिला उज्जैन में, जैसे वाइफ ने बताया अभी, मेरे को लगा मैं उज्जैन जाऊँगा तो मैं बहुत मिस करूँगा गुरु महाराज को, मैं मिस तो कर रहा हूँ लेकिन खालीपन है, लेकिन एक बहुत अच्छा मन में लेके जा रहा हूँ, साथ में एक अच्छी मेमोरीज साथ में लेके जा रहा हूँ। और इसके पहले एक बार हमको कुछ प्रॉब्लम आई थी सूरत में, देखिए डिवोशनल लाइफ में प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं, हमें तो ऐसा था कि मैं बस्ट हो जाऊँगा, ऐसा लगा हमको। तो मैं और वाइफ हमने बोला कि बेटर हम गुरु महाराज से बात करते हैं। हमने गुरु महाराज से बात की, गुरु महाराज जस्ट कम टू सूरत या उज्जैन। हमने टिकट बनाए, उज्जैन आए, 15 मिनट से महाराज से मिले, सिर्फ 15 मिनट्स में हमारा पूरा फ्रस्ट्रेशन निकल गया, हम लोग एकदम काम हो गए। और जब भी हम महाराज से मिलते हैं तो हमारी ज़िंदगी में हमारी बैटरी चार्ज हो जाती है। अगर जी हमको कोई तकलीफ़ है, प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, हम अगर महाराज से एक बार मिल लेते हैं तो 6 महीने के लिए हमारी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाती हैं, क्योंकि मटेरियल वर्ल्ड है, आपको तो रोज़ प्रॉब्लम्स आनी है। तो गुरु महाराज वो हमारे लिए था कि हम आते थे यहाँ से वापस रिफ्रेश होकर जाते थे। गुरु महाराज की मेमोरीज बहुत ज़्यादा है, कैन नॉट शेयर मोर बिकॉज बहुत जनों को बोलना है। हरे कृष्ण।
मैं प्रकाश को बोलती हूँ, उज्जैन मेरा भी मायका है, आपका भी मायका है।
But still, we can be in their presence. We can feel their presence at their samadhis. Therefore, it's really nice, for example, at Srila Prabhupada's samadhi in Vrindavan and also the Pushpa samadhi in Mayapur. It's so nice to go there and chant japa by the samadhi. It's just so wonderful because if one becomes transcendentally absorbed there in chanting the holy names, then one's remembrance of of Prabhupada in that case will deepen, and one will feel his presence. One will actually be in his presence in this very special transcendental way, which is a little different from Prabhupada's presence in his instructions, in his books. Is just another transcendental element in the whole picture of what is Krishna consciousness. And in this case, it's another element in the picture of what is our relationship with Srila Prabhupada. So today, of course, we're remembering His Holiness Bhakti Churu Swami Maharaj, who was so dear to all of us, so well known to all of us, very, very well known to myself, and extremely dear to me. We had such a wonderful, such a warm, loving relationship. So on this occasion, we remember Maharaj. On this occasion, despite feeling a great loss from his physical passing, but on this occasion we're very happy that his samadhi is there in Mayapur. And I'm waiting for that time when I'll be able to come and offer my dandavats to Maharaj at his samadhi there, and offer my prayers, chant some japa, and in this way, in this very special way, like I said, a little different from Prabhupada's experience, from the experience with Srila Prabhupada of his instructions, etc. So with Bhakti Churu Maharaj, in a way which is a little different from associating with him through his instructions or in his picture, but it's just a different type of transcendental taste, different type of transcendental experience, to feel oneself in the presence of Bhakti Churu Maharaj at his samadhi. So thank you all very much for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. And know that when you visit his samadhi, if you offer some incense, some flowers, a ghee lamp, maybe some Ganges water, something like that, know that at his samadhi, Bhakti Churu Maharaj is accepting those things. Hare Krishna. Srila Bhakti Churu Swami.
Beautifully spoken, and we can feel that the Guru Maharaj is here actually. কার কার আপনারা গুরু মহারাজের উপস্থিতি অনুভব করছেন কি এখানে? আমরা আরেকটু জোরে বললে the Guru Maharaj এখানে উপস্থিত রয়েছেন. He is very much present here, and as Maharaj said that anything we offer prayers, offer anything, Ganga water or flowers, Guru Maharaj is going to bless us. And to all of those who are not physically present here, we all God brothers and God sisters together, we are all offering the same prayers as we are praying for ourselves. We are all praying for all of you. Don't feel that you're not here. You're all here in Sri Mayapur Dham with us, with our prayers, and you're very much here. And before we go for the kirtans of Guru Puja, that is a glorious thing to do today. Tomorrow is the main festival. There are a few announcements. আমি কিছু announcements করতে চাই. কালকে সকাল 4:10 গুরু মহারাজের সমাধিতে এখানে আমরা গুরু বাষ্টকম গাইব. So tomorrow morning 4:10 a.m. there will be Sangsara Davanala, prayer here. Then we will all go to the main temple of Radha Madhava, and then 5:30 onwards we will be chanting with Guru Maharaj. আমরা গুরু মহারাজের সঙ্গে এখানে 5:30 সকালবেলা ওনার সঙ্গে আমরা জপ করব. হরে কৃষ্ণ. Then 7 o'clock Darshanarati and Guru Puja in the temple. Please note, 7:45 onwards all the programs will be here. We will be having Guru Puja, and then lot of devotees and sannyasis and spiritual masters will be speaking on Guru Maharaj and the importance of Samadhi. There will be a lot of divine spiritual announcements and inaugurations, so be there to witness that, online and offline both, and get blessing of Srila Guru Maharaj. তো কালকে আমরা অনেক সুন্দর সুন্দর জিনিস আধ্যাত্মিক উদ্বোধন করতে যাচ্ছি. গুরু মহারাজ এখানে উপস্থিত রয়েছেন, তার সঙ্গে সঙ্গে অনেক গুরুদেবদের এবং সন্ন্যাসী বৃন্দদের, গুরু মহারাজের খুব প্রিয়জনদের কাছ থেকে আমরা হরিকথা এবং ওনার সম্পর্কে শুনবো. কালকে ওই জন্যই আমরা এখানে এসেছি, তাই নয় কি? তো সেই জন্য কালকের দিনটা আমরা গুরু মহারাজের সঙ্গে থাকবো, আমরা সবসময় ওনার সঙ্গে থাকবো, কিন্তু কালকে আমরা আশীর্বাদ পেয়েছি এখানে থাকার, তো সেই জন্য তার সদ্ব্যবহার আমরা সবাই মিলে করব. আমরা 4:10 থেকে 5:30 এবং পরবর্তীকালে 7:45 থেকে এখানে পুরো অনুষ্ঠান হবে. তার পরবর্তীকালে একদম শেষ হয়ে গুরু পূজা হয়ে আরও সুন্দর সুন্দর জিনিস আছে, সেটা আমরা কালকে অ্যানাউন্স করব. আর আজকের আরেকটা অ্যানাউন্সমেন্ট রয়েছে যে এই আরতির পর এখন আমরা মহারাজ আমাদের আরতি করবেন গুরুদেবের, গুরু মহারাজের আরতির পর দুটি লাইন হবে, আপনারা ভলেন্টিয়ার ভাইদের সঙ্গে সহযোগিতা করবেন প্রসাদের জন্যে। আরতির করার পর আমরা সবাই প্রসাদ পাবো একসঙ্গে। তো দুটো লাইন হবে, এক লাইনে মাতারা থাকবেন আর একটা লাইনে প্রভুরা থাকবেন। যেভাবে ভক্তরা আমাদেরকে নির্দেশ দেবেন সেভাবে চলবো। আপনাদের আমাদের সবাইকে মনে রাখতে হবে যে গুরু মহারাজ কিন্তু খুব পার্টিকুলার ছিলেন এই ব্যাপারে। হি ওয়াজ ভেরি পার্টিকুলার অ্যাবাউট প্রসাদ অ্যান্ড এভরিথিং। সো প্লিজ আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ড, বি অন টাইম, because he will be on time. So don't miss anything, otherwise we'll be getting scolding. Hare Krishna from him. His Holiness Srila Tridandi Sannyasi Sri Srimad Srila Bhakticharya Swami Guru Maharaj ki, Guru Maharaj Tirubha Maha Mahotsav ki, Gaur Premanande. May I request Subhadra Prabhu to sing, okay, Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu will be singing the bhajan Guru Puja. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
जय प्रभुपद जय प्रभुपद प्रभुपद जय प्रभुपद जय प्रभुपद जय
ডিসটেন্স মেইনটেইন করবেন।
জয় জয় গুরুদেব গুরুদেব গুরুদেব।
একটু সোশ্যাল ডিসটেন্স মেইনটেইন করবেন, একটু নিজেরা দূরে দূরে থাকবেন।
पतित पावन श्रील गुरु महाराज की, जगत गुरु श्रील प्रभुपाद की। श्री गुरु चरण पद्म केवल भक्ति सत्मा। श्री गुरु श्री गुरु चरण पद्म केवल भक्ति सत्मा। बंदो ईशा চরণে রতি এই সেই উত্তম গতি। যে প্রসাদে পুরে সর্ব আশা, যে প্রসাদে পুরে সর্ব আশা, চক্ষুদান দিল যে জন্মে প্রভু সেই চক্ষুদান, চক্ষুদান দিল যে জন্মে জন্মে প্রভু সেই, দীপজ্ঞান হৃদে প্রকাশিত, দীপজ্ঞান হৃদে প্রকাশিত, প্রেম ভক্তি যাহা হইতে অবিদ্যা বিনাশ যাতে, প্রেম ভক্তি, প্রেম ভক্তি যাহা হইতে অবিদ্যা বিনাশ যাতে, বেদে গায়ে যাহার চরিত, বেদে গায়ে যাহার চরিত, শ্রী গুরু করুণা সিন্ধু আধম জনার বন্ধু, শ্রী শ্রী গুরু করুণা সিন্ধু অধম জনার বন্ধু, শ্রী গুরু লোকনাথ লোকের জীবন, লোকনাথ লোকের জীবন, আহা প্রভু কর দয়া, দেহ মোরে পদ ছায়া, আহা প্রভু কর দয়া, দেহ মোরে পদ ছায়া, আহা প্রভু কর দয়া, দেহ মোরে পদ ছায়া, আহা প্রভু কর দয়া, দেবে যশে ঘোষু ত্রিভুবন, দেবে যশে ঘোষু ত্রিভুবন, জয় গুরুদেব, জয় গুরুদেব, গুরুদেব জয় গুরুদেব, জয় জয় ভক্তি চারু স্বামী গুরু মহারাজ, ভক্তি চারু স্বামী গুরু মহারাজ, জয় 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 প্রভুপাদ, 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 জয় জয় নমো বিষ্ণুপাদায়
कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिचारु स्वामिनीति नामिने। स्निग्धचेता सुप्रणेता वाग्मिनञ्चरसाप्लुतं प्रभुपादगतप्राणा नौमि भक्तिचारुपदम्। नमोय विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनीति नामिने। नमोय नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद श्री जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
And he met Srila Prabhupada first time in 1973, and he accepted the initiation from His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, on Janmashtami Day in 1977. And since then, Maharaj is offering valuable services to ISKCON in many ways, like the construction of Srila Prabhupada's 3 main temples in Vrindavan, Mayapur and Bombay. Maharaj donated a lot of fund for that. And when His Holiness Bhaktichar Swami Guru Maharaj was shooting Abhaycharan, so Maharaj, at Maharaj home only in US, the 40-member film crew of Abhaycharan stayed in his home, and for a few months they were there. Maharaj is initiating a spiritual master, and his mood is taking on the service of becoming an initiating guru will enable him to perform his service better and will enliven him. So we are very fortunate. Maharaj had very close relationship, friendship with His Holiness Bhaktichar Swami Guru Maharaj as well. So we will be happy to hear from Maharaj. Hare Krishna. So Maharaj, we would like to welcome by loudly one time chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Hare Krishna. Maharaj, am I audible properly?
Yes, you are okay. So I will begin. It gives me great pleasure and privilege to speak about His Holiness Bhaktichar Maharaj, who is so dear to us. Still, his memory will always remain eternally with us. He was so close, so friendly, and he has helped us in many, many ways in growing in a spiritual community or in a ISKCON community. And it was a great shock when Maharaj left and we heard his news about departing from this world. So I had a lot of privilege of seeing him in Ujjain and America and many places, particularly in Tobacco Temple at our own home for almost four months. But at this, so I would like to describe some of those meetings with myself and Maharaj. So I was told to speak more about the Maharaj's unique contribution, that was Abhaycharan series. So Hema Malini told Maharaj one time that rather than having little clips or making a movie, you should make a whole serial that will go weekly. So he made like 45 episodes. So it was aired for 45 times, and many people, they were standing on the streets and watching Maharaj's like about Srila Prabhupada's Life Abhaycharan series. So I'm very happy that I could help him in some way or help the whole crew. They were there. So one was Mr. Somya Julu and many devotees that Maharaj would send advertisement for people to participate in the movie. Some of the family members also participated. I had a meeting with Srila Prabhupada, and that was reacted by my brother's children. Like they became Shamik Rishi and Anartha and children, and in this way, I was taking prasadam with Maharaj all the time. He's such a wonderful folk. He will always invite, such friendly nature. So everything at my home was like as a temple. He will start like with chanting, Bhagavatam class, how to remember verses. And so people were living all over, and Maharaj was in a very jolly mood. He asked me to buy certain few vehicles for him, which I did. But main importantly, that Maharaj's relationship with those devotees, Maharaj's teaching, Maharaj's love to those devotees who were coming to participate in this Abhay Charan series was very, very wonderful. I learned so many things from him, and still it is all in my memory. So I will never forget his unique qualities of loving, friendship, honor to his own God brothers, him giving equally to everybody. And he met many devotees while they were acting or enacting at our home. And just like Yadunath that I remember, he was at our home, and then he became his disciple, also Maharaj's disciple. And still he is preaching in New York area and other places. So that was Abhay Charan series. So Maharaj will cook himself morning, evening, delicious meals, and he will take all those things for the movie when he is going outside. So these preparations were taken by him. He will direct, not only direction, and he's the not only director, but also he's the producer. But he taught all these people what to say, how to take this. I never saw shooting of the serials or movies. So that is also for me, it was a great learning. But Swami Ajulu, he will forget, and Maharaj would have to take so many times the episodes again and again to make it is corrected. So in this way, Maharaj made this serial, and then devotees, they were distributed. They were in a package and a nice box, nice container, and that was distributed to many people. Many people bought us. So that is one of these important part was about Abhay Charan series. Then another was that his like unique quality of, he is very inspirational. Also at the same time, he is very entrepreneur. His singing, his bhajans, we still means everybody listens. Particularly His Holiness. There was one time Gurupad, from whom I took my second initiation, he was at our place and in Khargone in Madhya Pradesh. And then he told me that while he was in Vrindavan, in all the streets or in all the even Vrindavan temple, many people, even the guards and everybody would listen when they were aired the first time, that they were listening to his bhajans. So such a sweet, melodious way that he was singing. And so that is another his contribution. His voice is sweeter than the honey, and he immortalized many of our Acharya prayers. So that is his second contribution to us. That is very important. His bhajans and his renditions of the songs, particularly songs of separation, that he will sing songs of separation from, like the gopis have separation, which is given in the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Tava kathamratam tatta jivanam. So that was, he was singing all the time. Kavi bhiriditam kalma shapaham shravana mangalam srimadatam bhuvi grananti ye purida jana. So the nectar of your words and the description of your activities are the life and soul. So Maharaj would put those in his own life also, and those suffering of this material world. These narrations transmitted by learned sages eradicate one of the sinful reactions and bestow good fortune upon whoever hears them. So these narrations are broadcast all over the world and are filled with the spiritual power. Certainly those who spread the message of the Godhead are most beneficent. So Maharaj imbibed the teachings from Srimad Bhagavatam in his own life, and he dedicated his life for serving Srila Prabhupada. And so he was so dear to Prabhupada that Prabhupada will reveal his innermost things, that he wanted to take parikrama before departing from this world of Govardhan. He wanted to go to Rishikesh, and Maharaj went with him to Rishikesh. And there's another part, important part that I remember was translation of all this, his work that he has done in Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and so many other books. Nectar of Devotion and translate them into Bengali. So he did translate all of those, taking taking a lot of pain, trouble waking up earlier, and hardly sleeping for 2.5 hours. So all day, plus taking care of all his movement. So not only that he was a GBC, but also he was a chairman of the GBC. He took this, he put his his aim was to keep the ISKCON intact. Everybody cooperate together. So his main thing that he wanted that his God brothers and everybody, they commit themselves to the service of Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada that said that love for me would be shown by how you cooperate together. And he tried himself, not only he tried, but he helped others to cooperate and come to a unique decision on anything to run this movement. And so he did everything for pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. He will say that if Prabhupada was here, what he will like, what he would have done. So we could understand what he would like by so many of his lectures, so many of his letters, so many of his books, so many of his talks. So in this way, so we cannot really, we have no words to provide solace when we are facing this separation from such a glorious Vaishnava, but we can take some comfort in the fact that now His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj is with Srila Prabhupada and he's continuing his service to Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan and Shri Shri Radha Shyam Sundar. So sometime what is plan of Krishna, it is hard to understand that, but whatever Krishna is doing, we have to accept that it is Krishna's plan and he's taking his pure duties, and he will go certainly by his so much service definitely at the lotus feet of Lord Krishna and his Vaikuntha Loka, or wherever he is there in the another universe. So now service and separation that we have, that we hear that from these poems or Gopi Gita and so many other places, that our main aim is service in separation, that we cannot be together. The period of separation evaluated transcendently is more relishable than the actual meeting, which lacks the feeling of increased anticipation, because the lover and the beloved are present. So there is no anticipation, but in separation there is anticipation. So whatever instruction, so service can be done by Vani and Vapu. Vapu means through the body, but Vapu is not there. But we have his instruction, how he led his life. If we continue what he has done and increase it more and more, that is the most important part. So devotees, we should not take his instruction very cheaply. That is the business of the Sahajiyas. And so just as the Radhika went mad at the sight of the Uddhav, so Lord Chaitanya was also obsessed by day and night with the madness of separation. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu shows himself in his life at how just seeing some mountain, sand dunes, he thought that it is a Govardhan Parvat and he ran towards that. So we also have to do our part of service to His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj or our Guru Maharaj, and he's like my Siksha Guru. He's the one who helped me in many ways. Say particularly, I'm like building a temple, and he helped me in that. And he said that I just a day before he left India, I spoke to him on phone, and he says he will definitely come help us in this installation of the deities and opening of the temple, and he will bring all his crew from Ujjain. So I was very consoled and helpful. But I am sure that devotees who are there in Ujjain and other places will certainly help in opening our temple. But another part was, so in separation, in meeting and separation, these two things are there. Since in separation, you have more feeling, more emotions, more bhav, that how Krishna, how to love, that loving feeling is increased more and more and more. That we see in the life of Srimati Radharani, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And Maharaj always looked good qualities in everyone. He never criticized anyone. And he initiated a lot of my family members also, Chaitanya, Ishwar, and many others. And so he opened our eyes. Chakshudan Dilo Jai Janme Janme Prabhu say. So to many of his disciples and other devotees, and whatever he said is very thoughtful, very straightforward, and his cooperation is very much appreciated with everyone. And so with Vipralamba Bhav, now what we should do? So that may be the question, that what we should be doing. So doing that, like he started some projects. So if we take care of those different projects, like Ujjain temple, he built within just 9 months. So that temple is running, the food distribution that he did. So that should be continued. And others, and not only continued, but it should be, everything should be increased. Now his temple, Ujjain, there is a place called Nagziri. There he's making a lot of like singhassans and ditis and fiberglass ditis, and Prabhupada, practically all over the world, the people who are getting this Prabhupada murtis and other so many altars and parampara of the deities. So he's parampara, Guru parampara. So that is all, means many important projects. And so his disciples are cooperating together, not only disciples, but it's a vacuum now for everyone. But if we take those services, what he has started, and glorify him, attach to those, then that would be that would be great. That would be service in separation. That will please His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj. Is a not only visionary, that he saw that how the ISKCON would grow forward, what has to be done, is very inspirational for every one of us. If we read and glorify him, or read his about his books, letters, or his life, if we see that how much inspirational he is, and is loved by all over in ISKCON, and all over the world is loved, and they are all missing him. And we will continue to miss him. But our main aim is to, yes, to feel vacuum is one thing, but to follow in his footsteps is another thing. So that is what we have to do. So when the gopis were crying in separation from Krishna, that is a greater happiness than meeting Krishna. This is the Krishna, our philosophy, and that how we could serve. So that is the Gaudiya Vaishnava philosophy. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's descendants, our line of God realization is that separation, filling up. So we should feel, yes, we are separated, that is fine. But if we continue and remember him more and more and engage in his loving service, so we should not say that Krishna is in my hand. Better than worship by direct meeting. So that is the Vipralamba Seva. So just like in meeting Vipralamba Seva, so there is one passage, O Govinda, feeling your separation, I am considering a moment to be like 12 years or more. Tears are flowing from my eyes like torrents of rain, and I am feeling all vacant in the world in your absence. This is the perfectional stage of chanting the Hare Krishna mantra and eating the fruit of love of Godhead is exhibited by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. One should not artificially imitate this stage, but if one is serious and sincerely follows the regulatory principles and chants the Hare Krishna mantra, the time will come when these symptoms will appear, tears will fill his eyes, he will be unable to chant distinctly the Maha Mantra, and his heart will throb in ecstasy. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's system that one should not imitate this, but a devotee should long for the day to come when such symptoms of trance will automatically appear in the body. So this is from Chaitanya Charitamrita. So the same thing, that we should feel separation, and so that is one thing, and we should long that how much service I could do to please. Just like we have a relationship with His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj, and how to please him, that would be our Sambandha Avideya would be how to act, what to act that to fulfill his all the desires, fulfill his all the and to increase it more and more. What services he started should be done more and more. Like recently he had a place in Deland, and he was so much like feeling that their devotees are alone there and I should not just sit myself comfortably, Jain, or let me go to see my disciples and help them. So with that mood he came, but somehow by Krishna's arrangement, he got hold of this COVID, and then he left all of us. But now that separation, it's almost a year has gone by, and so naturally the time period has gone. That is true, but we should become more and more mature. And that happens like somebody who has taken a birth has to go. That is very much true. But we have to take care of whatever work that he has left for us. So Maharaj's most cherished instruction that he took from His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, that your love for me will be shown by how you cooperate together after I am gone. And same thing is continues now also, that in Maharaj's absence, we are all reminded to take the instruction to our heart and reform our dedication to ISKCON and to each other. So now, as a servant of the Maharaj, we just again that we are here to assist all of you and all in whatever way possible to for his disciples. And it was very important to Maharaj that we cooperate as a family in the Prabhupada service. And we remind, and it is reminded again today, that although Maharaj is no longer physically present, we are all you are all protected by the shelter of the many devotees who have ready to offer you the support you may require at this time and also in the future. So I will end here. Thank you so much that you have given me opportunity to speak about His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj, who is so dear to me, and we are feeling a great vacuum, and it's a very, very heartfelt that this has happened, and there are many memories are sitting, and this loss cannot be repaired, but just by following his service, then that loss could be somehow it could be covered. So thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Maharaj, for your valuable association. Your presence reminded so many instructions of Shri Guru Maharaj, and you shared that now. Guru Maharaj, the most cherished instruction of Guru Maharaj, how we cooperate with each other as a family in ISKCON. We are very thankful for reminding this most valuable instruction, and we seek your blessings so that we can apply this instruction and continue to serve in ISKCON. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. My obeisances to all the devotees who have attending and who will be listening this. My heartfelt thanks to them for attending, and thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Maharaj.
You
Hare Krishna.
continue.
Yes, Maharaj. Hare Krishna. So we'll continue our session. Our next speaker is His Grace Shrutakirti Prabhu. But due to some technical issues, we will not able to continue on this Zoom ID. So I'm sharing you the link for Facebook. So we will have this session continued on Facebook. So all the devotees can join Facebook. I'm just sharing the link. But tomorrow we will continue on the Zoom only. I'm just sharing the link.
Recording stopped.
It will be the same link, Bhakti Charu Swami Facebook page and SPT, GBC SPT Facebook page. Just I am sharing the link. Yes, devotees can move to this link. Our session will continue there. Hare Krishna. So we will continuing with our next speaker. Our next speaker is His Grace Shruti Kirti Prabhu. I will give a brief introduction about Prabhuji, and we have 5 speakers today. So second is Shruti Kirti Prabhu. So everybody knows Shruti Kirti Prabhu. He joined in early days of Hare Krishna explosion. Soon he was the secretary of Srila Prabhupada, and he would travel with Srila Prabhupada to various countries. He noted the details of his travels, and thus he is one of the greatest speakers on Srila Prabhupada's pastimes. Yeah, Prabhuji has compiled a lot of books on pastimes of Srila Prabhupada. He has been widely preaching everywhere in the world, fulfilling Srila Prabhupada's mission. He is based in United Kingdom. So we will hear the remembrances and service in separation by Shruti Kirti Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Chinamane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pachani Nirvisesa Sanjivati Paskata Desatani. His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj Ki Jai. So, of course, I first met Maharaj in probably 1977 right here, Krishna Balaram Mandir. At the time I was temple president in Hawaii, and I came the end of August and I stayed for I'm sure, as you're going to hear again and again as people talk, he was such a gentleman, such a gentle soul, and very humble. He had so many qualities that I appreciated in Srila Prabhupada. Anyway, he was very kind to me, and he had no problem in having me help him engage in service and different things, and cooking, like that. And then, of course, Prabhupada left shortly after that. I went back to Hawaii, and just to give some background, I was in Hawaii till 1980, then I was in Los Angeles to like 1983. And then by 1984, I had a wife and 3 children, so I wound up moving back to my home area. Had to get a place to rent, had to get a job. So it was from, at that time when I was outside of the protection of ISKCON, more or less. I was an hour away from any temple. And of course, that lifestyle, having full-time job, going every day, not being near a temple, you find yourself gradually drying up. And the internet was, of course, just starting to boom by the late 80s, into the 90s. We were all on what was called AOL, America Online. And being on the internet, somehow or other I came across the fact that Prabhupada's centennial was coming in 1996. So it was 1995. And Bhakti True Maharaj, he was trying to organize a program to bring all of the, we say like the disconnected devotees back. You know, all these, my god brothers, my god sisters, and others who had found themselves in similar situations to me for one reason or another. And he started this program for the centennial that he wanted to somehow reach out to all of his god brothers, his god sisters, to see that they would be more involved in their devotional service, feel closer to Prabhupada's society, feel closer to Srila Prabhupada. And I don't know about anybody else, but myself, I took it as an opportunity. I was, like I say, for a dozen years, I was pretty distant from the society, just going to the temple on special festival days and things like that. So it was kind of by his influence, by his pushing from afar, that I wound up coming to Vrindavan for 1996. And after over a dozen years of not coming to India, not being very involved in the society, that was the first step where I, again, got into more involved in Krishna consciousness. And more than that, it's when I began my writings, which about took 7 years, but later became a book. So that influence was very, very essential, was very important, and it had an effect on me, had just getting a taste again. So that was definitely an influence of Bhakti True Maharaj. And then, of course, after that, I was coming back to Vrindavan. I remember I was here 2000, 2001. Radhanath Swami involved me in one of his programs here during Kartik. We went to Raval. I remember it was the first day of his pilgrimage. They had, like, at that time, 2001, 20 years ago, they had over a dozen buses all filled with the devotees. He had me speak the first day. So, again, just that little bit of taste, it helps so much. And it's something that Maharaj, Bhakti True Maharaj, understood very well. So then we'll fast forward into 2010, between 2010 and 2020, I started probably a half a dozen times. I would go to Atlanta Temple, which they would have the Panihati Festival, which Jayapataka Maharaj made famous in different places, particularly Atlanta, where he would go to every year at that time. So because I was in the U.S. and temple president, he would invite me to come and speak 1 or 2 days about Srila Prabhupada. So just in the last few years, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, again, Sikhi Mahiti, he was inviting me to come to Atlanta. And one of the other persons, the big name they would invite, was Bhakti True Maharaj, because now this time, Jayapataka Maharaj, he wasn't traveling as much. Huh? So since that community has a large Bengali community, so they would invite Bhakti True Maharaj. And so I was there for, not the last Panihati, but the two before that. I was there for Panihati festival. And 2 years ago, I was there for the Janmashtami festival. And Bhakti Chiru Maharaj was there at both of those festivals. And we stayed next door to the temple and the guest house, and I was literally right next to him. We would take prasadam together downstairs. Him and whatever Prabhupada disciples were there, we would all have breakfast and lunch together. So it was a very nice atmosphere. And him and I, we always got along very well. I would imagine he got along with everyone very nicely. But we definitely, in some ways, we would speak the same language. He would talk about Srila Prabhupada so much, and in the classes he would talk about Prabhupada. Then I would get up and talk about Prabhupada, tell different pastimes and things. And I remember each time after the class, he would come up to me and he said the exact same thing each time. He'd say, that was amazing. He said, that was wonderful. He said, this class, he said, is so nice. So in that way, it was very encouraging. But he was also, just to hear about Prabhupada, he would become so inspired wherever it was coming from. We know his book has become one of the very sought-after books, how he talks about his own feelings, his emotions, and his service to Srila Prabhupada. And so as I mentioned, 1996, he kind of brought me in. And it started a very wonderful thing where more and more I became engaged in service. So one day as we were waiting for lunch to be served, and he was sitting at the head of the table, Panchagoda Prabhu was there, Teja Prakash was there, I was there, one other devotee, all his godbrothers were there. And while we were waiting to be served, he said, I have an idea. And it just coming for now, this 125th anniversary, he realized it was coming, Prabhupada's anniversary of his appearance 125 years ago. And he said, what I want to do, he said, is in the U.S., because now he was going to the U.S. He had that place in Florida, Farm Lake community outside Orlando. And he said, I want to have a program, he said, for my godbrothers and godsisters. He said, I want them all to come. He said, I want everybody to be invited. He said, we have to figure out where to do it. He said, we can all get together for a week or so. And again, give everybody the opportunity just to engage in service and somehow reconnect. He said, wherever they are, whatever they're doing, however long they may be away, he said, let's get them here. He said, it will pay all the expenses. He said, it's going to cost a few $100,000. He said, we'll have to get a nice retreat area, pay for everybody's flight, pay for their rooms, pay for the prasadam, everything. He said, he said, I'll seed it. He said, I'll start it with $100,000. He said, towards this program. So he said, let's all keep in touch. He said, and we should get this going. So this is what I saw again and again with Bhakti Chiru Maharaj, is his appreciation, his desire to see that all of Prabhupada's followers, particularly his godbrothers and godsisters, that somehow or other we appreciate them, give them the opportunity to do some service, whatever the situation was. And again, what I always saw was this was the way Prabhupada was. I was with Srila Prabhupada for more than 2 years. It's all Prabhupada ever saw was the service we were doing. If he saw there were difficulties, of course he would correct it. Like in the class, I think the class, not the other day, but a week or so ago, I was saying, Prabhupada called me into his room during that time 12 times, saying, where is everyone? Where are the others? And they'd be taking rest. So it wasn't that Prabhupada never corrected or never chastised, but whenever he saw that anyone was starting to drift away, he would bring them back in. So this is the quality. This is a Vaishnava. And this is what I saw with Maharaj, is he had that same, didn't see any faults in others. He just saw, these are Prabhupads. These are Prabhupada's people. They're my brothers, my sisters. And he would want to engage them in service. So, somehow or other, as we all do, just like Prabhupada, back in 1977, he left us, but of course never left, as he said, the devotee, he never dies, he lives in his instructions. So Prabhupada gave us so many instructions, and I could see that Maharaj, he took to Prabhupada's instructions very, very sincerely, very purely. And as I appreciated, of course, he had the same, like Prabhupada, he was an aristocratic man, Maharaj. He came from a very nice family, and he had those wonderful qualities. He was very compassionate. He spoke very nicely, and you would have this natural attraction towards such a person as a great Vaishnava. His going, of course, is, as any devotee when they leave, any very wonderful devotee, it's always very difficult. But they leave behind their legacy, and they leave behind their example. So that example of Maharaj for me is something that is very important, very enlivening, encouraging, and just on a personal level, he inspired me so much by his desire to always serve the devotees. Not that we just take service. This isn't our thing, accepting service. Prabhupada said you have to give back. There's something, of course, I always saw with Prabhupada. Not that we're eager that people service, but we want to give service to others. So he exemplified that very much in everything he did. And over the years, he became more and more dynamic, I think, within our ISKCON society, which makes it all the more difficult for all of us. At the same time, his compassion is there, his blessings are there, the example is there, particularly for his own disciples, of what to aspire for. So this is what a Vaishnava does. They show you everything. They show you the way. They show you all the intricacies, how to develop Krishna consciousness. And they set the example. As I said, Prabhupada, I was just reading yesterday, Prabhupada was saying, the only thing I've introduced, he said, was translating books. He says that's the one thing. Everything else, he said, I learned as a child. He said, everything I'm showing you, all the examples, everything I'm doing, he said, everything in our society, he said, I was doing from childhood. He said, as my father was.
Jaya Radha Kunja Jaya Radha Kunja
জয় রাধা মাধব কুঞ্জ
Hare Krishna. So we are fortunate to have with us His Holiness Bhanu Swami Maharaj. He appeared in Canada and he became connected with Krishna consciousness movement in India in 1970 and got initiation by Srila Prabhupada in just 1 year in 1971, and he took sannyas vows in 1984. He was very fortunate to be personally instructed by Srila Prabhupada in the art of deity worship, and so he has become an authority on that topic. He is playing a very important role in GBC. He has been a GBC member since 2003, and he is extensively preaching in South India and also a co-GBC for Japan. And he is a very great scholar in Sanskrit and Bengali. So he has translated 15 significant works of the Gaudiya Vaishnava literatures in English, which primarily include the commentary of our previous acharyas on Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Sri Ishopanishad, and so on. So his contribution is a lasting one for all the followers of Srila Prabhupada. Also, his current efforts in spreading Krishna consciousness include completing the construction of a temple in Chennai and stabilizing the new temple in Tokyo, Japan. He is, due to his scholarship, he has made presentations on various topics like karma, reincarnation, yoga, and Srimad Bhagavatam, and he presents this to very highly educated people in the selected parts of the world whenever he travels. So especially we are very, very grateful to him. He visited during GBC meeting in Ujjain also, and at this most needed time, he accepted our request to give us the association, solace and strength so that we can come out of this great loss and we can understand the mood of our spiritual master and serve ISKCON throughout our life. So we are very grateful to him, and let us express our gratitude by chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. His Holiness Bhanu Swami Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Hare Krishna. Can you hear me?
Yes, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. You can hear?
Maharaj, sound is little slow.
Oh, because on, but I don't know.
Bluetooth device is ready to pair. The radio aux input mode.
What's that?
Yes.
Hello, Hare Krishna. Can you hear me?
Yes, Maharaj. It's clear, Maharaj.
Okay, fine. Okay. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nityanamane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. In the Bhagavatam and other Vedic literatures, we often hear of the different yugas. So we have Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. And in Satya Yuga, everything is very pure, and people are so pure that in general they can concentrate their mind and meditate on the Supreme Lord. As time progresses, then gradually people become contaminated a little bit and a little bit. So in Treta Yuga, they cannot concentrate anymore, and then not so much, and therefore they're given a form to concentrate on, a form of fire. So they do yagya, and Vishnu was represented by fire, material element. As time progresses, it is even more difficult to concentrate on the Lord. So instead of fire, a form of the Lord is given, that is the deity form, the Arthamurti, and rules are established to worship that form, Dwapara Yuga. As the sinful activities increase, then we come to Kali Yuga. In Kali Yuga, there is prominence of tamagun and sinful activities. So in Bhagavatam, it's described that 1/4 of dharma is left, and 3/4 is all adharma, sinful activity. In such a state of affairs, it is very difficult to practice spiritual life. Yet, the Lord gives the process of Nam Sankirtan for everyone. It's an easier process, so He gives the easiest process in Kali Yuga. However, we have a prominence of sinful activity in demonic nature. In Satya Yuga, there is less tamagun, less demonic nature, but we should not think that it's absent. Even in Satya Yuga, we have demons attacking the sages. So relatively speaking, it is peaceful, but nevertheless, there is disturbance from demons. And in Treta Yuga, there's more impurity, so more demons. In Dwapara Yuga, we see when Krishna was alive, there were many demons. And at the end of Kali Yuga, Kurukshetra battle took place to annihilate all the elements. The Pandavas came on the throne, and as long as they ruled, the demonic element was suppressed. When Krishna disappeared, then the Pandavas also gave up the kingdom, and they gave it to Parikshit Maharaj, who was also a great devotee of the Lord. He also managed to keep the sinful activities under control. Yeah. And in the first canto of Bhagavatam, we have the story of how Parikshit was inspecting his kingdom, and then he saw a cow and a bull being attacked by this Sudra who was dressed like a king. And Parikshit chastised this impostor and prevented him from further attacking the cow and the bull. Now, the cow and the bull, of course, can be actual cow and bull that in Kali Yuga, people mercilessly slaughter a cow for food. But they also, the cow and the bull also represent Dharma and the earth. So in Kali Yuga, there is a strong attack upon all sorts of Dharma, genuine Dharma, and consequently on the earth. So that is the condition that we have in Kali Yuga. As I said, it is 3/4 Dharma left, and Kali Yuga is attacking the last leg of Dharma. 1/4, one leg is left. So we can expect a lot of sinful activities and demonic elements destroying Dharma and consequently destroying the earth by the cow. Parikshit Maharaj could control that destructive element. He died with the influence of Kali while he reigned. But as a few generations passed, then the last descendant, the last line in the kingdom, marched off of the Himalayas and gave up his duties. So the world was left without any dharmic ruler descended from Manu. And that condition has deteriorated. The condition has deteriorated since that time until we have all sorts of disturbances in this material world, exploitation. And in the commentaries by Srila Prabhupada on the first canto describing Maharaj, he often comments upon the incompetent leaders of society that encourage the killing of the cow, that have no sense of dharma, that allow the earth to get destroyed. So that was Prabhupada was speaking in the 1950s and 60s when he wrote that commentary on the first canto. And he was seeing not only the world situation, he was also seeing the situation in India when Nehru came to power and he began to industrialize India and make it into a so-called modern nation. And in the meanwhile, Western influence began to creep in, and Western fashion became very prominent in India, and the Dharma, the natural Dharma, was destroyed. The Prabhupada writes often elaborate purports on how the leaders have become completely irresponsible in the modern world. So since that time, perhaps it's become even worse. And now we see the condition of this the world. Of course, we do know that at all times there is conflict and war in place. Uncontrolled tendency in the modern world, and then unexpectedly we had this virus appearing, and everybody was caught off guard. Everybody was helpless. And of course, we also know the source of this virus is because human beings are breeding animals for slaughter. Commercially, they're artificially confining these animals, and because of that, the diseases from the animals, they have a chance to infiltrate the human being and cause viruses which are very, very detrimental. And this is not the first time. It's been happening 10 years ago. Not so prominent as this, it's not so contagious, but still it has happened. And every time it happens, countries go on the alert and set up temperature monitors in the airports, and you have to fill out questionnaires, etc. Now it has become extreme. So the end result of all of this is to show how the human being is quite helpless. But it is not a fact that we can't do anything about it. We can do something about it, but we have to take bold steps. No one has mentioned this publicly in the big forums of the world, but quietly, some scientists, and of course devotees have also been, the whole source of all this problem is because of our sinful activities, and particularly the mass slaughter of animals. This is causing this virus. So this is just another sign of the demonic nature of Kali Yuga manifesting in another way, the human population and decimated by its power. So though we may think of ourselves as very advanced scientifically, we see how now everybody is struggling to combat this virus, which is such a thing, but very, very powerful to battle the human being. So previously we had the Kurukshetra war, where the people, Dharma, by the Pandavas, were against the represented by Duryodhana and his allies. So now we have a society which is attacked internally by another demon. This society is attacked by another demon, an invisible demon that they can't even fight. They haven't got the ability to fight it because it's arose. But as devotees, we can understand that this is the natural result of not following the injunctions of Scripture and exploiting the earth, exploiting the animals, exploiting other human beings to such an extent that eventually we have a reaction taking place. So that's the general husband point of view. So it's a very depressing outlook, the progress of Kali Yuga and the rise of the demonic elements. But as I said, the solution in Kali Yuga is Nam Sankirtan, which has been introduced by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as the saving grace in Kali Yuga. So Bhagavatam says that everything is a fault in Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga is an ocean of fault. But yet, there is one good quality, guna. And that good quality is the name of Krishna. And though we may not realize it, this is actually the solution to all the problems that we have in this world. It would be difficult to convince the leaders of society because they're looking at vaccines and things like that. But ultimately, even if they make a vaccine, then another virus will appear. Then they have to make another vaccine and another vaccine, etc. And after a while, there's so many vaccines available, they become useless also. So the solution is very radical. We have to restore the earth and the population to the path of Dharma. But not just regular Dharma like Varnashram Dharma. The center of this Dharma is Nam Sankirtan. This is the Yuga Dharma. So somehow or other, all the devotees have to concentrate on influencing people to take up the name. And though it looks like a religious solution, which is sentimental for some people, we can never underestimate the power of this to transform the whole. So the transformation of society will take place by the transformation of the jiva. We can't rely on superficial changes of circumstances or economic levels and superficial cures for diseases. The real cure is the upliftment of the jiva, to turn the jiva from a bahirmukha jiva to an antramukha jiva who is favorable to Krishna. So that is, on one, maybe very difficult because people have so many ideas in their heads. Nevertheless, this is the prediction of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and this is also the decision of, or the verdict of Scripture, that this is the method for uplifting Kali Yuga and transforming it from its demoniac state into a proper condition. So the name of the Lord is non-different from Krishna, and the name has got potency on all levels. The name is called Chintamani, or touchstone. So a touchstone, of course, in the material world can give you material things. but Krishna is a touchstone. He can give you any material benefit, including cure from diseases and eradication of poverty and comfortable living, etc. Krishna can give liberation, and Krishna can also give. So Krishna gives all possible benedictions. The name of the Lord also is the same. It is non-different from Krishna. So also give its upliftment on all levels, material level and on spiritual level. So in other words, this potency is covers everything, material and spiritual. For us devotees, of course, we're not so much interested in the material aspects, we're interested in the spiritual aspect. But the materialists, they're more interested in the material aspect. So the name of the Lord also covers that. At the end of Bhagavad Gita, in the summary, Sanjaya mentions that where there's Krishna and Arjuna, then there is victory, there is righteousness, there is prosperity. So along with the development of prema and spiritual wealth, we also get everything to give us facility in this material world so that we can live a life favorable for Krishna. So the chanting of the holy name can give us progress in all levels. The mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has manifested 500 years ago, approximately, and the seeds have been spread to all parts of the world. This is something extraordinary. Bhakti is very rare. Karma yoga is not rare as far as times were concerned. Everybody was following Varnashram and the king ruled the world. Nowadays, even that is rare. Jnana is rarer than that because only some people in the karma yoga system become qualified by sattva guru, and then they can take to the process of jnana. But bhakti is rarer than that. So to take to the process of devotional service requires the evolution of the jiva over many births through karma yoga and jnana yoga. Finally, we get to bhakti yoga. So it is very, very rare under normal circumstances. Nevertheless, there are arrangements for bhakti in all yugas, and particularly in Kali Yuga, there is no other resort. Karma yoga has disappeared. Jnana yoga has disappeared. So our only resort is bhakti yoga for everybody. So it's not so uncommon in Kali Yuga. So the way in which this takes place is by the chanting of the holy name. This makes the process of bhakti not so rare. Even so, people are at different levels. So the Bhagavatam often speaks about qualification. You can only act according to your qualification. And some people are not qualified for bhakti. Therefore, you can't even preach to them. So we have one offense to the holy name. Don't preach to faithless people. So that's a principle we have to follow. Otherwise, we commit offense against the holy name. At the same time, we have the instruction of Lord Chaitanya, preach everywhere. Or we have the instruction of Guru, preach everywhere. I would see that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur encouraged Prabhupada to preach. So he went to the Western world. Everybody was completely unqualified. Yet he was expected to preach there. He tried, and he became successful. So we do have the injunction, don't preach to the faithful people. We have to observe that. But then we have this great mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in which he wants to uplift even the apparadis. So how do we correlate these two principles of compassionate preaching and not committing offense? Bhaktivinoda Thakur mentioned we have to preach according to qualification. If we see that somebody has faith, or if he doesn't have faith, at least he has no hostility towards the world, then you can preach. And according to the level of the person, you have to preach differently. So you have to use your intelligence when you preach also. What about most of the people that don't have faith? What do you do to those people? So Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, we do not preach directly. We preach indirectly. So what does this mean? We engage them in devotional service without telling them about Krishna. This is what we call agyata smriti, or we'd say unconscious devotional acts. And so in other words, we can give people prasadam, and we don't have to tell them prasadam. And this will alter the jiva a little bit. If that person constantly takes prasadam, and then that jiva gets more influenced, and eventually that jiva becomes favorable and develops. So not only prasadam, people can hear the name. We cannot preach to them about the name because they don't have faith and they won't listen, but we can expose them to the name of Krishna. They can hear the kirtan. We can show the form of the Lord. That is why we have Rath Yatra, so that the people in general can see the form of Jagannath. They may not know what that form is, but simply by seeing that form, they get some influence. The jiva becomes a little bit favorable. So we have to use our intelligence to find all sorts of means of exposing everyone in society to Krishna. And then they get a little bit influenced. So the more they get influenced, then eventually they develop faith, Shraddha. Then we can start. We have these two methods of preaching to people, and we have to judge what's more suitable in what circumstance. And if we do that, then we can fulfill the order of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who spread the name every town and village. This was Lord Chaitanya's order. After he departed, that there were some enthusiastic preachers. Nityananda was very enthusiastic, and he spread kirtan all over Bengal and Bangladesh. And others in Orissa took up the movement, also Ramananda. Srinivasacharya later took up the movement. Narottam Das took up the movement also. And it also spread up into Manipur and other regions in eastern India. But after a few hundred years, the spreading stopped. And when Bhaktivinoda Thakur discovered the theology of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was a little bit disappointed, because here was the conclusion of all philosophies and theologies. Bhaktivinoda Thakur had studied Upanishads and Western philosophy, material philosophy, and he'd studied Christian philosophy and religion. So he had a background because he had studied all of these things. But when he came to the philosophy and theology of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he said, "This is the highest thing. This is the conclusion of all religions and philosophy. Whatever good points are there in any philosophy or theology is there, but in its highest form, in what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu presents." And very enthusiastic. Fortunately, he couldn't even find a good copy of Chaitanya Charitamrita anywhere. He had to search and search and search. Finally, he found a copy and he published that. He also wrote a little commentary on it. So when Bhaktivinoda Thakur was alive, Lord Chaitanya's movement was not in a very good condition. So he enthusiastically began to preach. He wrote works in Sanskrit. He wrote works in Bengali. He wrote works in English to cater to different types of people. So he wrote in Sanskrit to cater to the traditionalists who needed some, Sanskrit work. So up until that time, most of the works in Lord Chaitanya's movement were written in Sanskrit, like the works of the so he wrote in Sanskrit. But he also understood in even in Bhaktivinoda's time in the 1850s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, not so many people knew Sanskrit anymore. So then he wrote works in Bengali also, like Jaiva Dharma and Chaitanya Shikshamrita. So he was enthusiastic to cater to the in different ways. And then he wrote all sorts of works. He even wrote like novels. He wrote a novel, and then Jaiva Dharma is almost like a novel, also with a lot of philosophy in it. So he experimented with different methods of communicating with people in the modern world. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur also took up that message, eager to spread the movement of Lord Chaitanya. So he renounced the world and took sannyas, and he began vigorously preaching. Within his lifetime, he established all over India different mutts, and he even sent people to Burma and England and Germany to preach. So Prabhupada also was very enthusiastic to take up that mission, and he had his goal was to follow the order of his spiritual master. And what was that order? So he recalls that when he first met Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, then Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur told him, you should be so much interested in this independence movement, all these political things and whatever. Rather, you should take up movement of Lord Chaitanya, preach to the English-speaking public, the modern people, and people in the modern world, young people. So Prabhupada, of course, took some time to digest that. And it eventually became his life and soul to do that, to spread the movement of Lord Chaitanya. So he comments that he understood that he should follow the order of the spiritual master when he read Vishwanath Chakravarti's commentary on the Bhagavad Gita on Vyavasayamaka Buddhi, how to develop this one-pointed intelligence dedicated to Krishna, not distracted on material karma, etc. So he preached, or he was reading the commentary, and in that commentary it says that one should take the order of the spiritual master as a life-sustaining medicine. When people get sick, chronic sickness, sometimes the doctor orders them to take some medicine. And if they don't take the medicine, then they get sicker, they may die. People that have diabetes, serious diabetes, sometimes if they don't take their medicine, then they'll get much worse. Or if they have a heart condition, have to take some high blood pressure, then they have to take some medicine, otherwise they will also. So there is a very crucial medicine that you have to take to maintain your life. So to maintain your spiritual life, you also need a medicine. And what is that medicine? That is the instruction of the Guru, the spiritual master. So Prabhupada read that, and then he thought, oh, my guru has given me this order, English speaking. That's his order. That's the life-sustaining medicine. That will make my spiritual life successful. So he made that order his life and soul. Spiritual progress depended on fulfilling that order. And therefore, he made the sacrifice of going off to America at an old age when he was not in good physical condition. And he suffered a heart attack on the boat. Once he got to America, didn't know anybody. And he just kept trying to and as I said, it's difficult because who's got faith in Krishna? In the 1960s in America, nobody knew the word Krishna. Nobody knew the word mantra. Nobody knew about vegetarian food. All these things are completely unknown at that time. So very, very difficult to preach. But because of the order of a spiritual master, then he says, I have to do this, it doesn't matter. And then he writes that maybe if I go to America and I make 1 or 2 devotees, very good, then I'm successful. We see that somehow or other, Krishna was very merciful, and he didn't make 1 or 2 devotees, he made thousands of devotees. But yet he still says, the only reason I'm successful is I follow the order of my spiritual master. So this, of course, was long after the disappearance of Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur, but he kept that order in his mind, and this became his means of doing his activities, his inspiration for doing activities from that point all the way until he disappeared from the earth. So at a certain point in time, we should realize that our guru has a special mission, and he has given us some special orders as well. And if we can try to concentrate on those and develop them so that preaching can be spread in all parts of the world, then we fulfill the order of our spiritual master. We've also become successful spiritually, and we've increased the movement of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So this is something that we can always look forward to. If the spiritual master departs, we can no longer serve him directly. So the Vapu Seva, or service to his body, is no longer there. But more important than the Vapu Seva is the Vani Seva, to serve the instruction of the spiritual master. Prabhupada made that instruction his life and soul, and that was his inspiration for preaching all around the world. So similarly, every devotee should take the order of the spiritual master and try to fulfill that, and in that way, individually you become successful, and thus you please the spiritual master, and you make Chaitanya Mahaprabhu very satisfied as well. You make Prabhupada very pleased by fulfilling that order. So there is a general order, which is mentioned by Chakravarti. You have to fulfill the order of the spiritual master and your life-sustaining medicine. Then he says what the order is. The ultimate order is that you should attain the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna. In other words, your spiritual advancement to the highest level is the ultimate order. And we see this as what the function of guru. We should not think of the function of guru as some material thing. The function of guru is to get us above the material world and take us to the spiritual world eternally. That's his function. So all these other, we should not mix this up with all the material he may give or whatever. Rather, we should concentrate on that spiritual function of the spiritual master. And whatever valuable instructions he's given to you to advance in devotional service, surpassing the material world and all the attractions in the material world, how to develop more and more attraction to serving Krishna. Any instruction in that is most valuable. That's the ultimate purpose of the spiritual master. The guru can also give individual instructions. He may give an instruction to preach in a certain place. He sent some disciples to China or wherever. Someone he sent to Australia. Someone he sent to Japan. So the individual orders or instructions may also be there. But of course, ultimately, all of these are going back to the idea that his function is to deliver us to Krishna. So if you didn't get an individual instruction, at least you have that general instruction. And you should look for all of the advice that Bhakti True Swami has given on how you can advance in devotional service and attain the lotus feet of Radha. And if you can do that, that is what is moving to the spiritual master. He's fulfilled his function nicely if he's able to help you advance in devotional service. So, as I said, the Vani Seva is important. And even if the spiritual master is physically present, though we may want to do the Vapu Seva, ultimately, even then, the Vani Seva is very, very important. And actually, it's more important than anything else, because we should try to follow the orders of the spiritual master as much as possible, and that way, and we can advance, and that will be please the spiritual master. So we should try as much as possible to fulfill that order, and by doing that, there is no separation from the spiritual master. Though we may think from our limited point of view that the spiritual master has disappeared, that's a very limited material vision. If we serve properly and we follow the order properly, then we have the presence of the spiritual master. Once the guru was out of his material body, he's not limited like us in one place. So we should not think of limitation at all. If we can follow the order properly, then we can connect with the spiritual master. And for us, then he becomes living. This is the experience of the devotees of Srila Prabhupada. They were very attached to Prabhupada, and then he disappeared. What are they going to do? So they had no resort but to follow his orders, follow his instructions as best they could. And if they sincerely followed, then they had great satisfaction. And in this way, they felt the presence of Srila Prabhupada. So therefore, this is a method by which we can invoke the Guru by following his instructions, whether he's physically present or not. And in this way, we can get our spiritual satisfaction, and we please the spiritual master. Okay. Questions or anything?
Krishna Maharaj, yes, we have one question. Devotees, this devotee is asking, Hare Krishna Maharaj, Dandavat Pranam, thank you very much for your association. The unexpected and sudden departure of Guru Maharaj has given the biggest shock of life to many devotees. I am personally feeling lamentation that I could not serve Vapu of Guru Maharaj enough, although I could do. I am trying to focus on his instructions given to me, but feeling very weak and broken-hearted. Please guide how to come over this.
Yeah. If we see the example Srila Prabhupada, he actually didn't get much Vapu Seva at all with Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. He met him a few times only. He didn't get to serve him much at all. Yet, we see that he took that order very strongly. And then among all the disciples of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he became the outstanding disciple, not because he wanted to be famous or anything, but because he could accomplish so much and fulfill the order of the spiritual master. So yes, it is good to serve the Vapu, and of course in scriptures we see that you should meaningfully serve, just like Krishna and Sudama, they served Sandapani Muni by going to the forest and getting wood for the fires every day, and they risk their life because a storm happened, etc. And of course in the Vedas we see that you should come before Guru with firewood in your hand, samit pani sotriyam brahmanishtam. You should come with firewood in your hand, so you do some menial service as well. So that is definitely there. And in Bhagavad Gita we see Hari Prashnena Sevaya. You should be very inquisitive about spiritual life, and you should also do seva. But then we have both sevas. We have the Vapu seva, like carrying the firewood in the Vedic tradition, or in our tradition, you can cook for the Guru or clean his room or whatever. But then we have the Pani seva, follow the instructions. So both are there, but as I said, serving the instruction is the most crucial one. And we see from Prabhupada's example, that is what he excelled in. He didn't get the chance to have the Vapu Seva so much. He only met him several times. And even then, not for long periods of time. He never even stayed with him for a long period of time. But he took the instruction as his life and soul, and then he accomplished so much. So yes, you can lament for not having the chance of Vapu Seva, but if you can do the Vani Seva, then your spiritual master will be very pleased by that. Of course, you have no alternative now. So if you can do that, you can advance nicely, and then your spiritual master serves his function of helping you progress spiritually.
Yes, Maharaj, we have another question from Radharani Priya Mataji. She is thanking for explaining importance of Guru's instruction, and she is requesting, if possible, to share some personal exchanges with His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj.
Actually, when I think probably 1976, probably, or maybe 77. That's when I first saw Bhakti Charu Swami. He was serving Srila Prabhupada. Of course, we were all young. He was also young at that time. But my impression was he was a very intelligent person and a very refined person. When people joined the movement from America and other places, some had a rather rough character, ever like that. And even the Indians that joined, maybe a little bit rough or not so well educated, etc. But on seeing Bhakti Charu Swami at that time, then I could understand that he has a certain level of refinement about him. It's the way he acted. And of course, I didn't know it, but he had also got very good education. Had come from a good family, etc. And he was personally serving Prabhupada. So obviously Prabhupada was also pleased by his good nature and his gentle manner and his refined way of speaking, etc. So that was my first impression. After that, I didn't see much because I went back to Japan, and then after that, Srila Prabhupada disappeared. So I didn't get the chance at that time to meet with him. Later on, I served in South India with the BBT, among other things, and Bhakti Charu Swami was in charge of the Bengali BBT. And he also had taken the project of translating all of the Prabhupada's English works into Bengali, like Chaitanya Charitamrita commentary, etc. So that was a rather big project, but he dedicated himself to that. And then he was also responsible for publishing all the works in Bengali. Yeah. So because I was doing some BBT work for the Tamil language, then I got the chance to meet him on certain occasions for BBT work, like getting transparencies for color pictures, etc. And at that time, of course, I always noticed that one thing, he was a very good host. Different devotees would be coming and he would be welcoming them, and he would feed them, house them, etc., take care of all their needs, so they didn't have to worry. And he continued that type of service later also, even after he left the BBT. He was always very considerate to all the different devotees. So whenever we meet him, he was welcome us and make sure that we were comfortable and we had good prasadam, etc. So that type of attitude continued all the way through up until the present time. Even, what was it, I think last, I think the last time I met him was in Mayapur in the during the Gaur Purnima festival. Before that, we had our GBC meetings, so we had the opportunity then to come to his room several times, and there he also welcomed us all very nicely. Of course, we were talking a lot of business also, maybe some not so pleasant managerial stuff, but nevertheless, he was always very cordial to everybody, and in spite of all of our distractions from all these other problems going on in the society, he was gave us comforting messages and also fed us sumptuously. So in all cases, he was a perfect gentleman and a hope for welcoming and serving the devotees. So that's become one of his major qualities that everybody remembers, how very gentle and humble he was, and ready to serve everyone and try to please them and make them feel very, very comfortable.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, there is one devotee, Srinivas Nitai Prabhu. He is asking, devotees have to take some risk in the service of the Lord. What should be the guiding principle for devotees as to how much risk they can take? What should be our attitude when it appears that we have taken more risk than required?
Yes, so yes, there's always a risk. Sometimes the devotees are very enthusiastic. This is a situation of risk at the moment, but we see previously there are many risks, like preaching in Africa, people undertook very great risk. And in communist Russia, the devotees took a great risk also then. So there have been times like that, and sometimes there were wars, like I think there were some wars in Chechnya and other places like that. So and the devotees took risks to distribute prasadam, etc. So one can do that. At the same time, we should have enough intelligence to try to take all precautions so that we don't risk too much. Some risk okay, but we shouldn't risk too much. Otherwise, we'll stop our service to Krishna. So we could continue longer. So we have to use our intelligence to see what is the maximum risk we can take without really endangering our own self, our health, or our life. So the general principle of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was that certainly we should preach, but we're also responsible for maintaining our bodies. And therefore we have to take consideration of that and not go to extremes. So we take care of our body and keep it in such a condition that we can nicely do our devotional service. So we balance the preaching with maintaining our body so that we can remain Krishna conscious. And if we can do that, then we can keep preaching.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, a devotee from Indore, Somesh Rathi Prabhu, is asking, how should we see departure of Guru Maharaj as perfect arrangement of Krishna? We find it difficult to accept. Please guide.
We should look at all of the departure. We look at the departure of Krishna. Krishna departed. How did the Pandavas feel? They were devastated. Then when Parikshit was there, then the Pandavas marched off to the Himalayas and he was left all alone. He felt devastated also in one sense. When the Pandavas were in problem, then people were wondering, why doesn't Krishna help the Pandavas? Why do they get banned for 13 years to the forest? What is Krishna doing for them? And even Bhishma said, I cannot understand the plan of the Supreme Lord, how he acts like this. Nevertheless, I have faith that somehow or other he has his plan. He couldn't understand. This is Bhishma Dev speaking. I cannot understand the plan of the Lord. Devi makes a similar expression. I cannot understand the plan of the Lord also. So what to speak of us? Definitely we cannot also understand the plan of the Lord. Nevertheless, we accept it as somehow the Lord has some a particular purpose in doing this. When Srila Prabhupada left again, the devotees were thinking, how is it that Srila Prabhupada left? He hadn't completed the Bhagavatam, and he wanted to do other works as well. So why didn't the Lord keep him there to? He wanted to translate Mahabharata and Ramayana and Padma Purana and other works, but he didn't even get to finish the Bhagavatam. So why did Krishna do that? So the devotees would, feeling puzzled by that. But we just have to the Lord determines when the devotee is useful for a certain purpose here, and then he also balances that with the need of that same devotee somewhere else. Yeah. So when the need somewhere else becomes prominent, then he withdraws him from the earth here, and he puts him somewhere else. So that we simply have to accept the plan. We don't know what it is. If you have advanced spiritual vision, maybe you can understand. You get beyond time and space and whatever, and you can just see things from a higher perspective, then probably you can understand. But at the present moment, because our minds are also affected by influence of time and material energy, etc., it's very, very difficult for us to do that. Even those who are very advanced, or Nityasiddhas even, they have difficulty understanding just because of us. If we're conditioned, people have conditioning, so we cannot really understand that. But because we have faith in Krishna, then we accept. Just as the Nityasiddhas like Bhishma accepted, okay, I don't understand what Krishna was doing, but it must be a perfect plan of some sort. So similarly, we also have to take that stance and accept the verdict of Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, there is a devotee from Pune, Parshuram Prabhu. He is asking question. We have heard that Guru comes back to this material world to claim his disciples back to Krishna. Is it true, Maharaj?
Yeah. So question is does it happen, or how does it happen? What's the question?
He is asking, is that true? That's it.
Yeah. So yes, the Guru makes a vow to deliver the disciple, and hopefully all the disciples will get delivered. It may take several lifetimes, however. So because of the responsibility, then the Guru was obligated. However, he can also depute others. He can also give that responsibility. Others can also take up that role of delivering the other disciples or whatever. So it doesn't have to be one person. He can also designate to other persons as well. So he may send other persons back into this material world to help deliver his disciples who may continue for many, many births in the future. So in that way, the responsibility is shared with others as well. So that's one way of looking at it. And the other, of course, is that Krishna himself, understanding the position of the guru and his disciples, he also makes proper arrangements for them somehow or other. Nevertheless, the promise is there of the guru, so somehow it should be fulfilled.
Hare Krishna. There is a devotee, Amarendra Prabhu. He is asking, Guru has given so much Vani. Among so much Vani, which instructions specifically I should practice in my life?
Well, we could say the same thing about Srila Prabhupada. He given so many books and so many instructions everywhere. So that's a good fortune that we have many instructions to follow. Ultimately, of course, as I said, all the instructions are leading that somehow or other you have to attain the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna. That's the ultimate, the goal of the Guru, to deliver you to Krishna. And all the other orders are, you can say, subsets of that one order in different ways. Some may be particular services like deity worship or preaching, whatever. But they're all leading to that ultimate attain the lotus feet of Krishna or other. So as long as a connection is there between a particular order and a particular service with ultimately becoming conscious, and that would be pleasing too.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. There is one Mataji Kirtida Gopika Dasi. She is asking, the only interaction I had with my beloved spiritual master is that he gave me initiation. I want to make his instruction reason for my survival now. Will he come to take me at the time of my death, even if he does not know me?
So, of course, we have that same case with Srila Prabhupada. Some of his devotees, they only got initiation, some only by mail. They never even got direct initiation, and maybe by mail or something like that, they got initiated. And maybe they saw Prabhupada once from a distance as he got out of the car and walked into the temple. So there are cases with Srila Prabhupada the same, that they didn't get any real direct contact and conversation or instructions like that. But as I said, even Prabhupada himself with Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati didn't get that much personal contact either. But so we should not feel a loss even then. Certainly it's good to have that personal contact more and more, but if we don't get it, at least somehow we should study what he's been teaching us. So one of the functions of the Guru, besides giving mantra, is to give instruction. That's the shiksha. So he's a Diksha Guru, and he's also a Shiksha Guru. So that shiksha is very, very important for us. If we can get the essence of that instruction, then we can be successful. So it may take some work to discover the essence of what he's being teaching, but in any endeavor, you make that effort, if you get the essence and you follow that, then you're successful.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Manu Das from Mumbai. He is asking, right now, our hearts are very tender and we are feeling intense pain on sudden departure of Gurudev. In long run, however, being conditioned souls, we may not feel the same way and forget instructions from Gurudev. How do we continue to meditate upon his instructions and act on it in mode of goodness as opposed to the mode of passion, and stay steady on the path of following Guru Maharaj instruction? Yourself.
Well, everything requires repetition and practice. So even in the material world, if you want to attain some goal, then we have to concentrate on it and, practice and practice and practice. If we want to study and get a degree in college, then we have to study in order to get the degree. So in spiritual life also, there is some effort required, some desire. We have some desire. Then we have to make an effort to do that. And it has to be continuous. We have to repeat doing it. And after we keep repeating doing it, then it becomes more or less habitual, becomes a habit for us. And then we can concentrate more on the devotional aspect of it. So we should try to make it a habit of remembering the instructions and implementing those instructions. And if we do that with devotion, then we will get higher taste. We're more inspired to do more. And it's actually not gunas at all. Sattva guna is okay, but that's a material guna also. The bhakti itself is not in the gunas. And so your attempts to follow the spiritual master and his order are also beyond the material gunas. So by remembering and following those orders, we transcend the three modes of material nature.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Anil Gaurang Prabhu from Ujjain is asking, Guru Maharaj himself said before going that West is hell. Then why he left his body there?
West is?
Left his body there.
In America?
Yes, Maharaj.
Oh, because America's hell.
Well, that's what Guru Maharaj said in one of the class.
Yes. So we know that the devotee is not concerned whether it's heaven or hell. As long as he serves Krishna, then it's beyond heaven or hell. So in other words, even Srila Prabhupada would say, why would he go to America full of demons? But yet he went there because he had faith in the order of his spiritual master. And he didn't care about hell or whatever, demons or whatever. He could make it sweet. That was transcendental. So that made up for the whatever asuric, demoniac surroundings he was placed in. So the devotee is indifferent to the material conditions. It could be svarga or it could be hell. In either case, it's all material world. So that's not what's important for him. What's important that he connects everything to Krishna, he preaches, etc. That is the sweetness that the devotee gets beyond material world.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. There is one devotee from Ujjain, Kirti Juneja, and she is asking, I was in temple from the time when I was of 10 months, but never realized Guru Maharaj's association. But 8 months ago, I had a serious accident, and when Guru Maharaj got to know that, he prayed to Krishna that I get saved. He gave me a new life. Then I realized his association, and my love for him increased immensely. Then Guru Maharaj left us. So now I cannot even serve Guru Maharaj physically, and I do not have so much memories with him now. So how can I serve him every time? Because I regret that I have he saved my life, but I couldn't even serve him properly.
Yeah. So as I said, we shouldn't consider that he's left or that he cannot respond. So if you worship, like doing Guru Puja or you're doing a personal worship, that also he receives. We not say also receives that worship. We see even in the material world, if you do Shraddha rites for your departed ancestor, they get the result. We can't see how it works, but they get the result of the Shraddha rites of all things. So we have devotion, and we're somehow trying to serve Guru, then he can also receive that, and he understands, and he gets he develops affection because of your service and your worship. And if we do a particular service, I would also appreciate that. He's not limited by the rules of this material world. So you shouldn't think that he is not available and not in knowledge and not responding to your particular service. No, he can be aware of all of that.
Harikish Maharaj, one devotee is asking, does a devotee who is very much inspired from his Siksha Guru, does one also meet his Siksha Guru also after one leaves body?
Do you need the Siksha Guru?
He's asking that one does a devotee who is very much inspired from his Siksha Guru, does he also meet Siksha Guru after he leaves the body?
Yeah, why not? Shiksha Guru, Diksha Guru, they're all giving more or less the same function of giving mercy to the disciple, and they are treated equally with equal respect, with equal worship. After they disappear from this planet, again, the relationship is there, and we can worship and serve them, and they also respond to that. Either Shiksha or Diksha, doesn't matter.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, there is devotee Kurma Avatar Prabhu. He is asking, I have taken first initiation from His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj, and I was aspiring to take second initiation as well in order to serve further. But Maharaj has left the planet, so what should I do now? If I take initiation from any other disciple of Srila Prabhupada, what should be the proper mood in which I approach him, your servant?
Yeah. So we have the case even with Srila Prabhupada. Some got first initiation from Prabhupada, that was it. So then after Prabhupada disappeared, then they took their second initiation from some present guru. So that there's no problem for that. One should have faith in that person, definitely. But at the same time, more of a devotion to Bhakti Truth Swami, whatever, because of your relationship with him. And but nevertheless, you can take. There's no objection for taking that second initiation from another person. This isn't the case with Srila Prabhupada. People took second initiation from some other spiritualist.
One Mataji, Sumadhuri Radhika Mataji, she is asking, Krishna returned his guru's son from Yamaloka, that is Sandipani Muni's son, as a Guru Diksha and Dakshina, and Guru Maharaj's purpose was right to go for preaching in West. Then why God did not listen to a pure prayer of so many people, so many devotees, and how to believe in his kindness? Please forgive.
Yeah, as I said, we cannot understand the plan of the Lord completely, and even the greatest devotees like Bhishma also expresses that he's also puzzled by the affairs with the Lord. From our point of view, yes, we prefer that Bhakti Truth Swami remain alive and continue to serve. I want to see the larger picture of not only this universe, but all the universes in existence, and also the spiritual world, and the other needs that are there in other places. So we don't understand that at all. Krishna understands, but we don't understand. So therefore, from our point of view, yes, why didn't Krishna just respond to our prayers? But we can have other prayers from other universes and from the spiritual world also, and those have to be taken into consideration. So if we take into consideration all of the facts which only Krishna can do, then he makes his decision. As I said, if you become completely spiritual and you go to the spiritual world, then maybe you're going to understand why it's like this. But at the present moment, we can't. Difficult for us because our minds are so conditioned and limited.
Hare Krishna. Channa Paul Mataji from, yeah. She is asking, what is the instruction for devotees intensely aspiring to take Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj's shelter?
Taking shelter.
Yes,
Well,
Maharaj.
they can still follow his instructions, but as far as taking initiation, etc., then they will have to find some other person for that, other devotee for that. But they can always take shelter of his instructions. Even now, it's no problem. So he's acting as a Shiksha Guru, just as all devotees also take shelter of Prabhupada, and he becomes their Shiksha Guru also. Now they take initiation from some guru, present some devotee, but still they have a Shiksha Guru relationship. Sometimes the relationship with that Shiksha Guru may be stronger than with the Diksha Guru.
There is one devotee from Chandigarh. His name is Sahil. He is asking, how can we do service of your lotus feet, Guru Maharaj Ji? Dandavat Pranam.
How we can do service? Well, as I said, you follow the instructions. You look for some good instructions that he gave to devotees in general, and you try to follow that very, very sincerely. And then Guru was pleased with that.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. So we are very much thankful to you thank you very much Maharaj for your kindness, instilling faith in our hearts to understand the inconceivable plan of the Lord and inspiring us to focus on Vani of His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj and follow that throughout life. We beg we beg for your blessings so that we can follow your instructions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maharaj. We will be sharing.
Okay.
We will be sharing one of the picture of yours with His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj and Jai Pataka Swami Maharaj.
Oh, Hare Krishna.
Yeah, this is, I think, a very old picture.
Oh.
Yes.
Who is Peter Swami?
It is on the screen, Maharaj.
Yeah, but who's the Gaudiya Math sannyasi there?
Oh, that we don't know. Somehow I got it on our WhatsApp, and we found it. You were also present in this.
Maybe Sridhar Swami, or I don't know. Ladi Thakur, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe.
Okay. So Bhakti Charu Swami had sannyas then? That is danda there?
No, Maharaj.
Is that danda?
He's a sannyasi.
Not a danda.
Dressed as a sannyasi.
Okay. Fine.
Thank you very
Hare
much.
Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare
Gopi Jana Giri Varunari Jashodananda Brojo Jashodananda Brojo
जामुना तीरा बोलो चारी जामुना तीरा बोलो चारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी गोपी जानवल्लभ जय राधा माधव कुंज Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
This one change, huh?
Hare Krishna. Today we are very fortunate to have with us His Grace Udayananda Prabhu. He has very intimate relationship with His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj. His Grace Udayananda Prabhu is a disciple of His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada, and he joined ISKCON in Detroit, USA in 1972. From his first day in the temple, Prabhuji was engaged in Sankirtan, and eventually he became Sankirtan leader for Detroit temple and joined His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj and His Holiness Vishnujan Swami Maharaj in the Radha Damodar traveling Sankirtan. He is very, very enthusiastic for preaching, and in October 1977, Prabhuji traveled to Vrindavan to be with Srila Prabhupada in his final pastimes, and was engaged in massaging Srila Prabhupada's feet on a daily basis. It was here that Prabhuji first met Sri Srimad Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Maharaj and their friendship began. Since then, he has remained in close contact with His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Maharaj and has great appreciation for Guru Maharaj's mood and preaching. Especially, we are very grateful to him. He has visited Ujjain many times on Vyas Puja occasions, and he enlivens us with his wonderful dancing and kirtan and appreciation for Guru Maharaj. He also joined in December retreat in Mayapur and Jagannath Puri. So we are very, very grateful to him for accepting our request to come here to guide us and enlighten us about Guru Maharaj's glories and help us to guide us at this most needed moment so that we can follow the instructions of Guru Maharaj. So let us express our gratitude to His Grace Udayananda Prabhu by chanting one time Hare Krishna Mahamantra with raised hands. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. His Grace Udayananda Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Om Gyana Tamarandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I was born in the darkness of ignorance when my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances at his lotus feet. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Itinamane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarne Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Charu Swami Iti Namine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So I want to thank Rasananda and all of the devotees who have invited me to get your Sangha once again. And not just once again. We will, as long as there's life in this body, I'm yours. And in any way, His Divine Grace, Bhakti Charu Swami, Guru Maharaj would want me to help you. I want to make myself available to all of you. I'll let you know that I've been in Orlando for the last 15 days with my son, Krishna Arjun Das, your god brother. He's been here 18 days. We're living out of this hotel. We came because we thought somehow or other we needed to be with Guru Maharaj. We needed to give Guru Maharaj what he has given the world for the past 44 years. He's given the holy name of Krishna. He has given Vaishnava Sangha, and he has given Krishna Katha. And it is unbearable, I know, for all of us. I cannot say, and I can't even look at that picture of Ujjain because it's breaking my heart. I don't know if this was a good time for me to come before you, because for the last 15 days, I have been tortured. I've been completely tortured. Because my best friend, His Divine Grace, Bhakti Chuswami, I will not see until I prove myself worthy to be in his association. And this causes me great pain because I don't deserve his association. And he always gave it to me. And he gave it to all of you. And you're all so fortunate. And I am the most fortunate man, but I'm a great rascal because his standard of devotion was perfect. From the moment he came and shaved his head and moved into Mayapur, it's all perfect. So I'll tell you a little bit about my life with Bhakti Chuswami, and I hope I can give some comfort, maybe some encouragement to all of you who love Maharaj much more than even I do. And I cannot think, except for Srila Prabhupada, that I love anyone more. So I first met His Divine Grace, Bhakti Chuswami Maharaj, in October 1977. And Maharaj, as you all know, was Prabhupada's personal servant. I'd come from Detroit, Michigan, and I was traveling with the temple president, buying merchandise for all the devotees and for the deities, paraphernalia for the deities. And I got there on October 3rd, 1977. As we all know, Prabhupada was in a debilitated state. And I was very, very fortunate to be able to go into Prabhupada's room and associate not only with the spiritual master of the entire universe, but with many of my senior godbrothers, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, Trivikram Swami, Bhakti Chuswami, Upendra Prabhuji, Bhavananda Prabhuji, so many, Hamza Duda Maharaj. And it was quite an amazing beginning. And that was the highlight of my entire life, is being with Srila Prabhupada during his departure, or before his departure. And at that time, I got to meet Bhakti Chuswami. I actually first came around the temple in 1972, and I was initiated in 1973. And as Prabhuji mentioned, I distributed books primarily from my devotional career. And so I pretty much knew all the sannyasis and all the older devotees, and never seen this sannyasi before. And I asked one of some I was brahmachari at the time, and I asked another brahmachari, who is this? So, oh, that's Bhakti True Swami. I said, where's he from? He goes, he's from Bengal. And I said, Bengal? I know the devotees from Bengal. I've never seen him. He goes, oh no, he was initiated. He was initiated first, second, and third all in once within like 3 months. And I go, wait a minute, what? And then I saw Maharaj and I thought he was so handsome. He was such a handsome. And I said, oh, this isn't going to work. That's not going to work. There's no way someone that handsome can stay sannyas. But Prabhupada knew. Prabhupada knew. That wasn't the first time Prabhupada and Bhakti True Swami were together. We know for a fact now. We know for a fact. And the way he would move around Prabhupada's room was like a great dancer. It was amazing. It's kind of like when you see those Brahminical devotees, those pujaris that do all these mudras, they're making this. And Maharaj would walk around serving Prabhupada just like it was some choreography, some beautiful, beautiful dance. And I was like, wow, this devotee is really amazing, even from the first week that I met him. And he used to, I remember Prabhupada would call him. Prabhupada would talk to us in English, obviously, but he could talk to Maharaj in Bengali. And I remember one time he called Maharaj over, and Maharaj knelt by the side of Prabhupada's bed, and Prabhupada started to say something to him in Bengali. And all of a sudden, Maharaj broke out in a large belly laugh. And then Prabhupada started laughing too. And it was like I was watching something from the Chaitanya Charitamrita. And I was looking at Maharaj and I was thinking, boy, am I envious of you. You can talk directly to Srila Prabhupada in his native language. And it was so beautiful. And I thought, wow, that is quite an amazing thing. So Prabhupada had that very special loving relationship. He had it with all of us, but there was something extraordinary. And of course, his life is extraordinary. He's our hero. And I actually, in my heart of hearts, feel Guru Maharaj was Srila Prabhupada's best disciple. I say that even though I know my godbrothers are maybe watching this, and I do have all the respect and love for all of you, but he was the best man. And we lost our best man. We lost our hero. We lost him. This world has been deprived of the greatest benediction Krishna can do for this planet. There is no greater benediction than when Krishna personally comes or he sends his pure unalloyed devotee. Just like Prabhupada, he came, he said, I risked my life. And we know the story. Prabhupada came on the Jaladuta, had 2 heart attacks, so difficult on a cargo ship. And he came to save people he didn't even know. He came to save the world from people all, not even in India. He came to this barren wasteland called the United States, and he saved so many people. And I'm one of those people. So I'm so grateful to Srila Prabhupada. And I see Bhakti Chu, Guru Maharaj, he is, just like they say, the fruit does not fall far from the tree. He also came and he gave his life for the same people. He showed by his example of how a pure devotee acts. In the Christian tradition, they say, not my will, but thy will be done. And Guru Maharaj was so perfect in that his whole life. And then this horrible last chapter, I can't stand it. I hate it. Even though, oh, I know it's all purifying, but I'm thinking, he was not even an old man. He was not old. We spent that festival for 6 weeks. I stayed with Maharaj, had prasadam at least twice a day with him every day. I went to every one of his festivals. I was at every one of his kirtans. We went to places in West Bengal to the festivals, and maybe many of you also went. There was 15, 20, the last festival, 25,000 people attended. And Maharaj preached so vigorously. And then at the end, he got 25,000 people to chant the holy name. And he was like ever fresh. So when Prabhupada left, Prabhupada said, I am going to leave you, but that'll take 8 months. He gave us like 8 months to like prepare our psyche. That was so difficult. And we were praying, Krishna, you can change it. Krishna, you can change this. But, you know, the pure devotee only comes to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead's desire. So Krishna wanted Prabhupada and Prabhupada wanted Krishna, and they were rejoined in Goloka Vrindavan. But at least he gave us like 8 months to prepare. But Maharaj, he looked so healthy, and he was preaching in Ujjain, and he said, why am I going? He said, why am I going during this coronavirus thing? He said, because I've sent my devotees out there and they're preaching. And he's a great general. He's a perfect leader. And he said, I will teach by my example. And I will go into this place, this hellish place called America. But that we were not there, that wasn't intended to be his last, at least from my perspective. He was preaching so much. He was giving 3 classes a day, one in English, one in Hindi, one in Bengali. He's doing japa, you know, japa morning japa program with the assembled Vaishnavas all over the world. He's doing fantastic preaching. But he wanted to come to America because Prabhupada came and did that. And Prabhupada said America was very important to him. He said, America gave me, he gave me men, he gave me finances, he gave me my service. And Prabhupada, Mukunda Maharaj told me once that he actually bowed down on America and sort of like kissed the ground when he came one time. So even American devotees have a hard time loving America. You know, I'm one of them. But Prabhupada had that love. And without that love, none of us would have been devotees. So Maharaj Bhakti Chu Swami had that same vision that if we want to expand, he would preach in, he told me this many times, how he wanted to generate the fire of devotion like we had in the 60s and the 70s in Krishna consciousness here. So I knew that if anyone could do it, he could do that. So, anyway, Prabhupada, I wanted to mention that when I first got to Vrindavan and Prabhupada sent for us. I was with Govardhan Das from Detroit, and Prabhupada, we got into our room, and within a few minutes, someone pounded on the door and said, Prabhupada wants to see you right away. So we went there, and that's when I first saw Bhakti True Swami. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj, I was on his Sankirtan party, so I knew him. And he stopped us in Prabhupada's garden before we went into Prabhupada's room. And he said, Prabhu, I just want to prepare you for seeing Srila Prabhupada, because when you see him, it'll be like you've never seen him before. And we are trying to encourage everyone to be very, very positive. No negativity, no complaining about this devotee, that devotee, no, just everything positive. Just tell positive stories, because that will actually make Prabhupada better. So, and he said, and as we were about to walk in, he said, oh yeah, and one more thing, don't cry. Don't let Prabhupada see you crying, because that makes Prabhupada feel bad. So I said, okay, and Govardhan said, okay. So we went into his room, we offered our obeisances, and we stood up, and there was Srila Prabhupada. He was being massaged, and Prabhupada actually was going blind at that time, and he couldn't even see to the foot of his bed clear. And he said, oh, who is this? And Tamal Krishna Maharaj said, this is Govardhan Das and Udayananda Das from Detroit. And Prabhupada said, oh, did you get some prasadam? Are your facilities nice? Are you comfortable? Prabhupada was totally emaciated, barely had eaten in 6 months, and he was asking if we had eaten. And then he said, and how are the devotees in Detroit? How is Ambarish Das and Lekha Shabanti? And so we told them how they were doing, and Ambarish is also a good friend of mine and Govardhan's. So we told him all about that, and then Govardhan couldn't control himself, and he covered his face with his chadar and started crying quietly, so that Prabhupada wouldn't notice. So then Maharaj wanted us to say something really encouraging. So I told Srila Prabhupada about how we were distributing prasadam in the local neighborhood, which had a lot of urban blight. The city was kind of run down, sort of a slummy area. So we used to go out just from the temple, and we'd go down these neighborhoods and go on a porch, and we would just start having kirtan, and then we would divide the children out, and I would be the master of ceremonies, and I'd name one Krishna's Govardhan lifters, and the other one was Ramachandra killed Ravana boys, and whatever, we made up names like that. And then we would get them to chant Hare Krishna. And there was one devotee named Gaur Bhumi who would be the judge. So I would get them, and there'd be like 100 kids here and 100 kids there, and we go, Hare Krishna, and they'd go, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And then I'd say, well, Judge, what do you think? And he said, oh, that wasn't bad, but let's hear the Govardhan lifters. So they would chant. And then I say, well, what do you think, Judge? And he go, I don't know. It's really close. I think we're going to have to do it all over again. So then they would chant over again. And then eventually we'd say, it's a tie. And they both we give these popcorn balls out, 2 bags of popcorn ball prasadam. So I told Srila Prabhupada that story, and all the devotees were laughing, and Prabhupada smiled, and then I had to cover my face and I'd start crying, and then Govardhan started talking. And Bhakti Chu Maharaj was there, and he was kneeling. He was kneeling next to Srila Prabhupada's bed. And then I just thought, Prabhupada, all he was concerned with, he asked, how are the devotees doing? Are they getting nice prasadam? Are they getting, is their facility very nice, etc.? And he was never thinking of himself. And I thought, wow, this is what a Mahabhagavad is. So Bhakti True Swami, as we all know, had the same kind of mood. He never considered for himself. He was always thinking, how are my devotees? Are they getting nice prasadam? Not just his devotees, all devotees. And Prabhupada disciples, other gurus' disciples, he was always taking care of their needs. And when I was there, I saw Maharaj waiting on Prabhupada along with so many other godbrothers. And I saw Maharaj reading to him one time. And I actually got to be in the room when another one of my godbrothers was reading the Krishna book. That was on Ras Purnima. And he read the 5 chapters of the Ras Leela to Srila Prabhupada. And Prabhupada was like in trance listening to it. And Prabhupada had nonstop association, nonstop of devotees. And one of the things that Prabhupada was asking, he said he wanted all of his devotees to, every single disciple, to come to Vrindavan and be with him. And he would ask this almost every day. And Trivikram Swami, I just visited him in Orlando, and we were in the room together. And I mentioned that, and I said, remember when Prabhupada said, why they are not coming? Don't they want to be with me? Can you imagine that? Why they are not coming? Don't they want to be with me? And then Maharaj said, and then he said, has my association become so poisonous? And of course, the devotees in the room hearts were cracked when Prabhupada said that. But the point I'm making is that Prabhupada wanted to be all of his disciples around him, all of his disciples. And, I saw from that experience how Bhakti True Swami was always surrounded by so many devotees. He would make so much arrangement. He would have these festivals. He didn't even call it his Vyas Puja. He'd call it Prabhupada's Remembrance Festival. I mean, he was just surrounding himself and surrounding all the devotees with Harinam Sankirtan, Prasadam, Krishna Katha. And that was I thought, this is a perfect example. I have to say, I knew Maharaj for 43 years. And he was always like that. He was just impeccable. He was just constant, steady, 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 steady. And they say, You can judge a guru, the potency of a guru, by his disciples, right? So how great is Srila Prabhupada? And I have there's many pure devotees of Srila Prabhupada, my god brothers and god sisters. They're actually pure devotees of Krishna. Not me, but I know. I'm not a pure devotee, but I know how to recognize a pure devotee. And I saw that. I saw obviously with Srila Prabhupada, and then I saw with Bhakti Swami. And my great fortune was I got the opportunity to render some service both to Srila Prabhupada and to Bhakti Swami. And the most troubling thing, and well, maybe I'll save that for later, but I just want to go over a few other things that happened with Maharaj. So Maharaj, he, as we all know, he translated all of Srila Prabhupada's books into Bengali. And, you know, that feat is inconceivable, because just to read Srila Prabhupada's book, all of Srila Prabhupada's books, is a very difficult thing to do. I've done it, but it took me years and years and much longer to read them than it did for him to translate them. So when you translate, though, you have to go and he did it just like Srila Prabhupada did it. He would, do the, see the shloka, then he had the Roman transliteration, and you have to go word for word. So you have to go over every single word. That's why if you notice Guru Maharaj's classes, he's not just memorizing a verse, he's kind of like speaking the language. He is speaking it like he speaks Bengali, like he speaks English. He's actually understanding it. He's understanding the Shastras on that level. So you have to go over each word. And when you go over each word, you're studying, you're accumulating. Then you have to go over every word in the translation. And then you have to go over every word in Prabhupada's purport. So that is beyond like serious study. That's complete absorption. And so he did that and accomplished that feat, which is that in and of itself would be an astounding accomplishment. But that's not all he did, right? Then he glorified Prabhupada. We know with the Abhicharan series, hundreds of millions of people in India and across the world saw that, never stopped. And then in the 90s, he actually came to North Carolina. I happened to be in North Carolina at the time. And I was living in a community of devotees called Sorabi Kunj. And we had a large common land, and we were going to donate it to Guru Maharaj. And so Maharaj came, and then I started to associate with him closely. And I had an amazing, it's probably a silly kind of realization, but he was giving a class on the Chaitanya Charitamrita, with just like 10 God brothers. And he would read the Bengali, and then the way he read it, it just dawned on me, well, he's reading it like he's talking to Krishna Das Kaviraj. Like I could talk to, an American devotee, we're speaking the same language. I said, Maharaj, you read that just like, I said, what is that like? He said, oh, it is so beautiful. He says, it is different than contemporary Bengali. It's like Shakespeare. He said, it's so beautiful. And I was like, oh, this person is amazing. So then So Maharaj used to come to North Carolina, and back then there were devotees like Srivas Thakur and Sripati and Gadadhar and Baladev, Vidyabhushana. These were older godbrothers of all of yours. And Maharaj, you know, he's a fantastic kirtan leader and bhajan leader. But he also was a tremendous dancer. I don't know if you know that. And we used to dance, as the Ujjain or Mayapur devotees know that I like kirtan, I like to dance. Or Chaitanya said it's chanting and dancing. And Maharaj used to dance like that too. And we would dance. You can ask Baladev Vidyabhushana or any of them. He would dance for like hours in kirtan. Of course, he was younger at the time, and he was amazing dancer. He looked like Lord Chaitanya. He was a brilliant dancer. So we had many, many, many kirtans there in North Carolina, in Hillsborough, and then in Sravikunj. And then he also had a house. He had a house, and we used to go to his house and have kirtan there. Sometimes it was just like 5 people, but we would get up and we would dance like that in his house. So of course, all of that is churning, and I'm just getting more and more and more and more and more attached to him. And then the thing in Sravikunj didn't manifest. I don't know why, but so Maharaj really wanted to do that farm project. So I was in the process of buying some land in North Carolina. I bought 50 acres, and I said, Maharaj, I will donate you 10 acres. I'll just give you 10 acres, and then you can just come here, build an ashram, and then there's more land can expand and blah, blah, blah. So Maharaj said, yeah, okay, we'll do that. So that was very fortunate for me, because I had a, daily call up Maharaj and to speak to him. And then he started inviting me to India. And so I go there and be with him in Sridham Mayapur. And then he said, hey, I'm thinking of opening a temple in Ujjain. And I said, Ujjain, where's Ujjain? And Maharaj told me that, it was a place that Sandapani Muni had his ashram. And I said, wow, that sounds fantastic. And so, everything in America seemed to be going really slow. But Maharaj, like in a very short time, found the property. And I came and visited him, and he had the property, and he took me there and showed me it. And then later on, it just so happened they were doing the cornerstone ceremony. So I got to be part of the cornerstone of that incredible temple. You're sitting there in Ujjain. I just saw it was just a pad of dirt, just a large spread of weeds growing, everything. But we dug it, and Maharaj orchestrated the whole. It was a beautiful thing. Like he did everything. Everything he did was just incredible. I mean, it was just like a thrill. And that was kind of like, of course, Srila Prabhupada did that in that way. Everything was just thrilling to be with Srila Prabhupada. And I felt the same way when I was with Guru Maharaj. I just felt like this Krishna consciousness is so attractive. What would you be interested in the Mahatattva, right? Eating, sleeping, mating, and defending like animals, when you can have this kind of sangha, this kind of rasa. It's no comparison. So then, of course, in the process, my wife wanted to take initiation, and so I asked Maharaj if he would initiate my wife. She became Rasheshwari Devi Dasi, and he initiated her in Mayapur on Ras Purnima, which happened to be the same day that I was massaging Prabhupada's feet and listening to the Krishna book, the Rasa Leela, the 5 chapters of the Rasa Leela. And then my son, I brought my oldest son to Ujjain in 2010, and I was praying to Krishna. He would want to take initiation from Guru Maharaj. I strongly encouraged it, but he already had his mind made up even before I encouraged it. And he became, the following July, Maharaj came to my home in California, and he performed the ceremony just my son in front of our deities, Nitai Gaur Nataraj, and which was very, very special. And he says, I'm only doing this for Uday and Nanda. He did say that, right? So Maharaj was extremely kind to me, and he just gave me so much mercy. I really did not deserve it, certainly. And so then we had this festival, as I mentioned recently, and I was preparing. I was actually, I just ordered a big altar from Ujjain that Abhay Charan Das, I hope he's getting that built for me. But so I wanted to make this beautiful marble temple room, and I wanted, I had plans for Maharaj would come every year and visit me, but I wanted to increase that. And we bought some land. I wanted to get a farm community for him in California. And then one day my wife said, she came up to me and said, something terrible has happened. And she's never said that in our entire marriage like that. And I looked at it, and I thought to myself, well, maybe our house burned down, or maybe, you know, someone just stole my car, and I thought, just don't let it be anything to do with Guru Maharaj. But it came to my mind, something happened to Guru Maharaj. And she said, Guru Maharaj has been put on a ventilator. And I was horrified. My wife actually is a nursing educator. She works in California, in San Jose Hospital, which was the epicenter of the COVID-19 outbreak in California. So she knows firsthand. She's very expert at nursing people back to health, and also the potential disastrous results that could arise. So when she said that, I felt like someone had just taken a knife and just shoved it in my heart. And I just felt like, no, I was hoping like this is just a nightmare. So I called my son. He was in England. Immediately, he dropped everything in his life. He has a very busy life, like all of us. He just dropped everything, and he flew to Orlando to somehow or other be with Guru Maharaj. And I just dropped everything, and I also flew to Orlando. Because for so many reasons, I just feared. It's such a horrific, the world is in hell right now. We are in hell. The demons are doing something very demonic. They say this COVID-19 is even man-made. They say maybe intentional. That might be up for debate, but certainly it's an evil thing that actually comes from slaughtering innocent animals. You study, it's a horrific thing. It's demonic, and it's covered the whole planet. But the only solution for it is not all this, and what do they want the antidote for it, the vaccine for it. That's not going to cure this. The only thing that will cure it is the holy name. Harinama, Harinama, Harinama. Eva kevalon kalo nasteva 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 katiranyata. That's the only thing that will cure this disease-ridden world. And they have set it up so demonic that once a person goes into these hospitals, they're imprisoned. You can't get them out. And I just prayed to Krishna. I just said, please, Krishna, let me try to appeal. And I called up GBC members. I called up, everyone I knew. And I didn't know what I could do, but I knew that I had to be near Guru Maharaj, because every time something would happen to a devotee anywhere in the world, Guru Maharaj would drop everything he was doing to be with that devotee. He would travel 16 hours at a time because someone was, to surround them with the association of devotees. That's what Srila Prabhupada did. Prabhupada is Jagat Guru. He's Nitya Siddha, Uttamadhikari, Mahabhagwat. And Prabhupada said, I want all my disciples around me. That's what he wanted. And he said, you know one thing he said? And he said it every single day I was there for 2.5 weeks. Every single day he would say, don't take me to the hospital. I don't want to offend any of you doctors out there, because you're not a hospital, you're a devotee. What we did is we created a hospital room for Srila Prabhupada in the temple, so that we would bring the doctors, we'd bring the nurses, we'd bring whatever was necessary. But in these hospitals, they own the body once they go in. And Maharaj was completely coherent when he went in. And this is a travesty. This is what makes me cry every single day, that I tried to get devotees to be around. They wouldn't even let us into the room. We used to take, Krishna Arjuna and me, every day we would take cookies and cupcakes, prasad, to the nurses. And they would go, thank you, thank you. They were so nice. We just wanted to give Guru Maharaj what he gave everyone else. He would give everyone his association. He would give everyone the holy name of Krishna. He would give everyone Krishna Katha. He would give everyone, just surround them with that loving exchanges of Vaishnavas. But he himself was all alone. Now one might argue, well, he's never alone. Prabhupada's always with him, Krishna. Yes, that's true. But Prabhupada's always with him when he was like giving a class. Prabhupada was always with him when he was chanting his japa, whenever he had a festival, Prabhupada. But Guru Maharaj surrounded himself with all of you. He wanted to be with all of you. And it breaks my heart that none of us were around him. He gave himself to all of us. And that is the greatest travesty. How has this happened? So, one thing, and probably I'm going to get hate mail for this, but you know what? I don't care. Because I care about Prabhupada and Bhakti True Swami. This should never happen to another devotee. What to say, the best of our devotees, the #1 disciple. He was all alone when he left this world. He didn't want to go on the ventilator, by the way. I know that for a fact. So we made a mistake, all of us. We made a mistake. And we shouldn't let any other devotee, unless they want to, they should go with their eyes wide open. This is what is at risk. Because Guru Maharaj once he was there, he wasn't coming out. No one could visit him. So me and my son took a tablet and we put on Ujjain, you devotees, chanting, and Mayapur devotees. We put on Mayapur TV so that we said, put it right by his head so he could see it or hear it. And I was literally 100 feet. I was in the lobby and he was 100 feet upstairs and I could not go to him. I couldn't, he gave everything and I could not give back. In his greatest hour of need, I felt so helpless. So one nurse told us we could do that tablet. And so this was on June 29th, 2020. And I wrote Guru Maharaj a letter and I spoke it to him. I wrote it out and I'm in my own little heart, I'm going to imagine that all of us were with Guru Maharaj when I wrote this letter, that we wanted to be with him. My dear Bhakti True Swami, this is your brother, Udayananda Das. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I'm here in Orlando just to be with you. Krishna Arjuna is also here with me, and we are staying in a place which is only walking distance from the hospital. I was in a hotel across the street from the hospital that you are in. I have been here for the past 5 days, and Krishna Arjuna has been here for the past 8 days. We have been trying desperately to somehow or other get your personal association. But the rules of this COVID-19 disease are very restrictive. Hospitals countrywide have locked down virtually any visitations from anybody, including close family members. I am praying to the all-merciful Supreme Lord that he grants me and hundreds of thousands of devotees all over the world our heartfelt prayer that he fully restores your health and returns you to us completely rejuvenated. I apologize over and over to the Supreme Lord Krishna to please forgive me for taking your divine association for granted. Your blissful Sangha, your powerful classes, your beautiful bhajans and kirtans, and your unalloyed devotion to Srila Prabhupada are the very lifeline of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of devotees. Since that horrible day over 10 days ago, when they brought you to the hospital, my life has been sheer hell. Your disciples, friends, God brothers, and well-wishers' hearts, all of their hearts are crushed by your separation. I haven't felt this much anxiety and emptiness since November 14th, 1977. Your disciples are begging the Parameshwar not to make them orphans. You are a Paramahamsa and directly linked to the ear of Govinda. And I am sure that Govinda will fulfill whatever is your desire. I humbly ask for one request as your brother and your friend, that you ask your sweet Lord and Master, Krishna, to restore your complete health. and vitality and continue your amazing preaching for 40 more years or more. Your wonderful disciples need you. Your wonderful disciples need you. And the billions of conditioned souls need you. And I need you. We need you like a human being needs water and air. It is not that a human being wants water and air. They need it. They need it to survive. We need you to fully recover and guide us in loving devotional service to Shri Shri Radha and Krishna. The Lord has empowered you to push on Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement through Srila Prabhupada's vehicle of ISKCON. You are so empowered to preach and spread Krishna consciousness because you have never concocted your own program. You only repeat exactly what Srila Prabhupada said and instructed us to do. On many, many occasions, Srila Prabhupada instructed the following, quote, all that you have heard from me, all that you have learned from me, you must repeat without any alteration or addition. No alteration or addition. But if you change my message with addition or alteration, you will be lost. Close quote. Maharaj, there is no one in ISKCON that repeats Srila Prabhupada more perfect than you. This is why Krishna has assisted you with so much success. And that is why ISKCON needs you more than ever. So please stay. Because this world is in a blazing fire. And the only way in this age of Kali to put out this blazing fire is the pure chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra from the lotus lips of a pure devotee such as yourself. One final point I wanted to make right now. I just wanted to say how sorry I am that in this most difficult time for you, I could not make an arrangement to surround you with loving devotees who could wait on you with their devotional medical skills. I also wanted to surround you with devotees that could tend to your spiritual needs of prasadam, the holy name, Krishna Katha, morning program, etc. Just like you did for Srila Prabhupada in 1977, along with Tamal Krishna Maharaj, Upendra Prabhu, Bhavananda Prabhu, and others. Please forgive me for not being able to make that happen. I tried to bring devotees to directly serve you in your hour of need, but I was unsuccessful. Sorry. It was finally suggested by one of the nurses named Barbara, who works at your unit, that we could record on a tablet our greetings to you along with the temple morning programs and other devotional activities. So here we are. I am also looking forward to serving you in any way you desire in your recovery from this dreaded disease. As you know, my wife, Rasheshri Devi Dasi, your disciple, is a nursing educator for the past 30 years, and we have a crew of devotee doctors who will personally take care of you. If you so desire, please let me know how I can serve you in the best way. Your servant, friend, and brother, Udayananda Das. So Krishna Ishwara Paramam Krishna Satchitananda Vigraha Anadir Govinda Sarvakarna Karanam. Krishna is the supreme controller. He has a transcendental body that's eternal, full of knowledge and bliss. He is the supreme cause of all causes, and there is no other cause than himself. So, why Krishna has done this, I don't know. I prayed to Krishna, you've got trillions and trillions of pure devotees. We only have one, please. But on the other hand, Guru Maharaj doesn't have to be bothered by the pains of old age and disease. He has a total transcendental spiritual body. At this very moment, he's embracing Srila Prabhupada. He's with Tamal Krishna Maharaj and Jayananda and all my godbrothers, Jamuna, Devi Dasi, our god sisters. And we need to be very intelligent now. We need to become like him. So I'm just humbly requesting everyone out there to please embrace this process, purities of force, preach like Maharaj, be kind like Maharaj, be loving like Maharaj, be happy like Maharaj. Maharaj was always happy in devotional service. He perfected his life. And here's the last point. He has proven that even in this hellish age, in the year 2020, when the world is filled with demonic activities, you can still become a pure devotee by following this process. Hare Krishna. Is there any questions or comments?
Hare Krishna, Guru. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, His Grace Udananda Guru, for such a wonderful, heart-touching realization about our Guru Maharaj. You have genuine love for our Guru Maharaj, and we have seen in time how Guru Maharaj also shown wonderful love for you. I remember last pilgrimage that we arranged your room a little far from Guru Maharaj's room in one hotel, and Guru Maharaj said, "No, give my next room to Udananda Guru because he loves me so much." So thank you so much. And the proof flew 3,000 miles just to see Guru Maharaj at last moment, and many devotees requested to have class because they saw him. Thank you so much, Prabhu. So we beg to please guide us time to time so that we can follow the footsteps of Guru Maharaj.
I want to let all the devotees I want to let all the devotees, especially you, Rasananda, know that my home, anyone wants to live in California, you come and live with me. My home is your home. It's not my home. It is actually Guru Maharaj's home. I was just keeping it for him. And if you would not mind, I hope to spend more time in India, to be with you, to get purified by all of you. Because Maharaj, probably all of the accomplishments, in my opinion, that Maharaj was successful in was producing such wonderful disciples that Maharaj's disciples are like mini Maharajas. They're like mini Bhakti Churu Swamis. So continue on in this way. You'll be so happy in this life. And in this lifetime, you'll go back home. Maharaj was separated from Prabhupada for 40 years, 43 years. And now he's embracing Prabhupada. And you will all get to embrace Maharaj again, each and every one of you. You just have to stay as committed as him. It's when you have a pure devotee as a guru, he has a very high standard. We have to live to that standard. He was that way. Because if you don't live to that standard, you will disappoint him. That's worse than death. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Rasananda.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. We have Bhakti Prem Maharaj here. His Holiness Bhakti Prem Maharaj here.
Hare Bol Maharaj. Hare Bol Maharaj. Hare.
I only want to request one thing. You know, we know that you are one of the dearest Godbrother of Guru Maharaj. Your position in a special place of Guru Maharaj, and the way you love and respect Guru Maharaj, it is a wonderful teaching for all of us how to respect a senior Godbrother. My humble request, the way you are guiding us, not only continue to guide, I think Guru Maharaj will be very happy if you give some time in Ujjain. Because Ujjain has a special project. If you give some time to Ujjain and guide us, I think Guru Maharaj will be very happy. In a humble request.
Bhakta Prem, when I see you, I see Guru Maharaj. I see Guru Maharaj. Thank you. Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you for allowing me to get purified by all of you, and I will certainly spend as much time as I can. I'm going to move to India, and I'm looking, I would like to spend like half my time in Mayapur and then the other half in Ujjain.
Yes.
And thank you so much. I love all of you so much. I can't go through a day. I want to say one thing. You said that Maharaj loved me so much. And I used to think, oh, I used to think Maharaj loves me the most. He loves me better than all my godbrothers. Then I heard Indraduna Swami, and he said, oh, I think Maharaj loves me more than anybody. And then Radhanath Swami said, oh, well, he probably does love Radhanath Swami the most. But then I thought of Krishna. You know, the gopis, Krishna would get next to the gopis, and the gopi would think, oh, Krishna's dancing with me. Krishna loves me the most. Oh, I feel so sorry for the other gopis that Krishna loves me, but I'm dancing with, but then the other gopi was also dancing. So in the same way, Maharaj would extend his love. He just loved perfectly, spiritually, everyone. And everyone had the same feeling. When you went to Maharaj, see, what's very difficult is everything about Maharaj, the way he laughed, the way he looked, the way he quoted shlokas, the way he glorified Prabhupada. I loved everything, the way he cooked, everything. Even when he chastised me too. I was he would chastise me. Why are you being so much nonsense? One time I was late for, we were going on a morning walk and I forgot something at home. I had to turn around, go home, come back. And I was 5 minutes late and Maharaj was all ready. And he said, why are you late? And then I said, oh, I'm so sorry, Maharaj. He said, you're always late. This is nonsense. You're always late. I said, Maharaj, I'll try to do better. And I was feeling total ecstasy. I was feeling like Advaita Acharya when Lord Nityananda threw the rice on him and he started dancing in ecstasy. So, and then later on, about an hour later, Maharaj came up and said, Udayananda, I'm so sorry for chastising you. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that A pure devotee is talking to a conditioned soul, and genuinely, I deserve to be chastised. And believe me, I've had other God brothers chastise me way worse. But his chastisement was total ecstasy, and he's apologizing. That's what you get. That's what you great soul, you fortunate souls. You are so fortunate. Somehow or other, you're so intelligent. You figured out in the youth of your life, this is the person I should surrender to. You are all the winners of this world. You are the greatest winners. Hare Krishna Maharaj. I can't wait to see you again. I may pass out though. Maharaj, you take care of yourself. I'm real worried, don't go to a hospital. That's my message to everyone. Just stay around devotees. You can get treatment at home. Make the hospital at the temple. I would have donated my whole fortune to Maharaj to build a temple in Ujjain or in Florida or wherever he was, so he could be just served by the devotees. That's my greatest pain. I'm suffering. I can't get this out of my mind that I was not with him. He was always there for me, and I was not there for him. That's how I feel. I've let him down. So now I have to spend the rest of my life trying to make it up. I'm sorry. I apologize to all of you. I apologize. It should never happen. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Yes, sir.
I think devotees, everyone, they wants to hear from you again. We'll have another session with you soon. We'll let you know the time. I just want to read comments from devotees. They're so grateful to you for sharing such a wonderful realization. One from Chittahari Krishna Prabhu. He says, Dear Udananda Prabhu, Dandavat Pranam, we are so grateful to you for taking and making the value association of our Guru Maharaj. Your love for Guru Maharaj is so pure, and time to time it comes out in the form of tears. We always see you addressing your God brother as Guru Maharaj. That shows the level of respect you carry for your God brother, and we all are deeply touched by it. We beg you to kindly come to ISKCON Ujjain and revive us. It's difficult for us to face this and most unexpected situation. And another devotee wrote, Hare Krishna Prabhuji Dandavat Pranam. It was so healing hearing from you today. Please continue to be with us. And Sitananda Prabhu, Guru Maharaj's servant, was serving Guru Maharaj for last 1 decade in Ujjain. He wrote, he was so happy. He was actually feeling distressed for a couple of days, but he was so happy hearing from you. Actually, he wants to talk to you. I don't know if Siddhana Prabhu is there or not. Hare Krishna.
I love all of you so much. I can't tell it. I can't express my feelings. And I tell you, I am so, I know all of you are feeling such great pain. It comes in waves. And I'll tell you, this happened when Srila Prabhupada left. When Srila Prabhupada left, you would just be like doing a few days later, and something you would think of what Prabhupada did, and you would just start crying. And I know that's going on with all of you. I know. And you know what? Prabhupada said, lamentation means purification. That Maharaj, you have to understand, he is Mahabhagavad. And by the way, just to be clear, I call him Guru Maharaj because he is my Shiksha Guru. He is my Shiksha. Even I joined the movement before him. That doesn't mean anything. Sukadeva Goswami was 16 years old. There were sages that were like 100,000 years old, right? But they sat at the feet of Sukadeva. So Maharaj, there's no question. And many of, even my older God brothers even say that about Maharaj. Maharaj, The whole movement, we should become a movement of Bhakti Charu Swamis. If we had a movement like that, then the whole world would become Krishna conscious. That's a fact. The only reason, he's pure devotee. That's it. He's a pure devotee. You don't have to like dance around. And you know, one time I called him His Divine Grace. He chastised me for that too. So the GBC said you can't say that. And I said, oh, you know, the GBC is for everyone else. He's not for me. I'm going to call you here His Divine Grace. He got very angry with me, but I don't care. I mean, I do care. I don't want to commit offense to Maharaj, but he was my best friend. He was my master. He is my master. It's not past tense. He's still here. He still has his books. You can go see his videos and cry. That's what I'm doing. I'm watching his videos and I think, Krishna, I can't, how is this possible? I was supposed to die first. And how is it possible? It is so stunning, but this actually, this pastime, you could call it pastime. Well, to me, it's horrific. It's horror. It's like, let's just say it's a pastime. He has proven he's such a hero. He gave his life. And what was his last words? I'll do whatever my disciples want me to do. That is your Guru Maharaj. That's who he was. That's who he is.
Can you put the lights on? They've asked me to come on the video.
Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna.
Gauravani Prachadane, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pastatadesha Tarane, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhar, Shivasri Gauravakta Vrinda,